like a pillar of fire. Other versions have a pillar of thick cloud so that no one can get across the river even on Shabbat. But on Shabbat, there's a period of complete rest. There are no weapons among the Bnei Moshe except for the knives they used to slaughter their animals, according to kosher laws, which we'll get to in a second. And the people there are so fortunate that, as it says in a beautiful passage, how does it go? No child dies before its parent. And that every generation sees at least grandchildren, really an amazing, beautiful description of it. And they can communicate with them, but all from the other side of the river Sambatyon, as it were, yelling across the rumble of rocks. Fantastic, amazing kinds of stories that he tells. So, in the context of this, I mentioned the Shrita knives, and this becomes where it really enters mainstream Jewish tradition, is that Eldad quotes certain Jewish laws that pertain to the laws of slaughtering animals, which are not entirely in keeping with Talmudic sources. So this caused a huge hue and cry among the commentaries of the day, because essentially what Eldad was claiming is that these Jews living, the 10 lost tribes living in these far-off regions, were representing the true Judaism, unadulterated by any other forms of belief or practice. Again, like they spoke a pure Hebrew, so too were their teachings pure. Never mixed with other things. Like, for example, if we take the Talmud, which is really, as some historians have called it, the constitution of Judaism. You can't understand the way we practice Judaism unless you have some familiarity with how the Talmud works and its context. But the Talmud is a tremendous amalgamation of a phenomenal amount of information from outside Jewish sources. It's constantly quoting folk tales from the Sasanian period, non-Jewish sayings, Aramaic sayings of all kinds of types, teachings from the world of business, weights and measures from Greek and Roman norms, mathematics. You name it, it's got a tremendous amount of non-Jewish material that goes into it simply because it's about daily life, and Jews live among non-Jews. So it stands to reason that Talmud would have things beyond mere, narrow commentary of the text. It's really an applied document, how do you live as a Jew in a multicultural society. So when Eldad was saying he's coming from this place where there are only Jews living in it with a pure Talmudic approach, with no references whatsoever to other religious practices, beliefs, and so on, then that's already asserting that his Judaism is purer than everyone else's. It's very difficult. Like, for example, the Talmud was written, the form we have it, between the 3rd and the 5th century, basically. And the 10 lost tribes had disappeared from the Jewish scene between 11 and 1500 years beforehand. So if they were practicing Talmudic Judaism using the Talmud, where did they get the Talmud? Because it wasn't written for another 1,000-odd years, so they went. So the answer is, as Eldad says it, we have the Talmud. It has no references to any particular speakers, no references to rabbis who lived, like Rabbi Akiva, for example. He's not in their Talmud. They just have the pure teachings from God as a one, without the human intervention. Bold statement. I'll pause for a question in a second, but let me just give you the example of Shita. So if God came with a number of traditions about how kosher slaughter should be done, in other ways it seems like a really legitimate Jew with an amazing story, then how should rabbinic Jews appreciate and approach his traditions? Are they more legitimate than the ones that were practiced in the 9th century, or less so because he was a charlatan and a liar? That was the question that was put to the rabbis of that day, and they had their say on it. But let me pause for a question or so. Judith, you're giving me all kinds of body language, and you're thinking about this, so you must have some reaction. Excellent question. There's no discussion of Dvarim, because in traditional Orthodox theology, the first 5 books of Moses really have the ultimate authority of being, absolutely correct as they stand and given to Moses, right? That's one of the 13 principles of faith as articulated by Maimonides and so on. But what they do discuss are the book of Esther and the book of Lamentations, because the book of Esther describes well, actually, both books are later. Lamentations, Echa, refers to the destruction of the first temple in the 6th century, and the 10 tribes were already lost 100 years before, 150 years before. So why would they have the book of Echa? The book of Esther, Megillah Esther, that happened even later than that, so they didn't have that. According to one version of the story, they have those books. Don't worry, we have, but we don't read them. First of all, because Esther, we weren't included in the miracle, and Lamentations, because it's so depressing, they just don't want to read it, so they actually don't read it. Again, it's logically implausible, but a lot of this story is logically implausible. Nevertheless, as I like to say to my undergraduates, history is not so much about, this I get the gewesen war, the way Van Ranke said, the way it actually happened. That's useful and important, but it's not nearly as important as what people believe happened. Because people can build entire civilizations on what they think happened, even if it's not necessarily the reality. Okay, wow, sophisticated question. So let's go back to the story. Now, so he brings up these halachos, and the rabbis are saying, oh my God, if what he's saying is true, fantastic as it is, it means that we have to accept these halachos because they are more authoritative than our own. And if he's a charlatan, then what are we wasting time with him? So the question went to Sura. Sura is one of the two major cities in Persia at the time, where the Gaonim existed. If you remember some of the lectures we gave a couple of years ago on the various Gaonim, these are the Talmudic centers in Babylon, which is no longer called Babylon, but the river Tigris and Euphrates, where you had the major yeshivas of the day. And the question was posed to Rabbi Tzemach ben Chaim, who was the Gaon of Sura, and they said, we got this guy here, Eldad, claims to be a member of the tribe of Dan. He tells us all this stuff about Shechita. He's in kosher, so to speak. And Tzemach wrote back and said, the truth is, you can rely on him, because I don't know him personally, but I know some people who know him. In other words, they played kind of Jewish geography with each other, and they knew friends of a friends, and he said, you know what, he's for real. Now, just because his story is for real doesn't mean that we accept the halachos right away, but at least he's part of the debate. And so the fact that he has kind of an imprimatur from no less a figure than the chief rabbi of the city of Sura, Shiva there, then his opinions went into debate, and that's how we see them in the writings of Rashi, Maimonides, and so on. Now, we don't agree with them, we don't accept them wholeheartedly, but nevertheless, they do enter into the Talmudic debate over exactly how the Shechita is done, which indicates kind of an interesting, ambiguity in Jewish thought that is quite pervasive. I'm sure you're familiar with the famous story in the Gemara in Bava Metzia, where the rabbis were having a disagreement with one rabbi named Rabbi Eliezer, I think it was Eliezer. And Eliezer insists on his interpretation. He says, look, if I'm right, then, let this river flow backwards. Right? The river flows backwards. The rabbis say then, so what? We don't rely on miracles. And if I'm right, then let the walls of the study hall collapse. And they start to lean in. The rabbis say, that's not right. You're destroying public property. Right? So they stop them halfway leaning. And then he says, okay, if I'm right, let heaven proclaim that I'm right. And a booming voice comes out and says, Rabbi Eliezer is right. And nevertheless, the rabbis say, sorry, we don't rely on heavenly voices. And we have a system of how we decide things. Majority rules, and you lose. And so the Talmudic passage ends by saying, Elijah the prophet asked God what he thought about that, and God said, he laughed. He said, they have defeated me, my children, they have defeated me. So in other words, even though he writes this amazing story, and if he's right, then he is really right, nevertheless, he has to go through the regular rules of debate, the parliamentary rules, and if we don't agree with them, we're not going to accept them. Anyways, another question that comes up at this point is, I should mention, by the way, that even though Rothschild, Rambam, and others do quote Eldad, there are a few important thinkers, most notably Abraham Ibn Ezra, we'll talk about that going later this semester, who disagreed and said, no, he's a charlatan, why are you listening to these people? It's not useful whatsoever. The 10 tribes are in fact lost. And the Maharan in Rothschild that we spoke about last year. So there were many rabbis who said he refused to give him any credence whatsoever. One last detail that's relevant to the story is the question of whether or not he was a Karaite Jew. The Karaites are a sort of major breakaway Indian of Jews who, in the 9th century, roughly contemporaneous with Eldad, disagreed with the use of the oral Torah as an interpretive tool for written Torah. In other words, they basically broke away from the entire tradition of rabbinic Judaism and rejected the Talmud, rejected the Mishnah, and tried to create an alternative interpretation of Judaism. They had quite a lot of success. They're very prominent as a minority among the Jewish people throughout, sometimes a very powerful minority, throughout the Middle Ages, right up until the 20th century. And in fact, there are some pockets of Karaites active today. But in the intense and quite vocal debate between Rabbinites and Karaites, the whole story of Eldad was very prominent. Okay, so the story just gets weirder then. The research on Eldad Hadani was very intense in the 19th century. Again, it's related to the engines that drove a lot of Jewish thought at that time. If we jump ahead to think about what it was like for Jews in the 19th century, in Europe in particular, we should recall that the zeitgeist, the spirit of the age, was towards national awakening. Eastern Europe in particular was dominated by massive multinational empires, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the Russian Empire, the German Empire, with many different ethnicities and nationalities in them. And throughout the course of the 19th century, influenced heavily by the French Revolution, the success of that experiment, many nationalities had seen themselves as subject, non-titular nationalities, suddenly said, why can't we have our own country? Why can't we have our own, self-determination and things like that? So a lot of people, the Poles, for example, who successfully resurrected their country after 200 years of having lost their sovereignty, the Ukrainians, the Latvians, the Lithuanians, the Balts, all kinds of people began to say we should have our own national identity, our own language, our own borders, our own flag, and so on. So Jews were caught up in this as well, and they were trying to articulate for themselves, what does it mean to have a Jewish existence? Up until the 19th century, Jews had basically gone along with the traditional theological that Jews were members of the people that belonged to Israel as one national unit, and they were, as a result of their sins, punished with exile. And so Jews were, second-class citizens theologically in all other countries, a status quo that Jews accepted as much as the nations in which they lived. Because Jews felt that, the reason they're here in Jersey or whatever is because thousands of years ago we were punished, and we're waiting for our eventual return to Israel. But in the 19th century, with the decline of a lot of religious attitudes and the rise of national thinking, Jews began to question, maybe we should reevaluate our national identities, and we should reestablish some form of national government, whether it was expressed in Zionistic terms, meaning a return to the land of Israel and the establishment of a sovereign nation there, or whether it was expressed in terms of creating kind of like little enclaves and reservations of Jews. There were some set up here in America, around Buffalo, for example. There was a a settlement of Jews who wanted to create a new Zion in this country that was designed just for Jews to live in peace and harmony with Judaism as their defining religion. So in this context, people began to look back over a lot of the old stories and look at Eldad Haddadi in particular and try to imagine what it meant. And what they found was a lot of these researchers of the 19th century that, there are a lot of forgotten Jewish kingdoms that had existed throughout the entire period of the diaspora. They received very little attention from serious scholars, and so there's just the beginning of a burgeoning research trend towards understanding these brief and sometimes long-lived national experiments. I'm going to tell you about one right now. Certainly, the historical research that was generated about 150 years ago by modern Jewish scholars, modern in the sense of like in the 1800s, is definitely motivated by Eldad because they looked to Eldad's story as a model of a possible Jewish national existence after the exile from Israel. And they wanted to know as much as they could about this because they said, what does this mean for us if we're trying to create this? And there were many examples of Jewish sovereign nations. It's really not appropriate to use the term nation, before the 19th century, but political entities that actually existed. For example, the Beta Israel, which is the proper name for the so-called Falashas or the Ethiopian Jews. Falasha is a derogatory term that has historical record going back to the 4th century and existing in some form or another throughout the Middle Ages. Again, a lot of the data that we have for the permanence and the power and the effect of their national expression is different to work with, but we certainly have reliable sources to say they existed as an independent, with some political power, all the way back to the 4th century. A similar example, in Yemen, you have Joseph who in the 6th century created a small Jewish enclave in some, I've seen him describe a warlord, so maybe the term indicates that it's more of like a regional power than a state power, but nevertheless, you have a couple of examples of Jews being in charge of particular regions. And the most famous of them all, the most controversial, so I'll spend a little bit more time talking about them, the great and well-documented state of Khazaria, which was Jewish as of the year 740. And as you can see from this map here, the range of Khazaria was actually quite extensive, going all the way out to Kiev, which according to the great Ukrainian historian Rothschild was actually founded by Khazarian Jews. That's our amazing statement. All the way across the eastern part of Ukraine, you'd see like Donetsk and Kharkiv and places like that, going all the way out here past the Caspian Sea into the Don region. And this was essentially a massive Jewish country at the time. And what is the time? We're talking about 500 years. Imagine a Jewish country existing for 500 years. And it just flies under the radar for most of our consciousnesses. Now, it's a complicated story with Khazaria. Let me tell you a story, and then I'm going to ask you all to do me a favor, and I'm especially going to ask all of you out there on the internet to do me a favor as well, because I have a problem with the whole Khazarian story that it's a personal problem, and I'm not sure what to do about it. But I'll get to that in a second. Anyways, what is the story with Khazaria? We do have, if you recall, a couple of lectures on this topic specifically, so I won't go into great detail. But Khazaria was a pagan land. They're essentially worshipping trees, rocks, wind, spirits, things like that. And they were concerned about their religious identity and their independence. So you have the Islamic movement moving up from the south. We were talking about the year 740, so that means that Islam had been in existence for about 120 years, and it was sweeping across North Africa. And to the east, to the west, you have the Christian world. Christianity is expanding throughout the European continent and slowly but surely converting to various pagan groups to Christianity. And so the Khazars, who are based in their capital in Antioch, said, if we don't join these powerful monotheistic faiths, we are more likely we're going to be followed up by one of them. So they were, we have a whole story about this in church literature. They were debating which one of them should they consider choosing, and they decided to have a three-way debate, and they invited a Jewish representative. And so the rabbi, the priest, and the minister, a rabbi, a priest, and an imam, it sounds like a bad joke, right? The rabbi, the priest, and the imam, they decide to debate, and King Bulan of the Khazar decides that he will accept Judaism over the other two. It's a wonderful story, but on a political level, choosing Judaism meant that he could retain some level of political independence, because both Christianity and Islam had a degree of deference for Judaism, because it was a monofaith, it was a mother faith to the two daughter religions, and as a result, by choosing to convert to Judaism, Khazaria remained politically independent for the next 500 years. Now, there are a lot of questions about the Khazarian story. For example, there's a lot of doubt that the decision taken at the very highest levels of the Khazarian government penetrated into the general population. Maybe this was just a cynical political move that was, affected by the ruling elites, and that's it. Although we do have some interesting evidence of Khazarian Jews who traveled, for example, to Cairo and left documents, so we know that they were average Khazarian Jews as well. But nevertheless, they did retain some kind of identity as Jews, and they are known as Jews by their non-Jewish neighbors in many, many documents. Arabic historians, Slavic historians all are aware of the Khazars being Jewish, but in the 12th century, eventually they were overrun by the princes of Kiev and Rus, and they disappeared from the stage. Now, this is where I have to tell you my personal request, and that is I need you, those of you who are here, I certainly appreciate your presence, and if you go online, this is where you can help me on the internet. We must fill the internet with goodness. Why do I say that? Because there is a tremendous amount of hateful anti-Semitic thought surrounding the Khazar story, more than almost anything else I talk about. If you look, for example, at the statistics on my lectures on the web, so most of my lectures, people watch, I've got maybe now 500 hits, 700 hits, people watching this. But really popular ones, like maybe, I think my lecture on the Rabbi has gotten about, 7,000 hits. So my lecture on Khazaria has like about 20,000. So it's so crazy popular. And the reason is because the whole story of the Khazars speaks to the identity of modern Jews. There's a theory that has been advanced by Arthur Kessler and others that modern Ashkenazi Jews are not actually the descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, Sarah, Rachel, Rebecca, and Leah. They are, in fact, the descendants of Khazars, a Turkic tribe living over the Caspian Sea that had nothing whatsoever to do with the ancient biblical history. A lot of modern anti-Semites, in their attempt to delegitimize modern Jews as being either the descendants of the biblical Jews, and at the same time delegitimizing their ancestral claims to Israel. Say the people who claim to be Jews, specifically the Ashkenazi Jews, they're not even real Jews. They are Khazars. And this theory is incredibly popular. So here's my request, especially on YouTube, not so much on my, and just glance down briefly at this and then write something nice. Write something as a, and because I get so much of people saying, you're not a real Jew, Rabbi, you don't know what you're talking about, you're a Khazar, and it's just awful. So please help fill the internet with goodness and write something useful. You can disagree with me, but just politely, instead of like nasty anti-Semitic comments. I try, as a matter of course, to leave the comments unedited because I think that's just healthy for debate. but I do delete comments that are use profanity or are simply hate speech. I will delete those. But otherwise, you'll see lots of nasty stuff that gets through. Unless silly as hell, goodness. Anyways, this is a real story. This actually happened. A whole country of Jews. We're not exactly sure how deep that conversion reached and exactly what kind of Judaism they practice, whether it's rabbinic or Karaite. But we have multiple points of data that reinforce the fact that it existed, and then it simply disappeared in the 12th century, and we have nothing else to say about it. So Eldad's story is not so far-fetched. You could easily have borrowed from a lot of these things, and who knows, there may have some kernels of truth in his otherwise amazing story. So the next stage of this story, however, is once again we're going away from what actually happened to what people believed happened. Is that Eldad's story gained a lot of popularity among Jews living sometimes in an oppressed situation as a minority in these countries, thinking, the Messianic era, it could happen anytime. The 10 lost tribes are just waiting for the signal, and the Messianic era will unfold, and exile will end, we'll return to Israel, because we know that they're just over the mountains. They're just on the other side of the river Kush. They have this amazing river, Sambatyon, and the Bnei Moshe, and everything there. Just waiting for it to happen. So a tremendous amount of hope is spread among Jewish populations as a result. However, it was not relegated to Jewish ears. There were many non-Jews who were hearing this story as well, and of course, it struck to the core of Christian eschatology. What would the end is be like for the Christians? If it's true that the 10 lost tribes are out there just waiting to rejoin, the pitiful Jews we have living in our ghettos here in Europe, what does that mean about the whole Christian story? And so by the 12th century, a Christian version of this story began to circulate. Right? It's clearly taken a lot of material straight from Eldad Adani, but it has one major difference, and that is that there is a Christian priest living out in the part of his name is Prester John, and he is in charge of the 10 Jewish tribes that are out there, and he rules them and dominates them, and that when Jesus comes for the second time, then Prester John will bring those 10 tribes out, and the Jews will have the final denouement in accordance with Christian teachings of the end of days. So in other words, the whole Eldad story was actually hijacked and just slightly altered in the 12th century to be able to fit within a Christian viewpoint. And at that juncture, the whole story of Eldad Adani became even more popular because of the association.
Clearly. Remember that time I asked about Wednesday? He does it, yeah. Are you slanging differences going on inside? What happened to your microphone? I know you said you're using your headset. What happened to your original? What happened to your original device? What happened to your original device? The phone got busted. Your earphones are busted. Okay. It's very difficult to hear you with your headphones. I'm not saying I don't love talking to you. I'm just making it better. What's on your agenda for today, Simon? I don't know. Can make any adjustments that you need. Sounds like a plan, baby. That's frosty, everybody.
Association with Christian eschatology. At the same time, the fear factor grew as well, and a lot of strange myths about Jews began to circulate from the 12th century onward in particular that feed off Eldad's story, that are a lot less, let's say, healthy perhaps in thinking. There was this fear that there were all these massive hordes of warrior Jews who were living under mountains in the Caucasus regions. They're called the Rothschild, the Red Jews. And they were waiting for the signal to be unleashed and to rampage across Europe and to attack all of the peaceful Christians living in various countries. And this was more of a paranoid fear, again, riffing off Eldad's story and ripping off the Prester John story at the same time. This fear that the Jews, especially those who emerged from Hungary, were going to descend on every living room, covering all the couches with plastic. And that was a joke. I thought you'd get away with that. Maybe I should do. But anyway, the idea that the Red Jews were going to come out of these 10 lost tribes, and they were going to actually, destroy Christian civilization as a result. And one final sort of twist that especially becomes prominent from the 13th century onward is the development of the ideology of the so-called Antichrist. One of the significant developments in right after the High Middle Ages is this concept that the devil, who becomes very, very prominent in Christian thought, is going to actively mount a campaign to try and stop the second coming by creating a doppelganger, the reverse image, as it were, of Jesus in the so-called Antichrist. And how would this Antichrist be born? Well, there would, just as Jesus was, according to Christian thought, the product of the union of God and a human woman, a Jewish woman. So the Antichrist would be the product of the union between Satan and a Jewish woman, get this, from the tribe of Dan, right? Eldad Hadani, the warrior Danites. And that this child is brought to go through a whole series of miracles that were designed to be the mirror for Jesus' own life. And then he would go back to the Caucasus region, unlock the mountains, and he would directly lead hordes of Jews out into Europe to destroy the world as they know it then. So the whole Eldad story has some rather negative repercussions later as it is translated into a kind of paranoid vision of what it must be like for these 10 tribes to exist. So when we take it all together, it's really a complex and bizarre story. We don't know to what degree Eldad's story has any veracity, but there are definitely some points of contact with valid historicity that we can affirm some elements of his story. If not the more fantastic elements, at least the idea of Jewish nationhood is not totally unknown before the 20th century. The fantastic elements, therefore, contain elements of truth. And Eldad, by the way, being the sort of role model for many Jewish travels of the Middle Ages. Jews were especially known for their wide-ranging commercial activity, and as a result, we have a whole series of Jewish travelers who really publish their travel logs, like Patanka of Regensburg and so on, Benjamin of Tudela, and they're like a primary genre created for the reading audience of the time. The story of Eldad provided a lot of hope to Jews living in exile for an eventual redemption, and at the same time, stoked some paranoia among the non-Jewish nations among whom they lived that perhaps the Jews would make a second coming that would decimate Christian civilization. Just one last little footnote here. Eldad's story has an interesting expression in the person of Israel Eldad, shown here, pointing, very important early Zionist who was associated with some of the more right-wing expressions of Zionism in the pre-state period, and he abandoned his traditional Yiddish language surname, and I think it was Schweib, if I remember correctly, and he adopted the last name Eldad specifically to evoke the whole story of Eldad Adani and the independent 10 tribes living beyond the river Kush. So the story is bizarre, it is ephemeral and very difficult to understand the basics of it, but nevertheless it grips the imagination even to the present day. And with that, I want to thank you very much for your endurance, as always, and I look forward to seeing you next week. All right, well, everyone, why don't we get started? We've got a really important topic tonight. We're going to study the life of the Rambam, the Nesher HaGadol, the great eagle, one of the most important and influential figures in Jewish history. Someone who such a long shadow that the famous thing was, from Moses until Moses, there was no one like Moses. And from Moses of the Torah until Moses Maimonides, there was nothing like him. And in fact, since Moses, today, there's no one really this way. Let me begin. I apologize for those of you who were at Charlotte Shoes. You heard this, and this is probably the only one. But, the joke goes like this. A woman gets on a bus, an elderly woman got onto a bus, and she gets on, the bus driver is very friendly to her, so she likes some peanuts, young man, and he says, well, thank you, I think I might like some peanuts. And so she gives him a few peanuts. It's nice to see you. Welcome back. Welcome back to Florida. So then she sits down. Then a few minutes later, they're driving along, and she gets up again, and she says, excuse me, young man, would you like some more peanuts? And he says, you know, that would be really nice. I enjoyed those peanuts. So she gives us more peanuts. And this goes on several times. So finally, he says to her, listen, you know, it's really very kind of you, but why do you keep offering me so many peanuts? And she says, well, I only really like the chocolate. Okay, so I'm hoping that this presentation, I'm going to give you all the chocolate, and I'll hang on to the peanuts, but the truth is, there's so much to say about Maimonides, and we actually started a couple minutes late today, so I'm going to try and speak a little faster just to make up the time, but we're just going to touch on the life of this truly incredible man and his impact on Jewish history. This lecture is sponsored by the Young Youth Trio of Bell Harbor Surfside. We're very grateful for the shul to provide us with heat and light, or AC and light, and place to meet. We are looking for sponsorships for future lectures, so if you're interested, please contact me or contact shul office. The shul likes $200 to offset the costs, and all the profits, of course, go into producing that wonderful edifice that we are creating just a block away. So let's go straight to the material. Rabbi Moshe ben Maimon, the acronym of his name in Hebrew is, of course, Rambam, and that's how he is known to many of his students today. Known in Latin as Maimonides, the I-D-E-S suffix means son of Maimon. His first name was Moshe, his father's name was Maimon, hence Maimonides, or Moshe ben Maimon. His years are 1135 to 1204, born in Cordoba, Spain, and died in Postad, Egypt. There's some debate for where exactly he is buried. His grave is usually associated with a place near Tiberia, Israel, where they have a special tomb. But the Jews of Cairo believe that, in fact, still buried there in Cairo in the courtyard of the yeshiva, where he studied in a small suburb of that town. He was a physician, a philosopher, a popular leader with his courage and conviction. His opinions were highly controversial, as we shall see. His books were even consigned to flames by other Jews. But at the same time, his point of view, and it continues to be studied today, even though there are many, many areas where the Rabbinic consensus differs from Maimonides' point of view. Nevertheless, he is the primary interlocutor for the dominant opinion significant to this day. So what I'd like to talk a little bit about his life, and then I would like to talk about his literary work, and specifically the Jewish literary works, divide them into two basic categories, and that'll be it for the night. Okay, any questions or arguments before we begin? No hard questions allowed, just easy ones? Okay, good. We'll save the hard questions for later when we don't have the camera running. So his family was a distinguished rabbinic lineage. His father was a dayan, or a judge, in Cordoba. In his commentary to the Mishnah Torah, Maimonides lists successive generations of dayanim that preceded him. And in fact, after his death, he was appointed the Nagid of Egypt, meaning the leading Jewish political figure in Egypt, and that title was held by members of his family for another 200 years after his death. So clearly a very illustrious family with tremendous rabbinic ethos or lineage. One of the exceptional positions that Maimonides held that makes this even more amazing is the fact that he held that dayanim and also rabbis should not be paid for their services. They should have other occupations. He, of course, was originally a merchant and then later became a famous physician. And they should only earn from their regular livelihoods, and whatever they do as judges or as rabbis should be completely pro bono for the benefit of the community as a whole. This is probably one of the reasons why he was so controversial, especially among Ashkenazi rabbis who took a contrary position, believing that a decent, livable salary, and that is a controversy that continues to this day. So he came from this long line of rabbis and of judges, and he never took a penny for his work as a judge in the Jewish community. He was born here, you can see, in Cordoba, in Spain, at the very end of the Spanish Golden Age. We're actually going to go a little bit back in time next week and look at the period of the Spanish Golden Age, but for now we're going to concentrate on the 12th century. At the time, the Almohads took over Spain, as you can see, as well as a section of North Africa. The Almohads were known as the monotheists, and they were strict interpreters of Sharia, meaning they believed that Muslim law should be interpreted with a minimum of divergence for various opinions. In one area that affected the Jews in particular, the Almohads removed their dhimmi status, meaning Jews, since the Pact of Omar, in at least the 9th century, according to Muslim tradition, perhaps even earlier than that, Jews and Christians were given special protected status, or dhimmi status. They had to pay extra in tax, but they were allowed to practice their own religion without fear of persecution. They were allowed to maintain their synagogues and so on. The Almohads removed this leniency for Christians and Jews, particularly in the tricultural state of Spain, where the conflict between Jews, Muslims, and Christians was perhaps the fiercest in all of Europe. And this meant that it became increasingly intolerable for the Maimonides family to remain in that the Iberian Peninsula. So they departed from Cordoba and spent many years first in Fez, Morocco, where Maimonides simultaneously studied Jewish law in the yeshiva there, as well as medicine in the Al Qaeda University. He then spent additional years going from there across the coast of North Africa, ending up in Israel. In fact, I can show you some pictures. I'll show you some pictures. Here's a picture of Cordoba, Spain. This is where the Alhambra Palace is located. We'll talk a lot more about that next street when we look at it in Noguera. And he moved here to Fez, Morocco. Beautiful Moorish architecture. And then he made his way all the way over to the old city of Jerusalem, where he lived briefly. It's not known exactly why he left Israel. He clearly found that it was the high point in his personal career, and he wrote of his time in Israel as a personal, peak in his life. And in fact, he wrote his ultimately decision or his fate to move back to Egypt with a considerable amount of regret. In some cases, there are letters where he refers to himself as someone who sins every single day, without any specific reference as to which sin it is. Many scholars believe it was the idea of returning to Egypt, which some feel is a transgression in the Torah. But at any rate, he left Israel after a very short sojourn, and he spent the rest of his life in Fustat, Egypt. This is where he made his career and his fame, particularly first as being a jewel merchant, and then later as a physician. Now, in Fustat, even though he did not have a position of tremendous authority at the time, there was a situation in which the Jews and Christians were in tremendous conflict. There's a huge geopolitical conflict that had gone on since the Crusades at the end of the 11th century. And one of the smaller battles between those two religious groups was that a Christian king had taken captive an entire in northern Egypt and held a significant Jewish population. Maimonides took a leadership role from Fustat, and he arranged a huge collection of cash from the Jewish communities of Egypt, and was able to secure the release of the Jews who were taken captive. For this, he received prestige and respect, as well as significant remuneration, because he was called upon to serve in many different capacities as a communal leader. And ultimately, he chose to invest his funds in a gem business that his younger brother David would run. Maimonides had told his brother that he should specifically price at one particular location. I believe it was somewhere in Arabia. When David went, so he gave him a huge pile of money to go and make this purchase, which he then would bring back, and of course he would live off that. As it happened, David traveled to this location, the name of which escapes me right now, and he found that the merchandise was not up to par, and so he elected to go on a much longer voyage to India, where rumor had it there was much more fine merchandise to be had. Unfortunately, his boat sank sometime in the year 1169 or 1170, and he never returned, and the family fortune was lost. This was a cause of tremendous grief to Maimonides. He describes how he fell into a deep depression for about a year. He was inconsolable because this younger brother was, he raised him on his knee, and he was his student as well. He left behind a wife and a young daughter, and Maimonides was quite crushed by it, and he describes still mourning for him even 9 years later. But at any rate, the reversal in family fortunes meant that he had to find a new career, and so he had been taking quite a bit of medical training in Fez and also in Cordoba before they even left. So he decided to turn his hand to medicine, and he turned out to be extremely successful at this, eventually becoming the court physician to the Grand Vizier, and ultimately to none other than Sultan Al-Din himself. There are even some interesting sources that Richard the Lionheart, the Crusader king, wanted to bring Maimonides into his own employ, but there's no real significant basis for that. there is an interesting citation that's rooted about that Maimonides even converted to Islam in the course of his wanderings before he became Naqid. I'm just walking back a little bit now chronologically. But there's a lot, I should just dispense with it right now. There's the consensus of scholarly opinion is that likely that it is not at all correct, because the Muslims of the period were a little bit like the Mormons of the time, baptizing dead Jews who were killed in the Holocaust in order that they should get posthumous life in the world to come. And so there was something of a tendency among some Muslim historians to posthumously grant conversion to famous non-Muslims in history, and Maimonides was principal among them. There are some scholars, though, who believe that, in fact, he did go through a pro forma conversion, perhaps in the context of the persecution of that era, but that nullified once he reached safety. There's a lot of texts in Rothschild's own writings, however, that indicates that he had significant sympathy for people who were forced to convert. He has a tremendous amount of space devoted in his writings to urging communities to be tolerant with those Jews who came through conversion either to Christianity or to Islam, and saying that they should be accepted without any kind of probation. He also wrote that Jews should not live in places where forced conversion is likely to occur. So the preponderance of evidence indicates he probably never converted, but at any rate, he did certainly have a great amount of sympathy for those who did. Yes, please. So the question, which I should repeat for our internet audience in the Philippines, the question is, how was Maimonides affected by the Crusades? I don't know. I simply don't know the answer to it. I've never seen anything that Maimonides has written on that topic. As you correctly point out, the Jews were basically peripheral to the Crusades, especially later on in the 12th century. The massacres of Jews during the Crusades occurred primarily in the Rhineland, in Germany. The Jews who were not in the region of Israel, of Jerusalem itself, would probably never have seen a crusader. So I don't know exactly. I've never seen anything Rambam wrote on the topic. Certainly, it was part of the larger geopolitical factors involved in the day, and it's doubtful that he ever met Richard the Lion, but as we read history backwards and we look at famous figures and we try to draw lines between them, that's probably where that came about. There's no question that he was highly sought after as a physician in Cairo, and his service to the Grand Vizier and then to the Sultan is well known. Okay, that's an observation. So, as I mentioned, he had to turn to medicine as a career. And I mentioned all these things. Okay, so I said there's an interesting kind of picture of Maimonides. There's so many pictures of Maimonides I could have spent the entire class just looking at them. But this is, by the way, the head of a statue that was erected near Maimonides' home in Córdoba, Spain. In terms of medical studies, now this is an area that's not well studied by Jews, but he produced a phenomenal amount of medical literature written by and large in Arabic. He followed basically the thought of Galen, the idea of the humors, the guile and good humor and various things like that. But he also was given over to experimentation as well. He didn't rely simply on a theoretical knowledge of medicine. He was very much into observation. Now, this is well before, but nevertheless, there was something important to him. He also contributed literature, a multilingual guide to pharmaceuticals, which represented various herbs and spices and other medicinal ingredients that were used, and listed them in a quadrilingual format. I believe the four languages were Hebrew, Arabic, and Greek, which was a phenomenal service to the medical rabbinical community because it meant that, the terminology could be standardized and that what people said in Latin text could then be written in Arabic text and so on. He wrote treatises on a wide variety of topics, often for from it was commissioned. Wealthy Arab would commission him to write essentially a manual of how they were supposed to treat their condition. Asthma, for example, depression. He wrote a medical treatise on depression, which is fascinating for the 12th century. A lot on marital issues. Sexuality was something that people wanted to know about, and they would often ask him how to deal with their various sexual problems. Even a treatise on hemorrhoids. It's all things, right? So I looked at all the yeshivas here in Miami. No one could find Maimonides' treatise on hemorrhoids. I was looking for it, but no luck. I'd have to try Wikipedia or something like that to find it. But nevertheless, for the 12th century, tremendous amount of medical writings really at the top of this field. It's especially amazing when you think about the intensity of his day, which I believe is the next slide here, right? His day, which he writes about in many of his letters, was an incredibly busy day. First of all, Postad was a bedroom community to Cairo, and he would have a daily commute of about an hour by donkey, which is probably about 15 minutes by car, maybe a little less than that, but nevertheless an hour ride on a donkey to get to Cairo, where he would then spend the entire day taking care of the Sultan and his extended family, the children, the whole harem. These were all his patients, and his whole day would be taken up with this kind of thing. Then he would return home, once again stuck on the freeway on his donkey for another hour. There's no donkey on the donkeys at all, and he makes it all the way back, and then he returns home, and his home is filled with local Postad individuals, both Jews and Gentiles, who have come to him for medical needs. He would spend his evening writing out prescriptions and diagnoses and so on, and then only late at night would he have the time to study Torah. And somehow, with that small amount of time at night, he wrote the novels in Jewish thought and halakha, really mind-boggling in their complexity, it's really hard to imagine how one person could have accomplished all of this time with only 69 years. On Shabbos, he spent the entire day giving people halakhic instruction in Jewish law. So he lived an incredibly busy life, and yet his work was phenomenally prolific at the same time. Okay, pause for questions or arguments, discussions, debates. Did he ever sleep? Good question. He wrote a lot about how to sleep. So perhaps he wrote that when he was insomniac. But no, the Rambam's concept of Jewish law was so all-encompassing that even sleep, I'll get to that when we talk about his literary endeavor, very significant. So, it's right here. This is a little bit, there's Abel. Please ask a good question. Not too hard. Yes, he had a wife and he had one surviving son named Abraham, who left a certain amount of writings as well. I do not believe he had other children. I think he had daughters who did not survive infancy, if I remember correctly, but I'm not positive about that. And of course, he was raising the widow and orphan daughter of his brother as well. So he had, several people in his household that he was responsible for. Okay, so what's perhaps most significant for us in trying to understand Maimonides is his Jewish works, his Jewish written works. This is, by the way, a manuscript copy found in Geniza in Maimonides' own handwriting. It is Hebrew and Arabic letters, or Arabic and Hebrew letters, excuse me. So it's Judeo-Arabic Israeli. The Ben Sira Geniza, I think, is the one I posted on. Yes, I think so. Right. Okay. So he wrote two basic kinds of works. He wrote popular halakhic works, and he wrote advanced philosophic works. And real sense of the dichotomyality and the sort of trajectory of his thought. So let's deal with the first category. His popular were written in the simple Hebrew, remarkably easy Hebrew, intermediate, middle school level Hebrew, and they were designed to give a large swath of the Jewish population access, sophisticated and thorough and comprehensive access to the entire corpus of Jewish law. We should remember that one of the huge lacunae in Jewish thought at this time was that there were very few codes in existence. What do I mean by that? The way that Jewish law is organized is that basically it's all found within Talmud and in successive amounts of literature, which we spoke about a few weeks ago when we were talking about the Geonim. The Talmud is not at all organized in a format that we would recognize in the modern world. Basically, the Talmud is like this long stream of consciousness document that has a logical flow to it, but the only way that you can look anything up in the Talmud is if you know the entire Talmud. There is no way to appropriately, because it's even strange to talk about tangents in the Talmud, because all of the Talmud is one long tangent. I'm not exaggerating, because you may be studying, for example, the Shabbat, which deals with the laws of the Sabbath, but it's very likely some crucial laws will be found in entirely different tractates that are not titled Tractate Shabbat. It's just the nature of the way that the Talmud itself. So one of the things that was really missing was a code that essentially took all information and organized it in a fashion that people could easily look up the halakha that they were supposed to find. So like modern books would have chapters and would have sections and would have paragraphs that are all ordered in a logical format. We spoke a little bit about Saadia's influence with the Mutazilite philosophy and methodology a few weeks ago, and the Rambam, although he disagreed with Saadia in many areas, he definitely liked that style of organization. So basically, what he did was he wrote this amazing document called the Yad HaChazakah, the strong hand. The word hand, Yad in Hebrew, means 14 because it has 14 books in it. And this was basically a massive code of Jewish law. It was not the first code to be written, but it was clearly the most comprehensive, the easiest to access, and a runaway popular bestseller on the 12th century, New York Times bestseller list. It was such a phenomenal work because it took the entire Talmud, all of the responsive literature written to that day, and put it together in such a way that anyone with very, very basic Hebrew suddenly had access to information, a rabbi of 80 years of study would have. It was a tremendous device. It was not unlike the kind of information revolution that we have today with, for example, smartphones, with access to Wikipedia. That's the kind of colossal achievement that Maimonides did in his Mishnah Torah. Truly, it was very controversial because if you recall, people were already upset with him because he said rabbis shouldn't take any money for their services. He essentially put them out of business by saying, "What do you need a rabbi for? I have the Mishnah Torah. Is this going to come out?" Sure. What is it? Okay, thank you very much. So that means I'm talking too much. If the screensaver turns on, it means I'm talking too much. I have to definitely go to the next screen. The Mishnah Torah was, and it's very, very controversial, as we shall see shortly. He also Sefer HaMitzvot, which was really addressing the question of what are the mitzvot. I mean, it's kind of a big thing, right? Everybody talks about 613 books of the Torah, Torah mitzvot, but no one ever counts them. No one ever says, well, what are they exactly? So the Rambam set out and combed through the entire Chumash, the five books of Moses, and he wrote down exactly what those 613 mitzvot, and single-handedly created yet another industry of rabbinic scholarship, as people like number 247, saying, no, that's not a mitzvah, that's just a minhag, or number 362, that definitely includes two mitzvot, once you put it together, there's a whole discussion there. But still, these kinds of works, and I should mention also his first work, the commentary on the Mishnah, they represented an entire his thought saying that the Torah should not belong to specialists. The Torah should not belong only to those people who have advanced meaning in the highly arcane Aramaic idiom of the Talmud. The Torah should be something that everyone with just the very basic literary skills should be able to access. Literacy skills, excuse me. So that was in itself, and really he could have rested laurels having made this signation to the Jewish people only when he was starting. The second major body of his written works, and I'm excluding here his letters, of which there are hundreds and say a lot about his personality and his leadership style and so on, but now we're talking more about his formal treatises written for the Jewish world, were books that were written for an entirely different audience. Whereas the Mishnah Torah and the Sefer HaMitzvot were written for the common Jew, the books like Guide for the Perplexed, Mora Nevuchim, were designed specifically for the highly educated, highly sophisticated, but somewhat ambivalent Arabic-speaking Jew of his age. These are Jews who, this is an era where Jews had tremendous access to all the corridors of learning. There was no real barrier set before them to keep them out of colleges. So they were learning everything that they could. And they were learning the greatest works of Arab philosophy at the time. And then they were thinking to themselves, wait a minute, why be Jewish? About how Islam is an advance over Judaism. Judaism has all kinds of strange things in it, anthropomorphisms for God, and certain bizarre commandments that we have no idea why they're there, like the mixing of wool and linen, so on and so forth. So looking at that highly, specialized but at-risk population, Maimonides wrote this phenomenal philosophical work, the Mora Nevuchim, the Guide for the Perplexed, which was designed specifically to address their philosophical concerns. And unlike the Mishnah Torah, which showed his skill as an encyclopedist, giving him the ability to span the entire breadth of Jewish thought and put it down in very simple layman's terms, the Guide for the Perplexed was like a mountain climber. He rose to the heights of Jewish thought, engaged in very abstruse and complex philosophical debate to bring across the most sophisticated aspects of Judaism. Guide for the Perplexed was published in Judeo-Arabic, which, among other things, was the vernacular of this segment of the population, but it also allowed him to use the sophisticated philosophical vocabulary of the time that was lacking in Hebrew. One of the more difficult aspects of the Guide for the Perplexed is that most students today do not read Arabic, they read Hebrew, and they have to rely on somewhat problematic, intimidating family that, themselves were somewhat challenged by the abstruse philosophical terminology that's used in the book. Nevertheless, and since in this book he really brought together a lot of Aristotelian thought with traditional Jewish theology, it had a huge influence later on Christian scholastic thought. St. Thomas in particular quotes Maimonides at length with tremendous respect, just as Maimonides would quote Aristotle for him, calling him, for example, ha-philosophe, the philosopher. So there's a chain of transmission of ideas from Aristotle through Maimonides through Thomas Aquinas that makes Maimonides one of the very, very few Jews in our history that ever achieved fame for his Jewish works outside of the Jewish world. There are only a handful of people who really reached that level of world fame for their Jewish works, not for something else that they may have done. Like, for example, Albert Einstein, tremendously famous for his theories of relativity and so on, but he's not famous for his commentary on the Mishnah. Maimonides is one of those people who was able to take his Jewish learning and expand it far beyond the limitations of his ethnicity. Okay, questions, arguments about these massive works? Clear as the sun at noonday, right? Oh, yes. Aaron. Right. So I think absolutely you're quite prescient and you're quite a little bit of a lecture. The question that's asked for my friends in the Philippines is, do Maimonides, really cross-reference, with the Talmud? And in fact, that's one of the main reasons criticized, because he specifically omitted all footnotes. There's no question that he is clearly aware of all the debates in the Talmud. Language is incredibly precise. Even though he uses very simple Hebrew, it's incredibly precise and demanding Hebrew, or a heading could change the entire meaning, and you see why he chose certain phrases. He was criticized because no one could essentially verify his citations. Nobody could say, well, how do we know we should rely on you? The only way we'll know is to go and look at the Talmud and verify the trust but verify kind of approach to it. His argument was that it's a popular work. He did not want to overburden it with massive numbers of footnotes. Later, of course, those footnotes would be researched and written by incredible authorities like none other than Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, who had made a massive commentary on the Mishnah called the Kesef Mishnah that proved the validity of Maimonides' opinions. Oops, I'm losing it again, right? There we go. Let's find back. Well, actually, let's go straight to the criticisms. Yeah, let's go to the criticisms. Let's go, because really that's what I'm answering right now. And what's going on here? This is anti-Semitism at work, yes. Okay, here we go. All right, so he was criticized heavily during his lifetime. So why was he criticized? I've already mentioned in response to Aaron's question that he was heavily criticized because he did not include footnotes. He just wrote it down simply in a straightforward manner because he wanted to say the halakha the way it was. With great self-confidence, he asserted, yes, this is what you're supposed to do. Not like that's other opinions, this is what you're supposed to do. But, if you were a skeptical reader, there was no way for you to verify it unless you really did the same kind of research he did. Some critics, and those critics were very, very sharp, argued that there was a certain amount of intellectual arrogance in doing it, simply stating it boldly without offering any kind of justification. Was an arrogance they felt that his books were unreliable as a result. Adding to that the fact that he clearly heavily influenced by Aristotle, unashamedly felt that Aristotle was a tremendous philosopher, and he was open to the idea of learning from non-Jewish men, which was not necessarily an attitude that was well respected, for example, in the south of France and the Jewish communities there. So his reliance on Aristotle was another element of criticism. Maybe I should just give you like an example of his reliance on Aristotle and a little bit of where he differed. So, for example, the third chapter of the Nicomachean Ethic, as Aristotle's main philosophical work, he articulates there a definition of virtue, which has come down to us as the golden mean, also known to Maimonides as the Shmil HaZahab, the golden path. And Aristotle describes the golden mean as the midpoint between excess and deficiency. So, for example, if we take and you can look at this any character trait you want. Let's choose, for example, courage. So, what is the correct definition of courage? Courage is the midpoint between recklessness, which is having too much courage for your own good, doing stupid, taking risks for no reason. That's excess. And on the other hand, deficiency is cowardice. Not being willing to take reasonable risks for reasonable payoffs. That is exactly the midpoint between excess and deficiency. Maimonides says that's the way it is in the Hilchot Deot, 6th chapter in particular, the 3rd chapter in particular. That's the way it is with every single character trait we have. Love, fear, hate, you name it. There's like a midpoint between too much and too little. That's what we have to do. However, where Maimonides differs, he differs specifically in the few midot. He says that humility does not admit an excess. You can always have more humility. There's no midpoint when it comes to humility. And that's clearly differing from Aristotle. Similarly, he argues that anger does not have a minimum, that you have to learn to completely remove anger from your heart. He does say, of course, that you are allowed to feign anger for your children, which we do regularly at home. For students, you have to appear displeased and stern in order to, appropriately teach them the correct way to behave. But he says always it should be just kas al hapanim, but not kas al halev, right? It should be anger just on the face. It's an exterior anger, not anger in the heart. Now, you look puzzled, Ms. Abrams, and you have some problems with that. I really was angry with you by that Sunday morning, so don't shut out of my Maimonides for that one. That's a very well put question. Yes, I like moderately proud, right? Somewhere between excess and efficiency proud. But he says, in fact, that anger does not admit of a minimum. Anger is something that is so corrosive. It's like saying you're allowed to drink a bit of poison. It's something that it's an avoda. It is a task of character development that you have to learn to detach yourself from anger. How to do it? Look, we can study Hilchos Deis together. I'm going to have a look at it and see how he says it, but it's clearly a huge task. All right, so, okay, follow-up question, better be sure. It's the other way. What you're saying does fit with the author of the Sefer Chinuch, the anonymous author. Some say is Rabbi David of Barcelona, that he says what you do on the outside affects your inside. But the Rambam says the opposite. He says you may, sometimes you must pretend to be angry, but don't let it into your heart because it'll just give you an ulcer. It's going to make you unhappy and it's just internally corrosive. Okay, more later. Okay. Do I see another hand? I don't have to live with the same house, Yes. Okay, so God is allowed to do this. Vengeance is mine. Nobody else's, right? Hashem gave leverage. Hashem can dress in gava, in arrogance, but we can't. So just because certain attributes are given to Hashem Bishvil Chama, that doesn't mean that we can do those things. Very, very astute observation. And in fact, it's quite apropos because one of the other reasons that he was criticized is because of his take on allegory and anthropomorphisms. We are, okay, I give up. You're right. I don't know how to answer that. We are B'Tselem Elohim, but yeah, that's good. I'm not quite sure how to deal with that. Well, that's a tough one. I mean, I can give you sources to back up my point of view, but I don't understand them now that you ask a question like that. No, come on, Lisa. Okay, answer later. Let's get. Yeah, this is supposed to be like an organized lecture where one person talks and everybody listens. Okay, right. So one of the arguments was, he dealt with allegory. He dealt with allegory in a very difficult way. Because the Torah does speak in allegorical terms. The hand of God, the finger of God. The Talmud says that God wakes in the middle of the night. God experiences emotions like that. But Maimonides was, he tended to discount these allegories as much as possible because he was an incredible rationalist. This is one of the areas where he stands apart from the bulk of the rabbis of his era, the Rishonim. He was very much opposed to mystical readings of the text. This is frustrating me. Yeah, but no, it's not getting me angry though. Right. He was very opposed. I'm looking angry. Okay, this is getting out of hand. So he was opposed to any kind of supernatural interpretations of Judaism. He had a lot of problem dealing with all these Talmudic passages in the Talmud speaking about demons and like spells and all kinds of sort of magical things. He felt that they were all, complex rabbinic allegories, but they didn't actually mean straightforward meaning of reading the text. And in fact, his position as a whole, that he was going against the mainstream to be sure. So, for example, in the Bible, there's a lot of these kind of supernatural stories. For example, the story of the witch of Endor, when King Shaul is concerned about what's going to happen in the upcoming battle with the Philistines. And so he goes to a witch, and she performs a seance and brings back the dead prophet Shmuel to tell Shaul what's going to happen. And there's a whole story where Shmuel wakes up and says, "What are you bothering me for?" And Shaul says, "I want to know what's going to happen in the morning tomorrow." He says, "Why ask me now? Tomorrow you can ask me face to face," which is a way of saying that you're going to die in the battle, which is of course what happened. So when you read that biblical passage in a straightforward way, it seems like, yeah, there was a seance and the prophet was brought back to life and so on. So Maimonides has a kind of complex and convoluted way to interpret it, saying that no, it was all smoke and mirrors, and that the witch had an accomplice who was pretending to be Shmuel and so on. Sometimes it's kind of stretched, but you get a sense of Maimonides' feeling that he really wanted to make everything as rational as possible. And so those areas he came into conflict with a lot of the other rabbis, Rashi, for example, who would predecease Maimonides, but of the same era, who felt that this mystical world of spirits and demons and things was in fact valid. Yes, please. He wrote a lot on Agadas, but he wanted to say that the Agadas were all, metaphors for complex philosophical truths. Same thing with the Midrashim. Yeah, he was brutal when it came to those kinds of things. Now, for these reasons, the lack of footnoting, which some interpreted as a kind of a sorrowly arrogance, his reliance on Aristotle, a non-Jewish philosopher, his disparaging attitude towards the supernatural aspect of Judaism got him into a lot of trouble with the Ashkenazi rabbis of Southern France in particular. And what they ended up doing was, seeing his popularity, the Jews went to the Dominican friars. The Dominicans were a fairly extreme group of monks in France at the time, and they complained that there's these books circulating among the Jews that are heretical in nature, that are portraying God in inappropriate fashion and so on. Now, the Dominicans, it's kind of a funny thing. Why are Jews going and complaining to the Dominicans? Unfortunately, this is the kind of thing we have in Jewish history quite often, that an internal Jewish fight, when there's an internal Jewish fight, I'm sorry? He's allowed to do what? Yeah. Oh, you can learn okay, you want to say Aristotle part, but the citation is from all my teachers I gained wisdom. But that's just not the way necessarily the Jewish world works. I mean, if I were to say, if Rabbi Grunstein were to get up and say, I learned Torah from Oprah Winfrey, I just don't know if the community would receive it as well as if he said I learned it from. Yeah. Actually, he probably would. He could get away with that because he does spell things with Torah. But let me stick to where I am right now, anyways, in the lecture. So, for these reasons, they went to Dominicans. Why would they go to Dominicans? It is an unfortunate reality that you can see it echoed in the halachic literature that when Jews are dissatisfied with a particular dispute, they will go to non-Jewish authorities, hoping to leverage their support in the dispute. And it almost always ends up badly. Once you take it outside of the family and you start having a dispute in the street, it ends up awful. So they went to the Dominicans and said, you guys are interested in us being Jews, right? So there are these books by this guy named Moses something or other that are just corrupting our minds and doing things differently, and we really think that they don't belong on our bookshelves. So the Dominicans said, fine, let us help you out with that. And they collected up all the manuscripts of Maimonides they could find, and they burned them publicly in 1232. A very, very sad moment in Jewish history, and ironically, it would be repeated 10 years later, because once the Dominicans had a bit of a taste of burning heretical Jewish books, they expanded their options a little bit, and they burned about 12 wagonfuls of Talmuds, precious manuscripts, this is well before the era of printing, and the same spot in Paris as they had burned monkeys. So it's a sad day when we start burning our own. Eventually they won't come back to haunt us. At that point, the dispute about Maimonides and his works reached a kind of a fever pitch, and so the great Rothschild, a very important Jewish rabbi of the time, compromised in 1305, which was ultimately accepted. This is already a century after Maimonides himself is deceased. And the compromise indicates that nobody could study books like the Moran until they were at least 25. They set up certain parameters. These books are kosher, these books are definitely valuable, but they should not be studied except by people who had a certain level of training. By 25, we think the person had sufficient literacy and training and so on. And that ultimately kind of was a flag of truce between the anti-Maimonidean and the Maimonidean camp, and preserves Maimonides' writings to this day. Yes, Fred. So that's an excellent question. Are the remaining writings legitimate? So legitimate is a tough word to really evaluate in this case. Authoritative is also another difficult one. I'll put it like this. There's no question that Maimonides' contribution is respected even by his detractors. And in fact, I would say that there are no serious detractors from Maimonides today. However, that does not mean that his opinion is considered a definitive one, especially in practical halachic matters. For example, he wrote this great code, the Mishnah Torah, in the 12th century. And it was 300 years later, 400 years later, that the great Yosef Karo wrote his code, the Shulchan Aruch, which is really the definitive code for today. Now, when Rabbi Yosef Karo wrote his code, he basically took together three rabbinic opinions, that of Rav Alfaz, the Rambam, and the Tur. The three very important codes were written, and if there was dispute between the three of them, he would go with the majority. The majority often did not agree with Maimonides. So that meant that the code of law that is considered definitive for Jews today, in just top of my head, I would guess maybe 5 to 10% of issues disagrees with Maimonides. In 90 to 95% of issues that agrees with Maimonides, because no form on the topic, but there's a significant enough says we should do it this way, and yet the accepted custom is to do it another way. So because in the Jewish tradition, we highly value, sincere, rejected opinions, that's something that's really ingrained right from the Mishnah with Hillel and Shammai, all the way through our tradition. Maimonides happens to be more than anyone else when it comes to practical halakha. Nevertheless, he also wrote on a far wider scale than the Shulchan Aruch. The Shulchan Aruch that we have today is very modest. It only deals with those laws that apply when the temple is destroyed. The Mishnah Torah, the Rambam, he wrote about the laws that apply when the temple is in existence. He wrote about the laws that would apply when the Messiah arrives. He wrote about things that are not even touched in the code of Jewish law, like how to sleep, as I mentioned earlier, how to think, how to believe, how to eat. Incredible scope of activities that the Shulchan Aruch says is way too much for us to get involved with. So in those areas, he is the only opinion. The laws of the Messiah, for example, what is life going to be like at the time of the Messiah? Maimonides is our go-to source because no one else wrote about it. So he's definitely very authoritative in those areas. And that's an excellent question. Okay, yes, last question, and I'll wrap up. Rabbi Shneir Zalman, the first Rothschild Rabbi? Yeah, I don't know how to answer that question. He wrote a Shulchan Aruch called Shulchan Aruch Rabbi, which definitely relies heavily on the Rambam. But he's a huge opinion. Everybody has to rely heavily on the Rambam today. Doesn't mean that we'll always agree with him, but nevertheless, his opinion is valid in the vast majority of cases. Yeah. The 13 principles. Let me just take a second to report on that. Then I want to wrap up because I'm not free on time. Some of the things that Maimonides did, which were also controversial, I didn't really mention earlier, he was big in codifying things. So one of the things he codified was, what exactly do Jews believe? It's kind of funny that here it is, we're in the 12th century. The Jews have been in exile for 1,200 years, and they've been in existence for another, 1,500, 2,000 years before that. And nobody ever sat down and said, what exactly do we believe? Can we just agree on this? So Maimonides said, okay, let's write it down. And he came up with 13 basic principles of what Jews should believe. It says something about our religion now that we can go so long without ever having to actually agree on something so basic. But he wrote 13 basic principles that say things like, yeah, God exists, God is one, God is not corporeal, we're waiting for a Jewish Messiah, he hasn't come yet. Just with that other religion. There's life after death, things like that, saying that the Torah is valid. These are the basics of Jewish belief that he codified. Of course, once you put it there, saying these are our 13, then you'll have 1,000 disagree with you. And so he was also criticized very heavily for even daring to suggest that these are our beliefs held in common. Okay, so let me wrap it up by talking a little bit about his legacy. This is his grave in Tiberia, although as I mentioned at the beginning of his life, he had the Tyrolese Jews would disagree with that. His legacy is absolutely phenomenal. He literally started the entire industry of codes in the way that we understand it today by taking a very bold intellectual leap and saying we can reorganize the Torah Talmud. For example, the way he referred to the Mishnah Torah, this was also criticism. He said, listen, all you really need to be a good Jew is your Chush, right, the first 5 books of Moses, and my book, the Mishnah Torah, the repetition of the Torah. That's really all you need to be a good Jew. And that was a very bold intellectual statement, but by and large, it's got a lot of truth to it as well, even though we differ in how to interpret it. He worked as an indefatigable, is that a real word? Indefatigable, thank you for saying that correctly. I should use the microphone. Tireless worker for Jewish causes. We only very briefly touched on this in the lecture. And he also created tremendous philosophical works. And on the side, he was an extremely successful physician with a very lucrative practice, a good publication record. So he's really one of those towering figures in Jewish history. But I strongly urge you to encounter his writings for yourself because they really are quite brilliant. They're available in English translation if you find the Judeo-Arabic or the Hebrew challenging. And once again, I want to thank you very much for your endurance and your attention tonight. And I look forward to speaking with you next week. some roads celebrate Jerusalem Day, Yom Yerushalayim. Celebrates important military victories of 1967. It exercised a very dramatic war. Specifically, Israel conquered parts of Jerusalem from one and conquered particularly the old city, which is in the Temple Mount. Some of that after Israel, before its establishment of the state, was subject to the UN Convention of 1967, and the United Nations recognized the conflict over territorial right, all as it is today. And so the United Nations proposed dividing the land into 7 distinct sections, 3 of which were unincorporated Jewish state, 3 of which were some Arab nations, and Jerusalem, as was having its nature, was an international zone shared by both nations. The Jewish state, simply called Israel, accepted these terms, but the Arab countries surrounding Israel refused. And in the war that ensued in 1948-49, Israel was able to actually possess more territory, but Jerusalem itself remained divided. You see in this map, the green shaded area is what's called the West Jerusalem, and it was only by the war lines separating West Jerusalem from the Jordanian territory. And on that side, what was known as East Jerusalem was understood crucial central part of the city. Its historical core was the old city, the old city. You see in this image the Temple Mount, the mosque on the Temple Mount there. There's the Western Wall, which is on that major courtyard area. And this was entirely tremendous number of atrocities that occurred in the Jewish section at the time. Simply led the growth of the Jewish border. In 1967, the context of the war Israel has had Jerusalem and very short border over for fighting part of Israel proper. This is one of very fine photographs of these Israeli soldiers looking up with the deference and awe at the background scenes, stones and the Temple Mount, back of the Western Wall. All of those Gloria this meant, however, that Jerusalem was demographically wide in society. People that have less and on the right, East Jerusalem, East Jerusalem is actually populated by Arabs, whereas West Jerusalem is the temple section around the eastern parts are areas that have been added to. And even though many political measures have been put in place to try to accommodate very different socioeconomic and demographic differences between Western and Eastern Jerusalemites, it nevertheless the observances of Yom Yerushalayim vary across this sort of spectrum. It's hard to disagree with the idea of how Jews access once again the Western Wall. There are lingering tensions with Muslim leadership. Only Jews observe this as a holiday with many traditional observances such as the recitation of the Shema. Other religious Jews feel that the imposition of a new holiday in Jewish
Yo, what's going on? What's going on? Can you hear me? Welcome. Can you hear me? Yo, dog.
This week in Jewish history is a very important event in Middle Eastern politics.
Cool story, man. How are you? How are you?
November of 1977, Egyptian President Anwar Sadat flew to Israel to meet with his erstwhile enemy, Menachem Begin, and speak to the Israeli Knesset about the possibility of peace. This initial visit ultimately led to Israeli-Egyptian accord and the current status quo of a fragile but nevertheless enduring peace as a result of that courageous trip. Anwar Sadat was a very important Egyptian leader.
Look at this medicine.
Change for the rest of the world. November of 1977, during the joy attempt to make peace with the state of Israel, and the fact that peace has more or less held despite some tensions since 1980. Here he is shaking hands with President Jimmy Carter, looking back on the step campaign in the U.S. presidential details were worked out within those 2 years. His history with Israel is wrapped up with the military conflict between the countries. In particular, the 1967 war, also known as the Six-Day War, was one that devastated Egypt. The president, Gamal Abdel Nasser, had mounted his troops and prepared his tanks to invade Israel through the Sinai Peninsula, along with invasion from Jordan and Syria at the same time. But the Israelis, remarkably, like the picture, were not only able to retain their territory, which is shown here in yellow, they actually expanded it, taking over the Golan Heights in the north, the West Bank, which is shown on the Yehuda, and the Gaza Strip to the south, and the massive Sinai Peninsula, which was taken from Egypt, road to Egyptian pride and Arab pride in general, something that Sadat was able to regain by his surprise attack in Israel in 1973, known to Arabs as the War of Ramadan, to Jews as the Yom Kippur War, and to the rest of the world as the October War. Although Sadat was not successful in making more than very marginal gains, really just out on the very western portion of the Sinai Peninsula, nevertheless, he did inflict very heavy casualties on the Israeli army and the Jewish population in general, and as a result, many Arabs felt that Israel was not completely invincible, and in fact, American armies could make an impact on the country. Sadat's take on all of this, however, was not to prepare for yet another war, but to use that momentum to create a peace, which is something he did in 1977 when he traveled to Israel on an unprecedented state journey, specifically to meet with his enemy Menachem Begin and to speak to the Knesset. A photograph, a remarkable photograph of the period, shows Sadat shaking hands with Menachem Begin, who was one of Israel's more hawkish political leaders, along with Yitzhak Shamir on the right, also a much more hawkish individual in the Israeli Knesset. Together with President Jimmy Carter, they were able to work out a deal which essentially dictated the return of the Sinai Peninsula territory to Egypt, a massive territorial concession, which certainly assuaged the Egyptians. However, they were not willing to take the tiny bit of territory to the north, the Gaza Strip. It remained in Israel, and Israel inherited the very considerable economic and demographic challenges of that part of the world. The Israelis took the news of the return of the Sinai Peninsula to Egypt with mixed reviews. On the one hand, the Israelis were generally very pleased with the concept that there would be a lasting south, but many Jews had begun to settle, particularly along the coast in the southern peninsula, and viewed the turn of this land as a betrayal of basic Israeli principles. And so it was a very wrenching experience, which would be repeated a quarter century later with the evacuation of the Gaza Strip. What Sadat earned for this was not the undying loyalty of all Egyptians, but rather the burning animosity of the Muslim Brotherhood in particular. Muslim Brotherhood members infiltrated his bodyguard to very high levels, and in fact, in October of 1981, while he and his retinue were watching a military parade, they turned around and opened fire on Sadat, hitting him with 37 bullets, and he died. Stands there of blood loss while the parade went on. So he was unfortunately assassinated for the audacity of making. The legacy of his rule, however, says the state of Egypt and the state of Israel, and his leadership created a much more lasting peace in the Middle East. Well, that's it for this week. I hope you enjoyed the video, and of course, hello. Today's a complicated topic to discuss. I've done some pretty useful charts, and so I will make this talk fairly easy, but basically what we talk about is the rise of Jewish mass politics, something that occurs around the turn of the 20th century and has lasted thanks to the present day. I'm sure you're familiar with the saying, two Jews, two opinions. That's certainly true in the political sphere. But it's surprising to know that this is really a relatively new phenomenon, at least taking the context of the diaspora experience. There's a joke that was just forgiveness of a bunch of jokes, but so it looks like this, I think that boy comes back from Warsaw to basically New York in the 1920s. His parents were sent back to Warsaw to learn a little bit of traditional Torah in the yeshiva. So they asked him, have you went to the country? You encounter the real experience of life, and what kind of goals of life, and the West is also understand it's amazing. I really didn't understand. I met a Jew who was close to that marriage. He was in Islam, a Jew who was a Levite, and he was a atheist, and then a Jew who was a communist, a Jew who was a Zionist, a Jew who was a diaspora nationalist. It's amazing. What did you expect? Warsaw is a huge town, a large population. Of course, there are going to be a lot of diversity. That's you don't understand. It's all the same Jew. And I'm joking. Let's go straight for the president. Let's try to understand a little bit about the rise of mass Jewish politics. One of the more interesting aspects of the phenomenon of mass Jewish politics is the fact that it occurs, as I mentioned a second ago, very late. Certainly in the ancient period, in the time of the struggle, Second Temple period, there's a lot of Jewish politics, and we discussed this earlier in such a lecture. But really, between that first century period and until you get to the turn of the 20th century, we don't have massive political movements among Jews. That is, we don't have large organizations of kind of democratically based ideologies that capture a large population of Jewish people and try to directly fulfill them. Right now, sure, there are roots, there are ideologies, and democracy is not unknown in Jewish tradition. But the idea of trying to change a state, trying to change a nation, trying to change a large region of non-Jews on a political level hostile majority population. Basically, they just try to get along. The idea is to keep their heads down, try to avoid being singled out by the government for one reason or another. There are a lot of source texts in the Jewish tradition that emphasize this. For example, a passage that I use is the title of one of my books, Praying for the Welfare of the Government and the National Continues. Thereof, people will swallow each other alive. Meaning the government is an absolutely essential element of a normally functioning society. That's, the author of the passage found that, took a fairly pessimistic view towards the ability of humans to live together in a peaceful state of harmony without any kind of coercive influences keeping them from literally swallowing each other alive. And so as a result, Jews have always, or I should say always, Jews have overwhelmingly favored the government that is in control, even if that government is slightly anti-Semitic or is discriminatory to other people's identification, largely because as minorities they were powerless to effect real change. And as a result, they just try to rely on the concept of the state of Rothschild. That is a state that is governed by law. We'll talk about this a little bit more perhaps in knowing this mission. One of the big turning points in this was in 1881 in Europe, particularly where you have a large population of Jews, and the assassination of Tsar Alexander II. The entire societal period of anarchy of violence against both populations, primarily Jews. And as a result, Jews began to feel, oh my gosh, rely on the Russian government to maintain our safety. So therefore, Jews began to look to new political ideologies that were emerging all over Europe at that time as nationalism really gathered a lot of strength, especially when non-titular maladies such as nationality and now split, so to speak, at that time. The Jews began to make world politics for themselves as well. Now, this is going to be a very brief lecture. I encourage you to look at some of the longer lectures and more discussion of these. But let's look at least two of the major movements very briefly, and then put them all into context. One of the most important early parties was the that short word Jewish General Jewish Workers League. And this was an organization that was a socialist organization. That is, what believed in the fundamental equality of all people, regardless of whether they were Jewish, Russian, whatever it is. And then they should be driven within a Marxist environment, a dictatorship of the proletariat, following a socialist model to work to. The board was, at least in its origins, which is in the late 1890s, a anti-clerical party that was anti-religious, and in fact, its Jewish character lay primarily in the fact that a lot of its early members were Jews, particularly in the northeast industrial area, like it made sense over the years that propaganda in Yiddish, which was the mother language of many of these urbanized Jews, and it worked well alongside the Russian language propaganda generated by other social democratic parties. This was actually a very large party. It was illegal until 1905, and nevertheless it garnered tens of thousands of members during this period. However, it was not the most popular Jewish party by far. In the sources that we have to get real measurement of what Jews actually thought before, let's say, 1921, tend to go dominantly for science political ideals. And just as socialism represented a break from traditional religiosity and represented a break from the capitalist viewpoint of the world, science mentality also represented a break from traditional Jewish identity in exile, and possibly that Jews should leave their plans in exile and go to the Bible plan that was challenge the religious status quo, because it was felt by many that the idea of the position to the Jewish people in Israel after the one of religious settlement or spiritual settlement was felt to be really complicated. So just stay with me for a second. Having a look at this image here, this looks like a very traditional Jewish sculptural method. It's actually a complex political spectrum, whereas on the left you have socialism, and on the right you have liberalism. And a little with that kind of political spectrum, on the left wing you have pro-Marxist, pro-communist movements that are for a larger, expanding government and more important support system for the overseas government and as well. And on the right, we have, of course, a smaller organization, of course, that goes along with it, and often is associated with more tolerance of religion, but we do this necessarily in the American context. If we were to put American parties on this graph, then the Democrats and Republicans would be very, very close to the center. In reality, at the turn of the 20th century, politics, Jewish and otherwise, would be quite polarized. You have people who are way off to the left, people who are way off to the right. Unlike American politics, where even though they argue with each other intensely, they're really quite close together on the vast majority of issues. But there's also, besides this x-axis, the y-axis. The y-axis is Zionism at the top, the urge to develop the Jewish state in the Middle East. And at the bottom, that's the nationalism. That's the philosophy of Philip, Yiddish for pyramids, affirmation of the Jewish life in the diaspora as opposed to the institution. Okay, so there's a complicated Jewish political spectrum at the turn of the 20th century. Let's see how the parties place themselves on these quadrants. So first you have the reform. As you can see, the reform is both socialist and diaspora nationalist. Obviously rejects capitalism, they are after all socialist, but they also rejected Zionism. Zionism was just a step backwards in the thickening, the evolution of Jewish politics, and really the whole world was moving towards a messianic socialist kind of position, and that they would that would be the true evolution of Judaism. Then if you go to the other part, is Volkspartei. Volkspartei were very interested in a small political party. My lecture, I will talk more about it. But these were people who felt that the Jews should affirm their existence in the diaspora and reinforce their cultural and economic activity in the diaspora, but it should be capitalist and not socialist. A lot more to say about that right now, but they were the inspiration for example, the Federation. Over here in the top right corner, here you have the so-called Allgemeine Zionisten, or general Zionists. This is essential heritage party that obviously believes in homeland Israel, and also that this homeland is Western European country, a capitalist country. They are the revisionists, who are also Zionists and also Catholics, but they were quite a bit more radical about that. Unlike Herzl's strategy was to I'm not going to answer that, but I'll just say that Herzl's strategy was one of negotiation, accommodation of shoving diplomacy, their heads of state, trying to get non-Jewish leaders to agree. The revisionist felt was a waste country. In reality, Israel has been taken by force if necessary, and also it would be by force. So they tended to form a much more hawkish interpretation of Zionism. And finally, on the top left column, top left quadrant, correlates theon, which is one of many different groups that were both Zionist and socialist, meaning that they felt that Jews should move to Israel, they should be in Russia and Western Europe, but when they got to Israel, it would be a shame they would simply reproduce a Western European economy, which would be a socialist economy in Israel. So that's basically how the major parties lay on this discussion. But wait, it's more complicated. There's also a z-axis that you have to kind of use your imagination for something. The d-axis are, of course, the religious parties. Because up until this point, none of these parties are specifically associated with a religious movement. fact, what shows that they're anti-religious. So if you put a z-axis here, you have the so-called Dada, the religious Israel, it's like a bundle or a group in Israel, the Association of Israel. And this is what that essentially became politically mobilized when they realized that traditional orthodoxy was not being represented in any of these parties. By the way, there's no movements, especially conservative reform at this point. Really, there's only take seriously massive orthodoxies on Eastern Europe for secularism, which is much an expression somewhere in history. So the Agudat Israel basically, the traditionalist agenda, promoting the Shabbat, things like that, just use political tactics to mobilize their basis. And another z-axis goes up this way because the Agudat Israel was some of its ways non-Zionist, what the traditional position was that although moving to Israel was highly desirable, the idea of conquering Israel and the Jewish state for the Messiah was undesirable. But there were Jews specifically associated with the Mizrahi who felt that no, perhaps this is what God wants. This is the end of the Messianic period. We have all these secular Jews coming to Israel and creating a land base. So you've got, I know it's hard to picture it now, but you've got a three-dimensional political spectrum. Nothing Jewish is simple. And all these parties together make up the kind of vision of what it was like for Jews, let's say in the 1910s, politically. And actually, pretty much they say that there are few significant shifts. For example, the North is split in half, just south and right from all out. The right half moved to America, includes a lot of that federation that they eventually taken popularity. The Agudat Israel, of course, is the sad desolation of post-Holocaust period, moved to Israel, and even though they had originally an anti-Zionist or non-Zionist, they're now very active in Israel politics, depending still traditionalist orthodox agenda. But many of the same fundamental issues of their era, for example, the socialist movement, which became the Agudat or the labor movement, based on institution, which is essentially the generals on the institution together. These are the same politics that Israel did 130 odd years ago. So that's letting for a quick, rapid overview of Jewish mass politics and what we found in recently. Okay, welcome everyone. For another lecture in Jewish history. Oh my! I got plenty of guests. Today we have Rabbi Arya Wunsch of Ryan's Gallery just joined us. Wow, world class! One of the master educators of our community, Rabbi Nathan Pesci Rizel. You give a hand to Rabbi Rizel. He's been educating our youth here for probably 30 years now, I think. Probably. He's a little embarrassed, but it's great to have you here. And tonight we've got an excellent topic. I don't really have a joke. Mr. Rodriguez tried to give me a joke, but it's a really old one, and I'll save it for later on in the season when you're a little tired of the jokes. But this is one. It's not really a joke, but it's kind of an anecdote that somehow relates to what we're talking about. At least it reminded me of this one. Rabbi Grunstein, the Rav of Young Israel, told over Doria a couple of weeks ago on Shabbos that there was on Yom Kippur, there was a Jew who went swimming in the Mediterranean. You know, Chiloni, not an observant Jew. He went swimming on Yom Kippur in the Mediterranean off the coast of Tel Aviv, and there was like a huge rip current, and he was being pulled out to sea. And he was screaming and screaming, being pulled out to sea. And so the lifeguards hear him screaming, they rush out to save him. They rush out to swim out there. And as they get closer to him, they think, he's yelling, help, help, something like that. But actually, what he is screaming over and over again is, Ani lo chozer b'tshuva. Ani lo chozer b'tshuva. He says, I am not going to repent. I'm absolutely not going to repent. And so, he's like maniacally screaming this over and over again. So they take him and they drag him out of the water, and they put him on the sand, they revive him and so on. And then afterwards, they ask him, say, what was the story with that you're not going to do tshuva? And he said, it's very simple. Many years ago, when we lived in Europe, my father, he saw me going off the derech, going, away from the straight and narrow. And he said, look, I know that you're going to choose your own way in life, and you're going to the land of Israel, and you're going to lead your life in a secular way. But before you do, I want you to meet with the Slonim Rebbe. It's very important that you go speak Slonim Rebbe. So he takes him into the Slonim Rebbe, and they had a long talk. And when he came out, his father said to him, what did he say? He said, look, he said basically one thing. He said, I'm not going to die before I do tshuva. I'm not going to die until I repent. So that's why I was screaming in the water, I'm not repenting. I'm not repenting. It's kind of a strange sort of dynamism between, Mamin, Be'eno, Mamin, believing and not believing, and trying to find our dynamism between those two extremes. Anyway, it's a fun story. But let's go straight to our topic. Sadia Gaon, a very important figure in early medieval Jewish history, really a pivotal figure and a fascinating individual. He was quite fractious, highly individualistic. He had absolutely no fear of any man. So says the various chronicles that speak of him. And in fact, when we chronicle his biography, we see that it got into trouble on numerous occasions, and nevertheless, he was able to lose the screen. Okay, let's go right back to our screen, and we'll log in quickly. Excuse me for this. Mr. Rodriguez, make sure we edit this out when we do the final version, right? Okay, do we have the BJ is going to find it? Here we go. Okay. This, by the way, is a very rare picture of Sadia Gaon. It's very hard to find accurate. It's a picture of a Yemenite bride. I tried to get something in the Arabic context, so let's just ignore that and go straight on. Tonight's lecture, we're very grateful to an anonymous donor who partially sponsored our time tonight, and the remainder of the costs are borne by the Young Israel. So it's sponsored jointly by the Shul and an anonymous donor. Again, I'm always so grateful that you're here. Your presence here is sponsorship enough, but it's nice to give the Shul a little bit of support because we are engaged in a massive building campaign, another Jewish edifice complex right here in the Young Israel, Bell Harbor, and whatever you can do to help through this class is certainly appreciated by the congregation. So Saadia Gaon's years are 1882, a little bit of dispute about that early year, and he was born in Egypt, and he died in 942 in Babylon. His claim to fame is the fact that he was a Gaon, which you'll recall from our discussion last week of Shavira Gaon. That was actually an institutional title. It was given to someone who headed one of the great academies in Babylon. This is the areas where the Talmud was formed and debated for literally hundreds of years, and to have the title Gaon essentially meant like a Nobel Prize winner 10 times over. It was a huge title of responsibility and signified a tremendous intellectual achievement. Of the several cities that had academies in the Mesopotamian region between the Euphrates and the Tigris River, leading down into what would be contemporary Kuwait, there were two cities that were famous into Pares, the first among equals, and they were Sura and Pumbedita. The Asai Gaon was actually the Gaon of both institutions, first Pumbedita, and then later, more famously, Sura, which is some indication of his status. And while he was there, he distinguished himself not only as an incredible administrator, taking Sura, the yeshiva of Sura, from a point when it was at a bit of decline to a point of great prominence internationally among Jews, and increasing the student body tremendously. But at the same time, he was a major Jewish philosopher, compiling some incredible works on lexicography and on theology, liturgy, and so on. We'll go through some of those, catalog them today. So, and ironically, though, he accomplished most of his great literary achievements when he was fired from his job temporarily at Sura, and that's when he was really his most creative. So we'll see how that worked in his biography. And the context for Saadia rise to power is really a high point in Muslim history. So I'd like to take a little bit of time now just to open up and look at the context of Islam in the Middle East and understand how Judaism fit in the region. We will be returning to this topic again over this year, especially when we get to the modern period and we talk about Zionism in Israel. But for now, let's look at it in the 9th century. So Islam, there's a map that shows the spread of Islam. It begins in the early 7th century when Muhammad proclaims a new religion, which is in many ways highly derivative of both Judaism and Christianity, but he claims that it is really a huge upgrade, an improvement over earlier systems, kind of like Windows 8 is really much better than Windows 7 and XP and so on. And it's more than just a patch on the old systems, to milk that metaphor dry. And he is able to really take this message to the residents of Mecca and Medina, which are here in the Saudi Arabia coast of the Red Sea, and it expands tremendously, both during his lifetime, which you can see the sort of brown areas, and then amazingly, by the year 711, it is expanded all the way across the coast of North Africa and has entered into Spain, going all the way up to the Pyrenees. It's also extended all the way through the Central Asian portion of Syria, Lebanon, Turkey, Iraq, Iran, and goes all the way up through modern-day Pakistan. And he also extended it through the Balkans into Europe, right up until the gates of Vienna. It's an incredible story of phenomenal expansion that cannot be explained solely by, for example, the sword. That's kind of a historiographic conceit that was favored by many Christian historians in the 19th century to explain the rapid rise of Islam, because they forced pagan countries to either convert or die. And of course, many chose therefore to convert. But that's only a small part of the story. Although the Muslims were fierce and ferocious warriors, they also presented a religion that was remarkably egalitarian. It's impossible to speak appropriately about race in the ancient world, the medieval world, but they certainly had much less of a color bias than other nations, and it was possible to convert to Islam and to reach literally the heights of their administrative structure. And there was also a lot of really basic, beautiful ideas in the religion that appealed pagans, to early Christians as well, and possibly even to some Jews. That accounts as well for the tremendous spread of Islam over such a small period of time. These little arrows here, which perhaps don't show up so well, show you Sadia's own journey in life. He was born here in the city known as Quito, which I believe is associated with the biblical Quito and Ramses, described in Tanakh. It's now known as Abu Suwair here in the Nile Delta region. He made his way from there to Jerusalem, and he lived in Jerusalem collected some students there, and eventually made his way today the Jordan and Syria into the Mesopotamian region here, where he eventually ended settling up in Sura, which was where he was the big guy. So that gives you a sense of kind of like the geographic spread of Islam and why it was so significant. Now, Jews had a very interesting relationship with Islam, which is quite distinct from what they had with Christianity. And in fact, over the last 2 millennia, we can pretty much divide Jewish history into 2 roughly equal sections. One that describes the experience of Jews under Muslim rule, and another which describes the experience of Jews under Christian rule. One of the most profitable areas of scholarly enterprise in the last 20 years or so has been, comparisons of what was it like living under these various regimes. And the general consensus of scholars is leaning towards the notion that it was actually much better for Jews under Muslim rule for most of history there than it was under Christian rule. And for various reasons that hopefully we will explore over the next few weeks, we'll just look at one of them today. That may seem surprising today because over the last, let's say, 100 years, 150 years, there's been a growing escalation of animosity between Jews and Muslims, primarily centered on the conflict over the land of Israel, which is, somewhat a divergence from the general trends of Jewish and Muslim history. Certainly, there were episodes of violence directed against Jews in Muslim lands, and certainly there are passages in Muslim holy texts that are not complimentary of Jews, to say the least. But when you look at the scope of these things and you compare them between lands, it's very clear that there's a distinct imbalance between them, and the Muslims actually come out fairly good by comparison. It's not surprising in some ways, because when you look at Islam, it has many structural similarities to Judaism, and in fact, it makes sense that in many ways Jews should get along with Muslims. For example, Islam is known above all else for its monotheism. The Muslims believe there is, no God but Allah, and Muhammad is his prophet, and they even view with tremendous suspicion the idea of the Trinity. That is a Catholic notion, the idea of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. The idea of somehow, breaking God into parts smacks of polytheism for them, so they ultimately reject any kind of polytheistic ideology. So in that sense, Jews and Muslims have quite a bit in common, which reminds me of a joke, but you'll have to let me know. Did I already tell you the joke about the guy who buys the car with no gas pedal? Lisa, you've heard it, of course, because Mr. Rodriguez, you've heard it all the time, but twice. But twice. I don't have to come here for this abuse. I go home. I don't have to complain. Yeah, okay. So I'll tell you the joke. Forgive me. A guy wants to buy a car. He doesn't have very much money. He goes to the used car dealership, and I have to give you a little bit of a cultural background. I was talking about monotheism, right? So what's the great statement of Jewish? Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad, right? Hear, O Israel, Lord our God, the Lord is one. Great statement of Jewish monotheism. We take that to heart. We say it twice a day. It's even something that on their deathbed, Jews are supposed to try and proclaim that monotheistic credo, and so on. So anyways, the other part of the cultural background is, of course, the expression that Jews typically use to express their satisfaction with the world. They say Baruch Hashem, right? Blessed is the name. Blessed is the name of God. How are you today? Baruch Hashem. I'm fine. Things can be terrible. You just say Baruch Hashem. Blessed is God. So with those two little bits of these, I'm saying this over. I know everyone in this room knows that, but for the people in Thailand who are watching this on the internet, I want to make sure they get it. So it's like this. So he goes to buy a used car, and he's looking at cars. None of them are in his price range. None of them will fit his huge family. He has all kinds of things. So finally, the dealer comes in and says, I think I have the perfect car for you. Come on around back. Takes him out back, and there's like one of those station wagons with the faux wooden sides. I forget what they call those. I don't remember those. It looks like wood on the sides. Yeah, anyways, my father drove one of those for a long time. And it's kind of ratty, and the upholstery is falling apart. And he gets in, and he says, well, it looks nice. Like, if my family, the price is right. But, it doesn't have a gas pedal or a brake pedal. I mean, how are you supposed to drive it? So he says, listen, this is a very, very religious car. If you want it to move, you have to say, Baruch Hashem, and the car will drive. And if you want it to stop, you say, Shema Yisrael, and it'll stop. Many of you will figure out a joke, but I'll quickly rush through to the end. So he's driving the car, he's like, Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem. The car is going so nicely, he's thinking how he's going to tell his mother, his aunt, his kids, they're all going to love it. Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem. And suddenly he realizes he forgot the phrase that makes it stop. And the car is speeding up, and he's honking a horn, and he's saying, I don't know what to do, and he's screaming, and he goes the wrong way, one-way street, and then he goes through a construction barrier, and he's going up a ramp, and he realizes he's going to the edge of an unfinished bridge, and in a moment go off the edge, and he's going to tumble to his death. So what can he do? He realizes he's about to die. He puts his hand over his eyes, and he says, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad. Right? The car stops right at the edge. He takes his hand off his eyes, and he says, oh, Lord, Hashem. Right. Thank you for laughing. I appreciate that. It's very therapeutic for me. Okay, so Islam, they have monotheism. Very major. Another, perhaps more important point on an anthropological level is that Judaism, traditionally practiced, and Islam are both orthopractic. The term orthodox is a little bit troubling because the word dox comes like.
What did you say? Did you hear?
Like doctrine, and it's not really true that the observant Jews have one doctrine. They have quite a large array of doctrines, but they basically agree on one practice. They basically agree on kashrut, Shabbat, Talit Mishpacha. There's a certain conduct as opposed to a belief. It's not necessarily held so much in such high scripture. So Islam has something similar, Sharia, which also translates as halakha, as the way, as a unified code of behavior, which is at the same time religious, ritual, and civil and criminal. It's all one body of law. It's not render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. It is the whole system is guided by the entire religion. It's presided over by a group of scholar judges, just like the rabbis in Judaism. And so there's a lot of congruencies between the systematic thinking of Muslims and Jews in terms of how the whole thing works. And they have a lot more shared vocabulary. Christianity, by contrast, is a creed-based religion. And although, of course, it upholds classical standards, nevertheless, there's a lot more emphasis placed on what one believes, what one thinks, as opposed to what one does, when you compare it to Islam and Judaism. They also have things like the hadith, which are very similar to what we might call midrash, which are kind of like authorized interpretive traditions, and a variety of sometimes conflicted interpretive traditions, which are similar to the differences between Mishnahs, Gemaras, Baraitot, Tosefta, things like that, and these texts are then brought together once again by that intellectual religious elites that rule by force of rather than by works of piety and so on. So in many ways, Jews and Arabs can walk side by side because they have similarities in terms of the structure of their religious orientation. The Jews also had favored status in Muslim lands through something known as the Pact of Umar. It's something that in Muslim go all the way back to Khalif shortly after the death of Muhammad in the 7th century. Most scholars say it's likely quite a bit later, like the 9th century. But basically, the Pact of Umar is a document that antedated to a Khalif named Umar, in which it's kind of like a teshuvah, like we saw last week, a response. The Jews say to Umar, so what's with us? How are we supposed to be status? Do we have to become Muslims? Do we have to flee our rights? And Umar lays out a list of conditions that basically is how Jews may live in Muslim lands. And it's very similar to something we'll see later in the Christian witness, but for very different reasons. The Pact of Umar basically recognizes that the Jews did receive a communication from God, one of the written Torah. They do recognize the prophetic status of many important Jewish figures, such as Abraham, of course, the father of the Arabs, as well as of the Jews, Moses, and so on. And so, therefore, while the Islamic tradition regards the Jews as misguided, as using, old, defective, buggy software rather than making the upgrades to the new operating system, they nevertheless deserve respect and tolerance because they are adhering to an ancient faith within that God gave them. And so they receive a status known as dhimmi, or protected people, and they live as second-class citizens, which is really quite reasonable for the medieval period. We wouldn't tolerate it in America because, we have a very, very different Weltanschauung, but dhimmi status meant that Jews were a tolerated people that could, for example, practice their religion without fear of forced conversion. They could maintain their synagogues, but they could not, at least theoretically, build new ones. So if a synagogue needed repair, they could repair it. They celebrate all of their rituals, but not publicly. It's public forum, carnivals, or like the Jews back then, they never had these Hanukkah parades with hummers, with menorahs on the top. It was just not done in the 9th century. I thought that was funny, but we've got it, so we'll just go on. So the dhimmi status, and they also exempt from they're exempt, from zakah, which is a special tithe tax, a kind of a tax, because that was a religious injunction on Muslims, but they had to hold jizya, which is a kind of poll tax, so they really get ahead financially. So the Jews, by and large, were pretty happy in this status. Well, okay, that's a fascinating question, and we probably have to break it up because, the Muslim extremists today, including 9/11 type extremists, believe the Pact of Umar should be held. They believe that Jews, should want to live in Israel. Yeah. Israel should be a Muslim country under the Caliphate, but Jews would be a protected minority, as it was, in the 9th, 10th, 11th century. What is different, however, is that, since the French Revolution, the world has moved to this idea that everyone has equal rights, right? Égalité, liberté, fraternité. Everyone, by the way, except the women, because they specifically excluded women. All men have equal rights. Some countries, including some of these countries, they have difficulty with women driving and things like that. We'll talk about that as well. I actually have difficulty too, but I think for a totally different reason. Thank you, Mr. Lax. You know what I'm talking about. So, the rest of the world, the Western world in particular, just could not handle this idea of a certain population receiving kind of like a group status that is secondary. It doesn't work in modern times. Yes, thank you, Rabbi Wunsch. The Christians had dim status for the same reason as the Jews, because the Muslims read Christianity as a valid software, a valid piece of operating system. And in some cases, strangely, even Zoroastrians, which don't have the rules because they have, a distinctly dualistic system. But, and also one last example in the Mughal Empire in India, you even have a reasonable amount of tolerance for Hindus, which is certainly not a monotheistic faith at all, with 30,000 known gods. And the reason for those latter two is primarily realpolitik, that the Muslims, when they conquered India, there's way too many Hindus for them to forcibly convert them or expel them. It just can't happen. So they have to have some kind of modus vivendi. So to Zoroastrians, when you come into Iran, they have to deal with this population, and it's simply not real try and convince them all to convert to Islam or to persecute them out of existence. But formally, only Jews and Christians have dhimmi status. I believe so. Not positive. Okay. I said no hard questions, okay? So, okay, let's go on. So anyways, that's how Jews are living. It's playing out inside his life. So let's look at Saadia in particular now. His name was Saadia ben Yosef al-Fayyumi. Fayyumi was one of the regions where he came from. He came out from very humble origins. And this is something that came up again and again as he was posed for high academic posts. A lot of the nobility, the Jewish nobility's towns, felt that he came from humble origins, and that really they should only be appointed who came from really significant background, rabbis and fathers going back, far back, kind of thing. But there was no question that his intellectual brilliance and above his competition, that he inevitably won all of these contests without really trying. He wrote his first book at a remarkably young age. He wrote it at the age of 11. Probably wrote it later when he was closer to 20. But at any rate, it was like an extremely complex rhyming dictionary in Hebrew, modeled on Arabic poetry, because at this time the Jews were reading Arabic, appreciating Arabic culture, appreciating particular Arabic literature, and so he wrote a Hebrew poetry manual based on a fairly similar Arabic manual. And it is a work really of haunting genius to see exactly how he works with the Hebrew grammar to evoke all kinds of interesting meanings. We don't know why he left Egypt, simply lost, but he spent some time in Israel. It could be that the reason he left was because he was in an extended conflict with the Karaite sect. And let me take a minute to mention who the Karaites were, because much of what we know about Saadia comes from the Karaites. Saadia was locked in a decades-long struggle with the Karaites, writing all kinds of ominous, invective against them. They responded in kind. So even though a lot of Saadia's own writings have been lost, they are quoted in the Karaite writings which survive. Mine Karaite text to see what Saadia actually believed in many places. It's a difficult kind of source because it comes from a questionable origin, and if we assume that they're quoting it correctly, we get quite the sense of what. So who are the Karaites? Very briefly, the Karaites were followers of one Hanan ben David, who came to the fore not much longer before Saadia, and he essentially argued that the Torah Shabbat Peh, the oral Torah that we spent so much time talking about last week, was an invention of the rabbis and did not have any valid theological origins. The only thing that the Karaites believed was valid was, in fact, the written Torah, the first 5 books of Moses, and so they argued for a very strict observance of the written Torah without any layering of additional meaning. As it turns out, that's a very, very hard thing to do, because the oral Torah has a tremendous degree of omissions inherent within the text, as we discussed last week. It has some extremely onerous legal impositions, like an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, or, for example, one of the classics, the Karaites would never eat cholet. Now, do you want to know why they wouldn't eat cholet? Right, because it says in the Pasuk very clearly, Lo saru eish b'chol moshkosecha. You shall not burn fires in all your inhabitants. So for Jews, following the oral Torah, they understand it to mean essentially you shall not light new fires on Shabbos. You can't strike a match. But if you have a fire already going, you may make use of it under certain circumstances with a covering of blood and things like that, but you may make use of it. And so therefore, the rabbinic Jews were able to enjoy cholet on Shabbos, which contributed tremendously to their survival, not alone cholesterol intake, but guys would eat only cold food on Shabbos. So if I'm not mistaken, I think there are some posting who even say it is a mitzvah to eat hot food on Shabbat, specifically to show that we're not Karaites. It's a very hard mitzvah to keep, but I try every week. So they spread quite dramatically, and they had a major pocket here in Egypt. We know from the Geniza findings, the tremendous trove of documents that was discovered in the region that covers several hundred years of Jewish life in the Eastern Mediterranean. And Karaites were actually a huge population, and surprisingly, especially because if you're looking at these kind of documents, they go along fairly well with rabbis. With the Geniza documents indicates a tremendous degree of intermarriage between rabbinic families and Karaite families. Lots of business organizations were, working between each other. And although most of the accepted historiography shows, two communities that are really fighting tooth and nail over all kinds of theological points, the actual social documents that Karaites and Rabbinites had all ways to get along with each other. That was not the case, however, when you get to the level of the rabbinic leadership. People like Sadia were constantly assailing the Karaites for their heterodox views. It still exists today, but only in tiny numbers spread out throughout Turkey and places like that. So that's how we know a lot about Sadia, and probably why he had to leave Egypt. Because it makes sense that, if Sadia was constantly getting in trouble with wealthy individuals because he had a mind of his own. I know he would have wealthy patrons who would support him in various positions of authority, ended whenever Sadia would take a position that was unfavorable to their interests. And that seems to be kind of a trope in his life, that he would recognize no man. He would only recognize what the Torah said, no matter whose influences, whose interests it affected. One of those conflicts, one that actually first brought him to sort of international fame, was the calendar controversy of 921 through 924. Yes, Ms. Abelson. It's a good question. I do not know the answer. I would just have to guess. When I say following, it probably means, you have to think of it in terms of groups and rule of history, right? When you don't know the answer, what is it probably? Right? It's probably about money. So, people, when they're in their midlife, as they're working in their careers and their business and things like that, they don't have the same kind of leisure time to be able to dedicate themselves in a discipleship relationship. That's something that really it's reserved for bachelors, at a certain, or maybe when you can really devote yourself to following anyone. When you're old, following your family, trying to pick up after them and make sure they're supported. So I would guess it was young people, simply on the kind of economic analysis, but I don't really know. So let's talk about the controversy. Historically, in ancient times, the calendar was set every month by sighting of the moon. And it's described in the Mishnah. People would witness the new moon. They would come to Jerusalem. They would testify before the court, and the court would make a calculation and declare that the month would begin on such and such a day, and so on. There's always the reason, because the lunar months precisely 30 days. They're slightly off, and so therefore, as we know, sometimes you have a 3-day month, and the next day is Rosh Chodesh, or you have a 29-day month, and the next 2 days are Rosh Chodesh, that kind of thing. And it was always set in Jerusalem. Then we entered a period really around the 1st and 2nd centuries where there was a lot of conflict with the Samaritans, and this system became viable. They used to communicate using smoke signals, which is where the American Indians, of course, got it from us. But they would light these smoke signals, and you'd be able to see them from mountain. And the Samaritans, Dafka, just to make it more difficult for the Jews, they would light their own smoke signals on the wrong day. Just to saw the signals that they would Rosh Chodesh already, and they would throw things off. By the 4th century, the Jewish world, also the Jews are spread out tremendously by the 4th century. In Iraq, they're living all over the African coast. So they have a fixed calendar. On mathematical, astronomical tables, they set a calendar, which is the calendar we use today. So in the year 921, a very important rabbi in Jerusalem named Aaron ben Meir declared that he was changing the rules and declared that they were going to announce the sighting of the moon based on a certain time of day when it was visited, was seen. And according to his proposal, it meant that Rosh Hashanah would fall out on a Thursday, as anticipated by the written calendar. So this threw the Jewish world into quite a bit of tumult because, if there's one holiday of the year, all the holidays are off. And what happens if, you get to Passover? If you celebrate Passover early, so all right, it's not such a terrible thing if you eat the Seder early, but that means you're going to start seeing Chametz before Passover is over, which is a very serious transgression. And so there had to be agreement on the calendar. Sadia Gaon wrote some initially very polite letters to Aaron ben Meir indicating why his calculations could not be upheld. But it was very clear that this was not just a demonstration of, rabbinical prowess. This was a little bit of a power contest because Babylon had for several hundred years since the close of the Talmud, 5th century, they had demonstrated that Babylon was the new center of the Jewish world. And Jerusalem, even though it was clearly the spiritual and historical center, was not the intellectual center where, the entire Jewish world was being ruled. And so there was a desire on the part of the Jerusalem Jews to try and wrest that authority from the Babylonian academies. So Sadia tried to persuade him. He was unsuccessful. And ultimately, he wrote some very powerful invective challenges against Aaron, but did go through at least 1 year where Aaron ben Meir's calculations were observed in Jerusalem, and in the rest of the Jewish world, they wrote Babylon. This only lasted for a little while until it was very clear that the Jewish people could not tolerate 2 calendars, and absolutely, it was really expensive. It was ridiculous, all the gifts you had to give from people far away, and then that kind of food, I guess. So what ended up happening is that Sadia won out. The calendar controversy was in his favor, which clearly demonstrated the authority of Babylon once and for all. And so Sadia emerged victorious, and this had tremendous repercussions for Islam. So he was appointed initially the leader of the great yeshiva of Pokita in 922, and he signed his name at the time of some of the documents we have with the title Al-Ruf that is associated there. But there were many who felt that he should be appointed to the neighboring rival city of Sura because it had been going into significant decline, and they looked for someone as strong as Sadia and his personality to bring it back to life. Now, one more thing that we have to explain about the nature of Jews living in Islamic lands, particularly in this region of Iraq. Iraqis or the Babylonians recognized a head of the Jewish community who was called in English the exilarch, arch meaning leader, and exile, of course, the exile, or in Aramaic, the Reish Galuta, the head of the exile. We even pray for the Reish Galuta's welfare on Shabbat, and the Korban kind of places like that, so it still survives in our land. But this was kind of like a quasi-political appointee. And there was always this kind of tension between who's really head of the Jewish community. Is it the political head, the Reish Galuta, who was a descendant of King David that was appointed and recognized by the Babylonian Muslim authorities? Or was it the head of the academy? Was that really the head of a community? So in this context, the Reish Galuta named David Rabbi, also a very strong-minded person, decided that Sadia should be brought from Pumbedita to restore Sura. And as I mentioned earlier, he had a lot of opponents to his candidacy because many people said, who is this guy from Egypt? He doesn't have any yichus, he doesn't have any family background. Why are we making him the head? Nevertheless, his brilliant performance during the counter controversy was undeniable, and his patron, the wealthy and powerful David ben Zakkai, was able to make him the Gaon. The only thing is that when he accepted the position, he did so explicitly on the condition, and we have this from Shirira Gaon and Hanabavi, who are chroniclers period, who said that David ben Zakkai made him swear that he will not disobey me or plot against me or regard anyone to me as the Reish Galuta or associate with any of my opponents, which is kind of a dramatic foreshadowing that these things would not happen. The contemporary authority says, and I quote here, that he was not afraid of any man and does not show favor to anyone because of his great knowledge. And there came a time when Sadia and David ben Zakkai ended up at cross purposes. It was specifically over the issue of probate of a will. He had gone on to do tremendous things for Surah. He immediately communicated with the surrounding communities and asserted the authority of Surah as the greatest of the academies and so on. But what ended up happening is there was a will that it was placed in probate. And David ben Zakkai, the exilarch, stood to gain a tremendous advantage if the will was adjudicated in his favor. Sadia Gaon, looking at the will, saw that it would not go in David ben Zakkai's favor, that the law really favored another claimant for the monies in the will. And so therefore, he demurred and said he would only sign off on this will if another particular rabbi would sign off on it. The other rabbi signed off on it, giving the money to David ben Zakkai, and so then it went right back to Sadia, and at this point Sadia said he was hoping that the other rabbi would be the first refusal, and therefore Sadia would not take the blame, but Sadia refused to give it, and he said he would not sign off, and that the will would not go to David ben Zakkai. David ben Zakkai was furious, and he fired Sadia Gaon. Sadia Gaon says, "You can't fire me, I'm going to fire you." And so he fired David ben Zakkai. And you have this really strange situation where both people of great authority disavowed the other, and they were kind of arm wrestling, so to speak, over who is going to be the true head of the people of Surah, and really the Jews of Babylon, and really the Jews of the world. It was quite a long standoff where David ben Zakkai, the Reish Galuta, appointed another Gaon of Surah, and Sadia ben Gaon reciprocated by appointing a rival exilarch, and they're all kind of like in this strange kind of family dynamic with the four of them there, and no one's recognizing anyone. In the end, the Muslim authorities stepped in, and they said in Arabic, it's enough already, and they demanded an end to the fight. This also was, Sadia's position was weakened when his candidate for the Reish Galuta had passed away, and so ultimately Sadia was forced to resign and to accept the loss of his academy. And so he had to step down, and David ben Zakkai temporarily was ascended. And this was the time when Saadia actually went into a kind of his own space and writing a tremendously prolific and powerful amount of literature. So it's really a blessing for the Jewish people as a whole. Should I pause for any questions now? We've done lots of history and the Reish Galuta stuff. Is Abramson, you're okay? Okay, good. Still singing about that driving comment. Okay, now. It's a big focus. I appreciate your question. It gives me faith that the Jewish people are going to survive, because this is, as they say in Yiddish, shows. I mean, how often do you have, for example, a rabbi in conflict with his board? Right? I think pretty much any time you have a synagogue, you will have a rabbi in conflict with his board, right? And that's exactly what we see with David ben Zakkai and Saadia Gaon. That David ben Zakkai represented Sophie's board and the sponsorship and things like that, and Saadia Gaon was doing his own thing, and the two of them in conflict. So it's really part of the Jewish tradition. It's not so bad. We got used to it. The sources do not give us a really good perspective of that. I would hazard a guess that people favored Saadia because he's kind of like the Lahadin. He's like the cowboy here. He's like the man standing up for his principles, and he's representing the Torah, whereas really Ben Zakkai is upset because the will didn't go his way. But as many of us know, that the Jews often have tremendous conflicts over wills afterwards. Families break up over these things, so we can understand that too. But that's a tangent. So I'm just guessing, but I would say Saadia probably on the other hand. It certainly comes out better in the end. Who knows does Ben Zakkai except will come to a class like this, right? But people know Saadia Gaon. Okay, so let's go on a little further. Now, what was special about his writings? Perhaps the most significant thing was not so much the content, but the style. One of the things that Saadia innovated was he borrowed very heavily from the dominant Muslim style of theological writing of the time, a style of writing which is known to as collage, and specifically the Mutazilite style. I don't really know much about the Muslim styles, but what I can tell you about it in this short period of time is that they're very particular when it comes to essentially creating numbered lists. They're very big on numbering their paragraphs, on starting with general topics and slowly winnowing them down to more and more specific ideas, and putting in their terms to purify silver of dross, right? You have a big hunk of metal, and you have to heat it up, and you have to slowly take the silver away and separate it from the rest of the metals. And so Saadia Gaon really instituted the idea of creating treatises on specific halachic topics, and then, breaking it down logically into a sort of a Greek way of thinking that the Arabs had inherited, of the larger point first, and then the sub-point, and then a sub-point, and then the corollary, and so on. Everything numbered 1.2, 1.3, all the way down, and a very, very logical sequence that was deeply appealing to the Jewish mind. This in contrast to the traditional, what was then traditional way of writing, which was essentially to follow a kind of meandering and apparently chaotic trajectory of the Talmud, which is more like a conversation, a stream of consciousness conversation, that it does have its own internal logic, but it's not a simple, straightforward logic. Simply to look up a particular halacha is a very difficult thing, and it's only because information is scattered so broadly over a wide amount of material and not easily indexed. So Saadia Gaon, taking this Mutazilite style and imposing that kind of rigor of thought and a very clinical level of thinking, just made his writings way more popular, and the style essentially became a Jewish style after that. Anyone who's read, for example, Maimonides' Mishnah Torah, and Maimonides disagreed with Sadya on a lot of very important points, but he adopted exactly the same kind of style that Sadya did, with the breaking up the whole Torah into sections, and then into books, and then into chapters, and then into individual sentences, and everything's numbered. Everything is organized and easy to find. This was a major innovation of Sadya. This was Sadya was really microphone. Sadya was really excellent at adapting to the zeitgeist, or it's a good word for the undergraduates here. Zeitgeist is spirit of the times, like the way people felt about things, the way people reacted to the world as a whole. That was the zeitgeist, and he found it, and he said, we can do this in Judaism. I tossed it right in, and it worked. Number one. Absolutely. He's completely fluent in Arabic. He's writing in Arabic. The variety of literature is limited. I'm not an expert enough in Sadya's writings to know who he cites from, Muslim writers, but there's no question that he is completely at home in the world of Arabic literature. And the world of Arabic literature is overwhelmingly religious literature at this time. So, and that's true of many of the Jews and Muslim lands, which is not the case in Christian lands. Like we started this discussion earlier, one of the kind of oversimplified differences between the experience of Jews in Muslim lands and those in Christian lands is, especially after the Crusades, Christian lands, with a few exceptions, let's say Italy, for example, they tended to become much more insular, much more inward-looking, regarding the outside world as toxic, as dangerous, as something to be avoided, and so on. And that held true really at the Enlightenment 18th century, let's say. In Muslim lands, that bifurcation really didn't exist. And it was perfectly normal, for example, for Shmuel Iman Nagrela to, be a high officer in the Spanish government and write Arabic love poetry and write a Pirush on the Gemara at the same time. It was not considered a stira, a contradiction, to be involved in both worlds. Whereas in the Christian world, we don't see Jews really doing that kind of thing. Writing Latin. Maybe a big exception would be, let's say, Ramchal, the great Rabbi who did write, Hebrew plays. He wrote dramas in Hebrew based on Italian styles of the 18th century, as well as, phenomenal works of Kabbalah and Musa at the same time. But that's already quite a bit later. Excellent question. Okay. Let's look at some of the kinds of books that he wrote. So the earliest ones we discussed were earlier, the rhyming dictionary in Hebrew. So he wrote quite a bit on grammar, which was really significant because it was not that well codified in the 9th century. The Karaites, ironically, were making a lot of progress in this area because, again, they disregarded the oral Torah, and they spent a lot more research on the written Torah and on Hebrew grammar. So in many ways, this is kind of like competing work. He wrote a very famous biblical commentary, which exists to this day, and it's noted for its very, very strict rational approach. This is one of the areas where the Maimonides comes to some odds, and he avoids all anthropomorphisms, any kind of, the Torah. This is a lot of human imagery to describe God. Sadya shied away from that very heavily. But for example, even the phrase of a Yomer, and God spoke. Speaking, of course, involves some kind of speech and involves, articulation of breath and of your tongue and your teeth and things like that. And that's an anthropomorphism, even a fairly mild one. So he would render that as, and he willed, as God willed, as opposed to as God spoke, because he wanted to avoid those anthropomorphisms. Yes, I was able to. No, but really it's kind of like a pure intellectual phenomenon. Speech is a physical phenomenon. You have to say something. You have to like breathe, and you have to form things with your body. But will can happen, just by some kind of consciousness floating in the ether. Yeah, well, God, I think it was fair to say, can have consciousness without being anthropomorphic. Okay, don't argue with me later. Okay, yes, Rabbi. Absolutely. It's mutazilite. Exactly. That's another good proof for your question earlier. Mutazilites were very much like this, and he rendered it similarly. Good point. Okay. Third, polemical literature. We've got a lot of things he wrote against the Karaites, and as I mentioned, we have a lot of the Karaite responses to it. Fourth, halakhic literature. Of course, as the Gaon of Surah, he's writing Shuvot, he's writing responses all the time, and he's writing treatises on individual halakhic topics as well. We saw that, for example, in the calendar controversy. One of his treatises was on defending the traditional method of calculating the calendar that we use to this day. He wrote liturgy, including one of the earliest singers that we have in existence today, still in use in some communities. And finally, and perhaps most famously, he wrote philosophy. And perhaps his most important work is the so-called Book of Beliefs and Opinions, in which he really subjects Judaism to a searching and penetrating analysis of what really is it that we believe. Now, I know I started by talking about how Judaism is so orthopractic, but I don't want to overemphasize that point. We do have, books that argue about what is Jewish belief as opposed to Jewish practice. And this is one in a great chain of works that would include, for example, Samson Raphael Hirsch's Chorev, that are kind of overarching philosophical statements of why do we do these things? What are our fundamental beliefs? Among the many innovations that Saadia describes, or his kind of analytical categories, is he describes rational versus revealed commandments. And in commandments that we can derive as being sensible, that you don't really have to be Jewish even to recognize the value of, for example, honor your father and mother, Ms. Abramson, or, I'm sorry, yeah. And, but there are also revealed commandments, like, what is the point of not wearing wool and linen in the same garment? So that has to be revealed commandment. And there's logic to it as well, but it's not the same logic as rational. So this is like a huge philosophical work, but the English translation I have is about 4 inches thick, and there's far more for us that we can possibly analyze in this short biographical class. So, in the end, to return to his life story, he did achieve a reconciliation with his nemesis, David ben Zakkai. It happened when this feud had been going on for quite a long time. And you can imagine David ben Zakkai had expended tremendous resources, both financial in terms of his personal and political capital. He ultimately came out victorious, but exhausted. And Saadia is right there in Surah, and he's busily writing all these great works, and everyone recognizes him as the greatest scholar of the world at the time, but he's not holding this position of authority. So eventually, the exilarch, David ben Zakkai's father-in-law, gets involved. His father-in-law was always a big supporter of Saadia, and he says, again in Arabic, showing him it's enough already, and he manages to effect a reconciliation between these two. Saadia is returned to his post as the head of the Academy of Surah, and the placeholder Gaon that had been hired during the conflict was allowed to remain and keep his salary, but Saadia was really considered the ultimate authority there. The exilarch, exhausted by this died soon afterwards, and to indicate how complete the reconciliation was, Saadia adopted his son, the son of his first world enemy, and raised him in his own home out of love for him. It tells us something about his character as well. So the legacy of Saadia Gaon, again, this is not a picture of Saadia Gaon. The legacy of Saadia Gaon is a fascinating one that illustrates a lot about the nature of the Jewish life in Muslim lands, eternal Jewish life, the conflict between the so-called secular and the religious powers, and of course describes the life of a phenomenal individual with a very strong character who made tremendous contributions to the Jewish people as a whole. Next week, I have an amazingly bizarre topic to discuss. I hope you'll be able to join me. We're going to talk about the very strange story of the Jews of Khazaria, which is a small territory, actually at the time it's a very large territory, in the Caspian Sea region, where in the 8th century, it was a well-tested place by multiple authorities, the entire kingdom converted to Judaism. So we figure out what exactly what was all this about. Where did they go? If there's so many Khazarians converted to Judaism, where are they now? What kind of Judaism did they practice? So we'll talk about that, God willing, next week. In the meantime, thank you very much for your attention and your indulgence. July of 1922, two celebrated three topics that same year. That's part of the ending of the nation. Remembering the anniversary by discussing the words which will so, first of all, when the Ottoman Empire fell, the context of World War I, the entire region to deal with the civilizations, which was one of the ways one decided to deal with the entire region of Israel and Jordan were now becoming so this is like a huge day. Within a few months, however, decided by the Christian ideas each other as a result of the alliances, and the remaining part, which was on the west side of Jordan's River, Jewish state, as explained in 1917 Calvary Declaration, promised the Jews a national homeland in the region, so long as it's not prejudiced against or there. Oh, sorry, not to mention. So you've got Jordan against the right-hand section, Moab against the rest. Okay, let's jump ahead. Here we go. My position plan. So, as during the period of the British men had described the period of was concentration, and the whole time waiting to determine the final settlement. As we conclude that it is capable of containing various stressors particularly after World War II, when European pressure on increased to allow Arab tensions so the British handed it back to the United Nations, and they said, we can do this. The UN came up with a rather bizarre plan in 1947, which divided the territory into seven distinct sections. They are as follows. Three Jewish waste and south. Three Arab zone, the middle region, and what would become the West Bank region, Gaza, Ashkelon. And the seventh zone was to be international, held somehow by the entire world. This plan was rejected by the Arab nations, but it was accepted by the Jews, which led to the 1948-49 War of Independence, which resulted in Israel actually consolidating its territory. It actually increased the size of its race significantly to try and make their territory more significant overall. And it's a tremendous human losses, huge casualties during this war. But by the time the armistice was determined, that is not a formal peace treaty, but at least a ceasefire. The region here was under Israel's control. The region on the left here, Gaza, was under Egyptian control. And the region on the west was Jordanian control. The West Bank here, so-called, on the west side of the Jordan River, was known by its biblical names as well. Gaza, known by its biblical names, Gaza was here on the coast. Jerusalem was unfortunately divided between Israel and Jordan, with Jewish border peoples falling on the Jordanian side of this conflict. This changed dramatically in 1967 when, after a dramatic preemptive strike in June of that year, Israel was not able to actually protect itself from the threats of Egypt and Syria. They were actually able to conquer that huge amount of territory as well in an amazing 6 days of fighting. So the region they conquered were the Golan Heights, strategically very important in the north because whoever stands on the Golan either looks into the Peninsula. Of these territories, Israel only annexed Jerusalem, which was united under the single Jerusalem and the Golan Heights, meaning these made part of Israel proper, and lived there were given citizenship, which is a requirement to annex the territory. International. The other territories, the larger West Bank or Sinai Peninsula, were not annexed to Israel, and was living there, they became known as Palestinians, or actually, since that's when this term was becoming much more in use, they were left temporarily stateless. The Sinai Peninsula was actually given back to Egypt after the Camp David Accords in 1979, which meant that Israel had to do something like this. This is basically the Israel looks like today. As you can see, the region in Jordan, the Golan Heights, is annexed to Israel as part of Israel proper. Gaza, on the other hand, was abandoned by Israel in 2005. For complicated reasons, primarily demographic in nature, Israel felt that it was more advantageous to reduce the military threat and cost that continued in small Jewish populations in Gaza, and they simply retreated to these boundaries. Israel still maintains control over the boundaries of Gaza as a whole, but the interior is simply left without the rule. This was an issue of great controversy in Israel at the time. It remains controversial as well. In this region here, the West Bank is home to the so-called Palestinian Authority, which has limited self-status, not have a country or a state right now, but many, many Jews, hundreds of thousands in fact, live just within the green line here, that is on the east side of the 1949 armistice line. So these maps give us a sense of the changes of the Israeli borders in the 20th century, beginning with the Tammuz. Thank you for listening. Good. Ready to go? Okay. Thank you for coming. It's a nice turnout for the. Oh, it's my pleasure. So it's nice to have a reasonable turnout in the off season. I'd like to welcome the mayor of Surfside, Mr. Teicher, is here. So big round of applause. Okay. And we've got a fascinating presentation for us tonight. I really was hoping to be able to use my new clicker thing, but unfortunately the batteries are dead, so we're just going to have to do it without the batteries. But our topic for tonight is Menachem Begin, and the subtitle is A New Israel, because his 1977 revolution, when he came to power, represented a tremendous change in a lot of the thinking about Israel, the thinking within Israel, and as I hope to demonstrate the next 48 minutes or so, really represents a tremendous step forward in terms of the maturation of Israel as a state. Many people feel it was not such a positive degree in direction in which to mature, but nevertheless, we'll explore that in the next hour. I'd like to start with the joke, which I did receive from a member of the audience. I'm just going to adapt it a little bit. And Elia at TorahCafe.com is going to edit it out before we put it on the web. But the joke goes like this. There's this great rabbi who spends a lot of his life studying the Torah, teaching the Torah, counseling people, and offering sermons and things like that. And after a long, well-lived life, he goes up to heaven. And the angels are very happy to see him. They say, "Welcome, Rabbi," and they take him into the anteroom, the vestibule, beautiful decor, big curtains, things like that. Angels moving back and forth, and please have a seat here while we process. You put him down on a nice sofa, and a little cup of tea. Sitting there waiting, very pleased with himself because this is the culmination of a life well lived. And all of a sudden, he hears in the distance a shofar blowing. And then, angels start flying back and forth with great rapidity. And then they come out with these long trumpets, and they're blowing all kinds of stuff in a tizzy. And he says, "What's going on?" And one of the angels says, "Didn't you hear? Shlomi, the Egged bus driver is here. Shlomi, the Egged bus driver." Egged, of course, is the Israeli bus company, which is known for their somewhat chaotic and creative interpretation of the rules of the road. So, anyways, he's saying, "Oh my gosh, it must be some tzaddik. It must be a hidden tzaddik, a tzaddik nisgat." And he waits to see who's this Shlomi. And the angels bring in Shlomi, and he's wearing like a grimy pair of khaki pants and one of those white wife beater shirts that's stained, and he's smoking, and he's spitting out sunflower seed shells, and he's swearing in Hebrew and things. And the angels just guide him in straight into the pearly gates, so to speak. I don't know if we have pearly gates, but you get the image. So the rabbi is saying, "Wow, that was quite a show," but I'm wondering, who was this Shlomi? Did not look like such a tzaddik that he should be rushed into heaven so much. And me, I really did dedicate my life to Torah and tefillah and avoda. How come I'm sitting on the sofa? So he goes up to one of the angels and he says, "Wastutza, how come he got ahead of me?" And they said to him, "Rabbi, you don't understand. When you get up and you give a sermon, everyone falls asleep. But when Shlomi drives his Egged bus, everyone starts davening." All right, that's a good joke. It will be cut out of the online version. So tonight's topic, Menachem Begin, 1913 to 1992. This is actually the centennial of his birth. I believe his birthday is right around this time of year as well. I'm sorry, I didn't look up the specific date, but we are at the centennial of his birth. How appropriate we should speak about it tonight. He is, of course, most famous for being the 6th Prime Minister of Israel, first who did not in the left-wing Mapai or Labour Party, as we shall thrill. He is associated with a group called the Irgun, a very important pre-British resistance movement, resistance to the British movement, controversial as we shall discuss. But despite his credentials, he definitely was a hawk, very warlike, with a sense of unease with regards peace treaties and accommodation with the Arabs. He was, ironically, the first Israeli prime minister to sign a peace treaty with any of the neighboring Arab states. So he was quite literally the hawk who made, and that peace, although it is not without some tension, nevertheless has maintained stability since 1978 when it first began. So he's an unusual figure, a figure of contradictions, a figure with internal turmoil, a great tragedy in his own personal life and great victory at the same time, a man of incredible tenacity and a man of great achievements, as we shall discuss. So he was born in Brest-Litovsk, which was then in Poland. His father came from a long line of rabbis, although he himself was not practicing as a rabbi. He was working in the lumber business. The family was also very Zionistic. In many ways, actually, it's kind of like my grandmother, Shalom, her sort of orientation with pro-Hebraic, pro-Zionist, Eastern European orientation. As a youth, he first enrolled in a group called the Hashomer HaTzair youth group. The Hashomer HaTzair is a very left-wing, really communist Zionist group. But he left after 2 years, and at the age of 14, he joined a much more right-wing group called Beitar. Hashomer HaTzair means the young guard, and that is a really sort of communist-sounding phrase, like Komsomol, the communist youth, things like that. Beitar, on the other hand, reference to a place name in Israel, the Great Battle of Beitar, associated with the rebellion against the Romans in ancient times, which was a site of a great victory for the Romans, a tragedy for the Jews, but nevertheless the symbol of Jewish resistance to occupation. And that's really the the motivating principle of Beit was to train youth in Israel, in Poland, for national paramilitary roles in Israel, becoming Zionist state. He went to law school at the University of Warsaw. He gained his law degree, but he never practiced law, although his expertise in language was well noted even as a young man. He was fluent in classic languages, in many European languages. He wrote and spoke, of course, in classical Hebrew as well, and he was famous for being a great orator. His critics called him a demagogue, but nevertheless, he was definitely a master of the spoken word, something that he attributed to his training in Warsaw. But his principal influence, without a doubt, was a man that he frequently called Mori Rabbi, my master and teacher, Vladimir Zev Jabotinsky. Jabotinsky is a fascinating, very important character. Perhaps in later classes we'll look at his life in detail. Basically, he swam in the opposite direction of much of the secular Jewish movements of the day. Communism, socialism, the idea of Družba Narodov, we explored in previous classes, the idea that the Jews should participate in a proletarian world in which there is no more criticism between nationalities, there's no more racism, no more hatred. That's where most Jews were kind of voting. And if they were Zionists as well, they were voting with their feet to create that kind of reality in the state of Israel, what would be the state of Israel. We discussed it last week, but here was typical for much of the youth of Poland at the time. Jabotinsky, on the other hand, had a radically different approach. Jabotinsky felt that fundamentally the Jews had to go it alone. This idea of, all the nations setting aside this, once they recognized their true enemies were not enemies, they were class enemies. He felt that was all garbage, all, just hogwash that people were lovingly drinking up, but it was meaningless. He felt that ultimately the Jews had to stand on their own 2 feet, and they had to take responsibility for their own survival and not trust to the general goodwill of society as a whole. This is also in great contrast to Herzl, who, although Herzl was not a socialist by any means, his vision of Israel was something like, Vienna on the Mediterranean. If you ever seen Haifa, for example, that's really kind of Herzl's city. People get along, they're polite, they say hello to each other in the streets, and there's not too much fighting going on. That's really what Herzl had in mind. So Herzl was spending most of his time going from world power to world power with the early shuttle diplomacy, trying to convince the head of England, the head of Germany, and so on to support the Zionist venture. Jabotinsky said that's almost the time. We can't trust anybody. We must do it on our own. The critics of Jabotinsky said he was an early integral nationalist. That's kind of like the nice technical term for fascist, meaning that they were very into typical things that were associated with the fascists. The chauvinistic attitude, the idea that the Jews are better than everybody else, a militaristic bent, very much into parades and insignia and paramilitary drills, less of a democratic structure, more of a charismatic leadership structure. These kinds of ideas were definitely associated with Jabotinsky. At the same time, I think it's unfair to put him in this kind of camp because he had a broad-minded approach to the national struggle of many other peoples. And in contradistinction to many of his peers, for example, he felt very positively about the Ukrainian national movement, which was excoriated by many Jews at that time. So he was a really complicated character. Begin encountered him at an early age and became his right-hand man. By the age of 22, he was already appearing beside him at the World Congress of Revisionists, which was the name of Jabotinsky's party, as we shall see. And Jabotinsky's perhaps greatest claim to fame was his backing of Jewish self-defense. Recall that during this period, there are ongoing waves of pogroms against Jews in Eastern Europe, most notably the beginning of the 1880s, and then with increasing rapidity and ferocity in the first decade of the 20th century, the second decade of the 20th century, just incredible numbers of attacks on Jews in small villages. So Jabotinsky argued that Jews should organize their own self-defense societies, where typically young Jews would get together, train themselves, and be prepared for the attacks of hooligans that would typically come on the railroads at the time. He was beloved by the youth. He was mistrusted by the older generation who felt that these self-defense units would just exacerbate the problem, and it would look like a provocation, whereas the older Jews were saying, you know what, we should just keep things calm, we should follow what the Torah says, pray for the welfare of the government so that, they leave us alone. Jabotinsky represented a radical new type of thinking that was ultimately very influential. Now, what I'm going to show you here today, I'm very proud of. My daughter, Denise Malka, helped me put this slide together. Most of my slides are very simple with no animation and things like this. Is going to be animation super, because, and I just have to give you a little history lesson. Most of you in this room remember the old teaching technology called chalkboards. Remember? So my wife actually, I was in youth, so she bought me a little metal sleeve to hold the chalk in, because otherwise it would come home, my right side was just covered in chalk from teaching. And I used to teach this particular class on a blackboard, not even a green board. And then, I came out, I started going to transparency. Remember those plastic clear sheets you would write on them? So then I used that. And then when I went to PowerPoint, I couldn't do it. And now finally, with my Mac, I figured out how to do it with my daughter's help. And so I'm going to go back to full style teaching, but it's very complicated. Get ready. Okay, so it's an important moment for me. So here, this is the political spectrum. So for the rest of the world, the political spectrum only has two ends to it, right? Left and right. It's very simple. It's, towards the socialist end and towards the capitalist end. And that's obvious. Jews can't leave it alone. It has to be more complicated. We have two axes for our political spectrum, a left to right and an up and down. So here we go. Let me label these. There are four cardinal points. The first is Zionism. The second is something called Doikite, which I'll examine in a second. The third is capitalism. The fourth is socialism. So what are these four elements in the Jewish political spectrum? So let's put Zionism up here. And by Zionism, obviously, we understand the movement to create a Jewish homeland in the land of Palestine. We've spoken about it in a few different lectures, but that's going to be at the top, the y-axis of this spectrum. Doikite, the word do in Yiddish means here. So Doikite means here-ness, and it's the opposite of Zionism, in that some Jews, let's say in Poland, would say, we should be striving to create a Jewish polity over there, Dortikite if you want, there in Israel. But other Jews would say, no, let's reorganize ourselves here in Poland, a diaspora nationalism. So Jews would separate along this y-axis, some more towards Dorkite, more towards Zionism. And of course, on the right wing, we have capitalism. You don't have, I think it's unfair to really call Jews fascists for reasons that are obvious, but there are some that definitely go further to the right, as we shall see. But capitalism is essentially, in favor of the free market economy. John Smith, the idea that, as long as you give people as much freedom so they do not impinge on others' freedoms, then the society will prosper as a whole, and so on. And that's contrasted with socialism, which is the idea that, no, you have to have a command economy, controlled from the top, that regulates how, income is generated and spent and shared and so on. Those are our four cardinal points. Any questions so far about these? It's as clear as the sun at noonday. But wait, it will get more confusing. So let's look at some of the main political parties of the day. And by the way, right now I'm talking about the period between, let's say, 1905, when the Tsarist Empire first allowed political parties to actively work, until 1912, which is the foundation of one of the last parties we'll talk about. So this is what the complexion of Jews politically were at the first 2 decades of the 20th century. The so-called Allgemeine Zionisten, or general Zionists, so-called because they had to be distinguished from about 7 other kinds of Zionists. This is basically Herzl's party. the largest single Zionist party, and they were obviously on the top end of the scale towards Zionism, but they also believed in capitalism. They felt that, the new Jewish land in Palestine should be basically a Western economy. These are contrasted with a Bundists, and this was basically a communist-style party. They were social democrats who were both socialists and very much not into Zionism. They felt that Zionism was backwards, against the tide of history, which tried to minimize national differences. The Bundists said we should the Zionists, the trend of history is to minimize national differences. They wanted to be down here with Dorothea. Then the third group would be the Poalei Zion. We spoke about them last week with Golda Meir. This is her party. The workers of Zion, who believe in Zionism, and at the same time, they are socialists. They want Israel to exist, to be a Jewish homeland, but they want it to be a socialist country. And then finally, the last group, which is the Volkspartei, very small group. This is Shimon Dubnow's party that we spoke about many weeks ago, that believed, no, we should work on Jewish politics here in the diaspora, and it should be fundamentally capitalist. Okay, any questions so far? Yes, go ahead. That's a Yiddish transliteration. Yeah, it's you can call it, it's a Volkspartei in Yiddish. It's a Yiddishist party. Okay, we're all right with this? Now, here's an important party for us. These are the revisionists. The revisionists, this is Jabotinsky's party. This is the intellectual origins of Menachem Begin's policies. The revisionists, so-called because they wanted to revise things, they took their cue from the revisionist parties after World War I as well, that parties that were unhappy with the status quo wanted to change everything. They are ultra-Zionist and ultra-capitalist in the sense that they want no truck with other peoples. They really believed in the toxicity of non-Jews, and they were untrustworthy, and they had to be handled kind of like, at a full arm's length, and essentially the Jews had to stand on their own 2 feet and just take it. They believed in much more aggressive, even violent means to achieve this end, very militaristic, and very kind of pessimistic about the possibility of a flourishing of peace in the region. Now we'll see how that plays out in Menachem Begin's life in a moment. So far, have you really enjoyed the animation? Did you like the? Yeah. So here, I normally don't like this, but since I learned how to do it, I started having fun. Let me tell you what happened to these parties. Just to jump ahead in our lecture a little bit, what happened to these parties since then? So I'm going to take you up to the present day. What happens to these parties? So first of all, what through the Bund? Boom. Isn't that cool that I can drop it down and make like that? Okay. They became in the Soviet communists, and then Stalin killed them all. So that was it for them. In the United States, became a group called the Workmen's Circle, which some of you may have some familiar with. It was very popular in the first half of the 20th century, kind of a quasi-socialist Jewish group, very active in New York City in particular. Now, here goes. Now here's another animation. That's nice. Kind of a star that goes by like that. The Volkspartei had a major influence on the structure of the Jewish Federation movement. Obviously, the Federation is not a party, but the philosophy of Volkspartei influenced the Federation, and they essentially observe its teachings. Here's the third one, the Poalei Zion. Wow, that's a flashing bulb. They became the Labor Party, and the general Zionists and the revisionists joined, and they formed this party, the Flames, right? Likud. So that's where we are today. Sort of the major orientations of like as they say in Yiddish, ça change, c'est la même chose. Right? Nothing changes. It's always the same. It's not actually Yiddish, but I think at least one of you knows that. Okay, so that's basically where we're looking at now. Begin, Jabotinsky are way over here in the revisionist corner, and they've got all these other parties that disagree with them. Okay. So back to his life. He was very, very active in Beitar, the youth wing of Jabotinsky's revisionist movement, and he actually would travel around Europe, garnering support and encouraging young people to join this movement. And while he was traveling around, he would stay, of course, in the homes of various wealthy supporters. It was at one of these homes that he met a young woman named Elisa Arnold, and 1 month later they were married. And they had an incredible relationship that lasted until her death. I guess it would be about, I can't do the math off the top of my head, but they had a very, very strong relationship that lasted to the end of her life. And in fact, when she eventually passed away, he was devastated, and it really represented the end of his career and ultimately his life as well. She was a retiring figure who really stood in the background whenever possible. In fact, when she was honored, when Begin was invited to speak with Jimmy Carter, who became prime minister, she was honored at a dinner of that nature, and the audience was shocked that she refused to speak. She just got up and said thank you, and they said, "Aren't you going to make a speech about politics or Israel?" And she said, "My husband is the speaker," and she sat down. So kind of stay in the background, but she endured tremendous suffering that was really quite remarkable. Here she is, of course, shown with their oldest son, Benny. They had 3 children. Benny later went into politics, Benny Begin. In this particular picture, it's taken from when he was in hiding in Israel. He was hunted by the British, and so he pretended to be an Orthodox rabbi named Sassover, I think, living in a regular neighborhood where even their good members, and he was the leader of their, had no idea who he was. And they were like inviting him into their secret circles, things like that, when he was really yeah, that's true. We'll get to that. But still in Poland. So he's in Poland in the late 1930s, and he happens to be working primarily on organizing illegal immigration to Palestine. He's organizing Jews, organizing boats, trying to get them into the land of Israel when the war breaks out. He happened to be in Lithuania at the outbreak of the war, and Lithuania had kind of a tragic moment of peace at the beginning of the war because Stalin and Hitler had not completely worked out who was going to take over a portion of that territory. It happened that once that was settled, Begin found himself on the Soviet side, and since he was a prominent Zionist activist, he was arrested by the Soviets before he could be arrested by the Nazis, who was invading Lithuania a couple of years later. He was sent out to the Gulag, where he was tortured and imprisoned for several years for his activity with the party. This is his Soviet mugshot from the time. But then what happened, as we discussed in previous classes, is that in June 22nd of 1941, the Nazis double-crossed Stalin, and they invaded the Soviet Union, and all of a sudden the Soviet Union looked to their prisoners in the gulags to see if they could dig up some allies to fight the Nazis. So Begin was released to join the Polish army, which was then fighting on the Eastern Front with the Nazis, and ultimately from the Polish army, he was transferred to Israel in May of 1942. So, well, because the division of the Polish army, or the Jewish Polish soldiers, they set up a special unit in Palestine to fight alongside the British. Because remember, the British and the Polish are allies at this point, and that's his kind of circuitous route. Ironically, he wanted to stay in Eastern Europe and continue fighting against the Nazis, but he was urged by his followers to go take the fight to Israel, which wasn't the same kind of fight at all, because there was no hostilities, active hostilities, no front line in Israel itself. But of course, that was the homeland, and ultimately he was had much more of an impact there in Israel. At this time, if we move to Israel and understand what's going on, we skipped over this a little bit last week because it's more relevant to us in our lecture today. The Arab-Israeli relationship is going south very rapidly. There's a lot of debate over the demographics about how many people actually lived in Palestine at the beginning of the 20th century, but there's no question that the Jewish population and the Arab population grew proportionately, which leads many Israeli interpreters to say that, as more Jews move to Israel and create economic infrastructure, bringing a lot of Western support with them, a lot of Western know-how, draining the swamps, that kind of image. A lot of Arabs did from Lebanon, Syria, and Jordan for the economic opportunities that this new population represented. And that was going fine until the 1920s, because the Coalition, if you recall, they are like the more socialist, more dovish orientation, which dominated Israeli politics for so long. They discovered that some of the socialist ideologies were counterproductive in the land of Israel. Specifically, they had two values that came into conflict with one another. On the one hand, they wanted to have, obviously, peaceful, harmonious relations with the indigenous Arab population or the new Arab population. That was to be sure. But on the other hand, they valued, as socialists, the notion that Jews should get their fingers in the dirt. They should work with their backs with the land. They really wanted to get away from the kind of Eastern European mentality of Jews as accountants or Jews as indoor people, pasty, scholarly, weaklings. They wanted to have strong new Jews who are farmers, who work the land. So by the Arabs loved the economic opportunities of the manual labor, picking the oranges and tending to the crops and things like that. But that meant that a lot of the Jews ended up being like kind of small businessmen, managing these farms or managing commercial relations with the Arabs, and they were not creating the new Jew that they so hoped to do. So the Coalition instituted a policy of Jewish labor that was intended to get regular Jews, off their butts in the offices and into the fields working. Excuse my language. Get that out, Elia, please. Get them into the fields, muscular and tanned, and that's the kind of idea. But that meant that the Arabs didn't have work because they had to let go of the Arabs in order to hire the Jews to work in the fields. And this sparked a significant amount of economic protest because a lot of Arabs said, well, what is this? We came here, you need work, you're not hiring us, that's discrimination. And so you had an increasing level of economic tension that, eventually morphed into a violent conflict. There's several major riots of this nature. They were tied to other elements as well. I'm making it very simplest by looking just at the economic aspect of it. But the rioting, it kind of mirrored the pogrom activity in Eastern Europe, and it was escalating rather than getting better. So this is the environment into which Jabotinsky found Arabs. Added to that was the fact that the British had just published a very anti-Zionist position paper called the White Paper. That was an attempt to deal with the violence that was used. The White Paper was a thing called the Peel Commission that argued for essentially a separation of Jews and Arabs with some internalization of certain zones like Jerusalem and so on. But on the whole, it benefited the Arab position. And many Jews felt that they had been betrayed by the British, who had in 1917 made that fantastic Balfour Declaration to include in their goals the idea of a homeland for Jews in Palestine. The worst part of it, of course, was the war and especially the constriction on immigration. You recall that, moving quickly through the period, but Britain is in control of Israel at this time. Britain is obviously fighting against the Nazis. The Arabs decide to join with the Axis powers. So the Arab nations surrounding Israel become pro-German, and England here has a little foothold in the Middle East. They are obviously pro-Allies. So the Palestinian Jews, like Begin at this time, decide that they're going to throw in their lot with the British against the Arabs, because even though they don't want the British there, they feel that the British are persecuting them and not allowing enough Jews to live there and so on. At the same time, the enemy that they share, the Nazis, was far more grievous than their temporary difficulties. And so therefore, the various Jewish underground movements said at this point, you know what, we're complaining about the British, we don't like the restrictions they placed on us, but we are going to suspend that, and we are going to cooperate with the British in our attempt to rid the world of Nazism. Shortly after the war, which of course ends positively in terms of the major conflict, the Brits immediately returned to that very restrictive immigration policy, which is disastrous because you have an incredible number of displaced Jews. Somewhere, I mean, I'm just guessing now, but it has to be at least 3 or 4 million displaced Jews who do not go to their homes either because of the political situation. A lot of these homes have been overrun by the communists now, or because of the hostility that's still regnant there, or even more basically, the notion that they're not wanted back home. The notorious pogrom in Kielce in 1940, in which Jews were accused after the Holocaust of drinking the blood of Christian children, was just a clarion call for Jews to get out of the graveyard of Europe and go to Israel. So we have all these Jews who are amassing in displaced persons camps, and they want to go to Israel. The world's opinion looks upon this with favor after the news of the tremendous devastation of the Holocaust gets out. Increasingly beleaguered, trying to keep these Jews out of Israel because that antagonizes the Arabs, when they're really losing this major opinion poll in the world in terms of public opinion. So Begin, again, is involved in smuggling Jews into Palestine. And as we discussed at length last week, so I won't go into detail here, the United Nations decides to partition Israel. The Jews accept the partition plan, the Arabs reject it, and you have a massive war that lasts over a year, which ultimately Israel emerges from successfully. Yes, that's why I said that. Oh, that's fascinating. I've never heard of a Nazi colony in Israel. There are definitely Germans there, but I did not know it was Wow. Wow. So my grandmother around, she always used to say that the jails are full in Israel too. That was a bit of wisdom. Incredible. Incredible. Your question exceeds my ability to answer. It's fascinating. I'll have to look. Okay, shall we go on a little bit? I got some more stuff on Bingham. Okay, so this time again, the Irgun, the collective name for his new movement in Israel. He's the leader of the Irgun, which was distinguished from something called the Haganah. It literally means defense, and the Haganah was into the military wing of a high labor party. The socialist, coalition party had its own forces. They implemented policies that were consistent with the ideals of socialism. The Irgun, which means essentially the organization, was based on revisionist principles. And not surprisingly, these two military forces often came to severe disagreement and even blows. Very significant conflict on a number of occasions. The most significant question was, how do we deal with the British? The Haganah wanted to adopt a much more diplomatic approach while clearly opposing the British and wanting them to lift their restrictions on immigration and so on. They felt that the British were ultimately civilized people, and they could sit down and talk with them, and that there was a way to perhaps work things out. The Irgun, again, consistent with the revisionist principles, felt that that was just, a pipe dream and not worth thinking about at all. The only way to get the British out of Israel was to drive them out. And they implemented policy much more aggressive towards the British. Most importantly, the notorious bombing of the King David Hotel in July of 1946. This was the headquarters of the British in Israel, and the warnings were issued. The Irgun placed several bombs in the basement of the hotel, which of course still stands in Israel today, was rebuilt. And they issued several warnings and several media, including phone calls to the switchboard itself, and the British ignored those warnings. There was a major investigation afterwards, and the British, although definitely holding Putin to blame for this attack, they also took some responsibility themselves for not heeding those warnings. Part of the reason, perhaps, for not heeding the warnings was because bomb threats were very common, and they were typically ignored, like fire drills and Surfside. But the bombs did, in fact, go off in the middle of the day when the building was at its peak capacity. 91 people were killed and 46 were hurt, and that includes British citizens, Jews, and Arabs as well. And this represented a major turning point in the escalation of violence between the Israeli underground and the British. And a bounty was placed on Begin's head. I'll show you the picture of it in a minute, where he was. They would offer £10,000 for anyone who could bring him back, dead or alive, that he was the leader and mastermind of this movement. There was also very, very harsh criticism from the Jewish Haganah, who wanted to call off this entire episode. And Ben Gurion, who was the leader of the Mapai party, who was later the first prime minister of Israel, he felt that Begin was a type of terrorist that was harming the Jewish cause with these kinds of intemperate actions. And in some cases, the Haganah even captured the Irgun fighters and gave them over to the British. So the Haganah is at the same time fighting the British, but the Jews have not got their act together either. The Haganah and the Irgun are fighting bitterly as well. Yes, Mr. Lack. Well, I don't think that the Irgun's intent was to kill. Their intent was to send a message that, you're not safe anywhere. And by the way, we should realize that this is happening to the British at the same time in India. They're having a miserable time with Mahatma Gandhi, with Jinnah and Muslim Brotherhood, Muslim Party, is what they call it over there. And the British essentially give up on India at the same time, too. They're just taking a beating from their colonial powers because they no longer want it in those places. So the idea was to send a clear message: we don't want you here, and the message was certainly received. Yes.
I think that's true there. That the children as well, because the British society, because one thing that most of the people that were British that were in Palestine at the time really didn't think much of the history.
I'm not going to. I don't want to pass judgment. My goal here is to just try and present the facts in as neutral a position as way. And of course, you can interpret them any way you like. But I'm doing my best to maintain objectivity. I have students who are on the other end of that camera that have to hear this. Okay. Anyway, here's a kind of a cool bouncy picture, and it's helpfully circled for us too. Okay, another major event which occurred in the context of the Arab-Israeli War, and very important for understanding Begin's policies and Israeli politics afterwards, is the massacre at an Arab village called Deir Yassin. It really deserves a far more detailed treatment than I can provide in the short time I've allotted. But basically what happened was Irgun and allied forces attacked an Arab village that was significant for strategic reasons. And although Begin himself was not involved in the operation, he was not present at the time, he argued for restraint. Something went wrong. There's a lot of debate over what went wrong exactly, but there was a horrible massacre of men, women, and children in this little village. Numbers differ. Some bring as low as 100 people, others place it as high as 300, but it's universally recognized that this was a massacre of civilians by an early resistance movement that had become part of the Israeli Defense Forces, and the Israelis were roundly criticized for this atrocity. Again, if you have more time, we can go into the back and forth as to how it went wrong. The warnings were issued, the loudspeakers weren't working, they were fired upon first, there are all kinds of things going around. But the bottom line is there were about 200 dead civilians at the hands of a force of this nature. What is especially important for our purposes, though, is that Deir Yassin was a major turning point for the beginning of the Palestinian refugee problem, because many Arabs in Israel said, my gosh, these people are savages, and they fled Israel. They fled the war zone. Now, many Arabs felt that they would soon be returning with victorious Arab armies and claiming property from the Jews who had been driven into the sea. But any way you look at it, there was this fear generated that the Arabs were not safe in the new Israel, and that they had to leave simply for the safety of their own families. And again, you can politicize the event, but it is a turning point in the Arab-Israeli relationship early on in the war. And at the same time, once again, while the Arabs and the Israelis are fighting, Israelis and the Israelis are fighting. And perhaps the worst moment is the so-called Al Helena affair, which is in June 1948. The Al Helena was the name of a boat that was commissioned to bring immigrants making Aliyah to Israel from Europe, from this displaced person, along with a large container load, large cargo of weapons, including tanks, machine guns, large weapons. And the agreement was that since this was a boat that was to be that was entirely financed by Irgun supporters, and there were Irgun members on board, that these weapons would go to the new Irgun units of the Israeli Defense Forces. Remember that when the state was declared, you had all these kind of ragtag militia with various degrees of organization, different political complexions. They were not a unified army with uniforms and chain of command and things like that. They had to kind of patch together the various groups into a unified fighting force. So the Irgun said, sure, we're going to cooperate with Ben-Gurion's Haganah, but we have our own guns, thank you, and we have all our own people, and we're going to work this way. So they hammered out an agreement about how to divide the arms, and they came to disagreement once this boat reached Israeli shores. It went up and down the coast a little while, with the Irgun demanding more of a share of the weapons, the Haganah demanding their share of the weapons, and ultimately, again, it may be a whole series of missed radio communications, but the Haganah fired on the Irgun ships and actually set it ablaze, and it was eventually scuttled, as you can see here, within view of the Tel Aviv beach. So this is, more left-wing Ben-Gurion Haganah forces firing on a ship full of Irgun Jews and weapons, losing all the weapons in the process, killing a handful, I believe about 16 people were killed. Begin was on the ship, and there's a large supposition that perhaps they were hoping to assassinate Begin personally because he was such a thorn in their side. Ultimately, Begin did make it ashore. There was a gunfight between these various forces on shore as well, and they managed to get a ceasefire and patch together, but it showed a great moment of betrayal of the Irgun cause by the more left-wing Haganah. Mr. Lax. I don't remember what Rabin's role in it, but I'm sure he was involved. It was Ben-Gurion for sure. Yes, Ms. Abramson. Oh my gosh. Okay, there you go. Thank you, Ms. Abramson. You're destined to be a historian one day, unless you can find a better parnasa. No kidding. You were involved in this as well? Yes, I was. That's amazing. You want to share anything with us? Sure. Now, I have students who would like to hear something. I give you the microphone. Just tell us something about your experience.
We were called out, I was in the brigade with Rabbi, and we were called out to Kfar. It was a settlement on the far from Tel Aviv, not to let the people from the Altalena to come and follow.
Oh my God. That's phenomenal.
And they were right, because Begin had justified by the British. He didn't have no history of building up the country or anything.
Yeah.
So they didn't let them to come ashore.
So did you actually see the events of the?
No, I saw the whole thing.
That's amazing. Look at that. See, this is where else do you get history lectures like this? I'm telling you, that's great. Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's move on. Now, immediately after the War of Independence ends, Begin joins the loyal opposition, which, as I saw in one interesting online article, he was probably in the opposition longer than any other political figure in Western history. He was in the opposition from 1948 until he came to power in 1977, an amazingly strong record of tenacity. He was an incredibly strong critic of the left, Ben Gurion in particular, and the Altamena affair was, his moment of clarity for all those things. And he stood in great contrast to these leftist figures, whereas, the socialist kind of ideal was very working class proletarian. They would walk in shirt sleeves and no tie and very casual. Whereas Ben Gurion, as Begin was always seen only in a suit and tie, always, speaking very carefully. He had this concept of hadav, which means like kind of glory or beauty that he took from Jabotinsky, the idea that you have to look like a mensch at all times. And his critique of the leftist government was very strong, including a major 1952 demonstration that turned into a riot in Israel because Begin felt that they should not accept any of the reparation money coming from Germany in Israel. He felt that it was a travesty to the memory of those who were killed in the Holocaust, and he had quite a few supporters that led to a major riot, even though they ended up defeated. Now, it's interesting to note that the name of his party was Herut, which means freedom, Herut, and I heard from Simi Schreiber that he quoted something, I can't remember, that Begin led us from Avoda to Herut, from slavery to freedom. Okay, well, anyways, yes, please. I'm just okay with saying
He was a member of the Jewish government.
It's an excellent book, amazing book.
He was a member of
That's true. He joined the National League government during the Six-Day War. Right, absolutely. I should clarify that. By the loyal opposition, he did not lead the government, but he was a minister without a portfolio in that government of 67. Now here, I know what I'm going to present to you, to most of you in this room now, is going to be obvious and old material, but remember I have 19 through 24-year-olds who are watching this online, so I'm going to give them some information that may be shocking to them. And that is something how the Israeli government works. It's very important to understand this in order to get a sense of it. So here's a picture of what our current American government looks like, which, according to some opinions, is not entirely functional. But so here's the Senate. We have two bodies, of course. Here's the Senate. We have 45% of the membership is Republican, 53% is Democratic, with 2% who are independent. These are rough numbers. The actual numbers of seats are different. I round out. Here in the House of Representatives, we have 53% Republican, 46% Democratic, and of course 0% who are independent or vacant right now. And this is, it's hard to get politics done when you have a pretty evenly divided situation like that. Look at what Israel looks like by contrast. Okay, so you've got, let's see, I've got 3, 6, 9, 12 parties dividing up 120 seats. And there are about 7 parties that didn't get enough votes to get a seat, but they're still in the election. So how are you supposed to get any politics done when there's this kind of situation? So the very important thing you have to realize about Israeli politics, and again, I apologize to those of you for whom this is obvious, is everything in Israeli politics is about coalitions. Whenever they have an election, the president, which is largely a ceremonial figure, it's not a president like here where they're elected and so on. The president there is more of a figurehead for the state. The president invites the leader of the bloc that has the largest chunk. In this case, right now, that would be Likud, John Israel Beitain, who has 26% of the seats, and says, okay, you have 26% of the seats, have to get 51%. So go out, you have 2 weeks to make deals with the smaller parties to get them to join your coalition so you can have 51%. So they've never had, except for the time when they have national unity governments, when the two largest blocs come together, and that's only in the case of war, really, to deal with external threats. they've never had one party that controls 51% of the seats in the Senate. There's always these very complicated arrangements between various parties trying to agree on a common cause. And it makes Israeli politics in many ways very fragile and easily wobbled over. So in this case, we have, in Israeli history, the labor movement had controlled the government largely because of their coalitions with other parties from its inception in 1948 until the 1977 rebellion or revolution, when suddenly Begin won the election. Now, he had been slowly gaining in popularity, but and here I mentioned, here's the National Unity Government in 1969. It should be 1967, I'm sorry. It was a difficult time for him to be in the government. He had a lot of disagreements with his co-members in the cabinet. But there were two populations in Israel, two large demographics that had felt largely disenfranchised by Israeli politics. Those were specifically the Sephardim, large numbers of Jews from Arab lands who had come to Israel after its establishment. In many cases, they were refugees because the Arabs displaced them, expelled them once Israel was established, and they felt alienated from the very Ashkenazi, Eastern European approach of the traditional leadership of Israel. And secondly, religious voters. The Israeli polity was led primarily by socialists who were anti-clerical, who were anti-religious, unfriendly to religion. And so you have all these Orthodox Jews, or even in the case of many Sephardim, let's say Orthodox friendly, even though not especially observant, but they affiliated themselves with Orthodox, and they find themselves shut out of a government that's largely socialist and Ashkenazi. So these two large demographic bubbles began to grow, and their resentment was eventually sparked by Begin's standing for election. And he, although he himself was not strictly observant by contemporary standards, he was definitely very religious friendly, and he definitely knew how to speak to the Sephardim. And so these two groups really propelled him into the position of authority in 1977. Now, if you recall this wonderful slide, I want to make it more complicated. We can't forget about these guys. Remember that we have these four axes. I have to go through the whole thing. Now this part, I wish my clicker ran out of batteries. Torah Cafe, will you send me a regular supply of batteries so that I can keep that one? Okay, I'm joking, I'll get the batteries. So here's our four groups, and here's our parties. Come on. We saw them before. Here's my favorite one. Oh no, not this one. Here's my favorite one. Ready? Wow, that's great. We should have some sound that go with it. Can I put sound on this? Okay, great. Okay, now, these are all our parties. We saw them before, but Jews can't leave us alone. There's not only two axes, there's this, like a cube, a z-axis. It looks like this. So as it were, you've already got a political spectrum that doubles to them, but now it has depth as well. Who's on this axis? Just parties. We didn't talk about those guys, but now there are also religious parties that are active since 1912. One of them that's very important is the National Religious Party, which feels that the expansion of Israel is a religious imperative. More in line with Jabotinsky's ideal, the land expands to incorporate all the immigrants that will come in the time of Messiah. And so they see this aggressive attitude towards the Arabs as a religious. Now, that's obviously not the only position held by religious Jews. Another that dates from before the war, called the Agudat Israel, also very popular and strong here in America today. They were religious, but they did not Zionism as a political against Iran. They felt that Zionism had to wait for the Messiah. But have you heard that the Agudat Israel, they have a presence in Israel as well? That's because after the Holocaust, oh no, I have to do the whole thing. Oh my God, that'll be terrible. But basically what happened is my favorite part too. I pushed the wrong button. Okay, come on, fast forward. We'll go through these. Come on. I know, this is tedious. I'm not going to do this again. Bang, that's my favorite one. Okay, there we go. Here we go. Israeli politics. Oh my gosh. Now, Republicans and Democrats. This lecture would be over if we were only doing that. Okay, here we go. And here's here's Israel. And after the Holocaust, because there's really no Jews left in Europe, they moved to the Zionist position. And so you've got these two parties over here who are significant. They can be major power brokers in contemporary Israel. And we can add other parties as well. Like they join with the Likud, and they give Begin that bump that puts him over the edge and gives him the election. I'm going to have to skip on a little bit. The most dramatic moment in Begin's leadership, without a doubt, is his remarkable peace with Egypt. As Yehuda Alker points out very effectively in his book, Begin did do a lot of the groundwork to allow it to happen. He knew Sadat's travel itinerary, was the president of Egypt, and Begin traveled to those same locations, like the Shah, and he met with him before Sadat would show up. And he would tell him, listen, if Sadat had your tours, we'd love to talk with him. And then, of course, he would go back to Israel, and Sadat would say to the Shah of Iran, the Shah would say, I just met with Menachem Begin, and he said really nice things about you. Kind of like ironically. So when Sadat made a rather dramatic speech in Egypt about the possibility of bilateral talks with Israel, which was something that was in both Israel and Egypt's interest, because Jimmy Carter was trying to push multilateral talks in Geneva that had some disadvantages for them. Then Sadat said he would be open to the idea of talking with anyone, even Israel, about peace. So right away, Begin initiated a conversation, and dramatically, Sadat took a plane to Israel to meet with him. A phenomenal, steep change in Middle Eastern politics. I happen to remember it. I was only 2 years old at the time, but I do remember seeing it on TV. Not quite 2, but this is a picture of them greeting at the airport. Begin, again, consistent with his pro-religious attitude, insisted that his plane only arrived well after Shabbat on Saturday night, so that people could, observe the Shabbat and then hear about this and so on. And of course, as we know, they were able to hammer out a peace treaty. I don't have time to go into the details of it, but one of the more difficult things was that essentially Begin gave the entire Sinai Peninsula back to Egypt. They had conquered it in 1967. They surrendered it in 1979 Accords. That was accepted by the Israeli population, but some very, very difficult moments as they dismantled the settlement of Yamit, in particular in 1982. Here you can see Israeli soldiers actually dragging children out of their homes and to give the land back to the Egyptians. But ultimately, as I mentioned earlier, even though Begin had a very hawkish personality, he nevertheless saw the opportunity for peace with Egypt. And it's ironic that he, of all the prime ministers, should be the one to actually seal that. I'm going to have to skip over the last couple of things to stay on schedule. But his wife died in 1982, and Begin was never the same after that. She died when he was out of town. He was in Washington, and he retreated from public life, and he found that he did not have the heart to engage in political struggle anymore, so he eventually resigned shortly thereafter, and essentially led a life of very deep seclusion. He had a heart attack in 1984 and ultimately passed away. I forgot to mention, by the way, that he was also a Nobel laureate for his signing the peace treaty with Sadat. And Sadat also won the Nobel Prize, who was later assassinated by his own bodyguard, who had become close with the Muslim Brotherhood. So when we look at the overall legacy of Menachem Begin, we see an individual of tremendous intellectual resolve, willing to undergo incredible privation for his vision of the Jewish people, enduring torture and imprisonment under the Soviets, subject to a massive manhunt by the British, oriented by the political establishment in his own country, and yet at the same time, it was only under his watch that we were able to establish this basically lasting peace accord with Egypt. Fascinating character of many contradictions. And with this, I want to thank you very much for your attention, and look forward to speaking with you next week.
Thank you, man.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, we're right on time. Why don't we get started? So today's lecture is on a fascinating topic, Golda Meir, the fourth Prime Minister of Israel. I'm hoping, as you know, this is a thinly veiled array of Jewish history course in general. We use the figures that we do little biographic studies of as a sort of a foil to understand the larger pattern. As it happens, Golda Meir is herself history. So we interweaving a lot of this, the early statehood period, right up until the Yom Kippur War, into this class, along with her life. I want to mention that this is in many ways really a two-part lecture that overlaps, because next week we're going to speak, God willing, about Menachem Begin. And of course, they are contemporaries and erstwhile opponents in their political viewpoints, although they had tremendous respect for each other off the political stage. So a lot of the material that we'll discuss today will be very useful for us when we return next week and look at the life of Menachem Begin, who represents more of the right wing of the political spectrum, whereas Golda Meir is on the left wing. So the opening joke, I delayed a couple of minutes because, you know, the Torah Cafe people, once they get this video, they edit out the joke at the beginning. And I'm trying to fool them this time. Maybe the editor isn't watching, so go to Elia. Okay, here it comes. So the joke goes like this. I do this thing. My students who are taking this class online. I have a few students in LA and New York who are taking this for credit. And I put in the biometric question, where, for example, I ask them, tell me something unique about it, like enjoy zombie fiction, or you like to balance the spoon on the end of your nose. And then they tell me that. And then later on, when I send them an online test, I stick that question in the text. And that way, it's the same person answering. There are other devices as well. I can't give them away because they're watching. Okay, so one of them is I asked my students, tell me a joke because I'm running out. And I heard this one today from one of my students out in LA. She writes, so a woman is washing dishes by the sink, and her 8-year-old daughter is standing on a chair. Her 6-year-old daughter is standing on a chair helping her. And she looks at her mother and says, Mommy, how come some of your hairs are white? And the mommy says, well, you know, every time you make me upset or make me cry, one of my hairs goes white. Mommy, now I know why Safta's hair is all white. It was better online, but okay. So let's talk about Golda Meir. Her years are 1898 to 1978. Her contemporary Ben-Gurion, the first Prime Minister of Israel, called her, quote-unquote, the best man in government. Which was an interesting kind of compliment. It was known as the Iron Lady before that term was applied to Margaret Thatcher, because she was a very tough character. She was capable of tremendous courage and kindness simultaneously, and she really was a very work of the early state. She comes originally from Kiev, and she immigrated to America as a child, growing up in Milwaukee, where now the school that she went to is named after her, Golda Meir Public School. And then she moved to Israel, a young woman, where she next day in politics, and she rose through the ranks of the Labor Party, serving in various ministries until she finally became Prime Minister in 1969. She served ably in that position until 1974, when, in the wake of tremendous controversies, especially after the disaster before war, she elected to resign, and ultimately she succumbed to lymphomatic cancer a few years later. But we're going to study, God willing, her life in the next 56 minutes. And along with it, I hope to give you some of the basics of the history of the Yishuv and the early statehood period. I know for many of you, this is a basic review. Many of you lived through these events, either here or in Israel itself, and I apologize for the redundancy, but I think it's very important to review these things because the videos go on the web, and younger people have not necessarily the same level of familiarity with this history. And I hope that they will appreciate it for ongoing generations. So, as I mentioned, she was born in Kiev. Her father was a simple person, a carpenter, When he eventually moved to Milwaukee, working in railway yards, so this blue collar kind of background. She had 7 siblings, of whom only 2 survived childhood. One of them, her sister Shana, she was especially close. Shana had a strong influence on her politics. She emigrated to Israel, made Aliyah with her in the 1920s. Living at this time of Jewish history was very difficult. There was an increasing level of anti-Semitism. The last son, Nicholas II, was a notorious supporter of the Black Hundreds. He also underwrote the publication of the horrible forgery of the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. And there was notably a whole series of pogrom waves that was affecting the entire Pale of Settlement. Since 1881, there were ongoing attacks on Jews. They were comparatively small and viewed from the lens of the 20th century. We're talking about murders of Jews in the numbers of tens and hundreds at the most, but nevertheless, the constant pressure and fear of attack was significant. And when the gates of emigration to America were opened, many Jews from the Pale of Settlement, specifically about 1.750 million Jews left the Pale of Settlement to come to this country. As I think we mentioned, about 75,000 went north to Canada for the health insurance plans. Another 75,000 went down to South America and so on. But her father was part of that great emigration between 1881 and 1917. He worked there for several years. Finally, he had enough money and stability to be able to bring the family over, and she came over at the tender age of, let's see, she was 8. In 1906, this is a photograph of her when she was 10 years old. She was a tremendous student. She entered primary school with no English whatsoever, and she ultimately emerged as a valedictorian. Her leadership skills were evident right from the very beginning. Many of the children were impoverished immigrants themselves, lacked textbooks, and so she, at a very young age, we're talking about primary school, organized a charity fund drive to be able to purchase textbooks for her peers. She was so successful at this that the teachers loved her so much, and ultimately it's a great honor that the school would be named after her, as I mentioned. At age 14, she bought a train ticket and headed out to Denver, where her older sister Shana was then living. And it was in her sister Shana's living room she was first acquainted with politics. Shana had a variety of friends who were from all walks of political persuasion, specifically Jews who were socialists, Zionists, communists, atheists, the whole realm package from a literal dining room table with lists cut her teeth on the matrix of the issue of the day. She ultimately married one of the men that she met there, a man named Meyerson. Her name was, by the way, anglicized later, Hebraicized later in 1956 to Meir, because Moshe Shabbat felt it was inappropriate that members of the government would have these European kind of names. He had all members of the government who Hebraicized their names, so she shortened Meyerson, which essentially means son of Meir. She simply called them Meir, a more Hebraic sound. But at any rate, that's after her husband's name. So after some time with her sister in Denver, she moved back to Milwaukee, and she occupied a lot of her time, specifically with a student named Corley Yon. She ended up, maybe I should mention Corley, well, I'll mention that in the next slide. Here's a picture of her with her husband, Morris Meyerson. They had a somewhat tumultuous marriage. They remained dedicated to each other throughout their entire life. He passed away in 1961, although ultimately Meyerson did not handle the political agenda and political activity. He was a socialist himself, and he went to Israel because Golda made it a prerequisite for their marriage, but he was uncomfortable with any kind of rough and tumble world of politics as it's actually lived in the streets of Israel. And I'm sure many of you having lived in Israel, you know that unlike America, where unlike America where politics are so tame, I can't believe I actually said that. In Israel, politics are, immediate, relevant, and matters of life and death. So people have quite literally arguments in the street over political positions. If you're standing at a bus stop and someone mentions a particular political figure, there's guaranteed an argument right there on the spot because people care deeply about their politics. This was not Morris and Meyer's personality, and ultimately they separated in 1952. She remained in Tel Aviv, and she went on to a very lively political career that I described shortly. They maintained an amicable separation. They never remarried, and they jointly raised their two children to adulthood. But moving back to her move to Israel, so she created a party called Kohelei Zion, which is translation of the term workers of Zion. Workers, of course, is a very socialist sounding word. That's a code word for those who are on the left wing of the spectrum. It was actually part of the Social Democrat Party, the exact same umbrella group that included, for example, the communists, both the Bolsheviks and then the more moderate Mensheviks. And it was a political party originally founded by Ber Borifov of creating a socialist state in Israel. It was a marriage of both Zionism, hence the Zion in the name, and communism or socialism, hence the Kohelei, meaning the workers of Zion movement. The kind of ideals that they had were a hostility to religion, although they valued the concept of the Jewish people, they valued the notion that religion helped keep the Jewish people integral and whole. They nevertheless felt that, like Marx taught, religion was an opiate for the masses and kept people from realizing their true class enemies rather than focusing on their class enemies, they focused on national or religious enemies. They also believed in this concept of družba narodov, which means the friendship of peoples. They believed that if all peoples would only adopt socialist values, socialist economics, then there would be no reason for them to have any disputes whatsoever. And they attempted, to some degree, to apply this to their relationship with the Arabs, which, for various reasons, which we'll explore more next week when we look at the critic of the Kohelei Zion movement, primarily in Menachem Begin. We'll see there are several reasons why this never actually came to pass in the 1920s, but ultimately this is the kind of philosophy that they espoused. The institution with which the Kohelei Zion was most prominently associated was, of course, the kibbutz. The word kibbutz comes from the verb to gather, the kavetz, and it really is it's a Hebrew translation of the Russian term kolkhoz, or collective. It was an amazingly creative experiment in socialist living in which everything was held collectively by the members of this small society. That means all property was held in common, all work was distributed in equitable fashion based on the persons at work. So any income gathered by the kibbutz, of course they were farming communities, agrarian communities, was distributed equally. And in fact, in the early years, we're talking about the first decade of the 20th century, a little bit before Golda Meir came, they even shared spouses. They believed in free love and the idea that marriage was theft. It's a very interesting quote from Marx, the idea that if one thinks one owns one's spouse, then that's clearly a violation of socialist principles, and so on. The more radical forms of the kibbutz died off fairly quickly. They tended to have an abundance of males and a surfeit of females, as you might expect with that kind of free love policy. And ultimately, they settled down to a more moderate forms, which did persist in still fairly radical by our terms existence well into the 1960s, where, for example, spouses would live together as monogamous couples, but their children would be raised from a very early age in a collective environment called the gan. The children who were raised in these collective environments, there's interesting studies done on them. For example, they tend to be very much overrepresented in war casualties and war heroes. which is much more likely to defend the collective, even at the risk of their own personal selves. So a fascinating experiment. At one time, kibbutzim were about 4% of the Israeli workforce, the agrarian area, the arable area in Israel were occupied by kibbutzim, and they produced about 40% of its agricultural output. So they're really quite productive, and it did a lot for building the state of Israel. So she went to this Poel Etzion kibbutz called Balkaja. Ironically, she was objected at first, but she reapplied and she was accepted. And as I mentioned, her husband Morris, who was perhaps a little less enthusiastic about the entire project, nevertheless did follow her to Israel and lived for several years there in the kibbutz. She loved it tremendously. She loved being outside, working with almond growth and things like that. But she loved even more her activity in the Histadrut, a collective unionized body of organizers. She was her leadership skills were recognized early, and she was elected as the kibbutz representative to this organization. This brought her more and more into national politics, and ultimately she had to leave the kibbutz in order to pursue that passion, which was to organize and delegate and lead this country. She ultimately became the head of the political department of the Histadrut, which was an important stepping stone to being active in labor politics overall in Israel. Okay, I think at this point I'd like to pause and take a couple of questions because I want to step back and talk a little bit as a whole. Yes, please. Yes, she also spent some time teaching immediately after her. Those who can. Yes. No, I didn't follow that. I will have to check Wikipedia later, where I got most of this stuff anyway. What happened to our children? Yes. Mabovich. Okay. All right. So let's see Israel now. Amazingly, even though the vast majority of the students I currently teach at Torah College South come from, full-time Jewish day schools, they actually have quite a lacuna of knowledge about what is the state of Israel. There's a lot missing, and some schools do a better job of giving them some basic Israel education than others, but Israel advocacy is actually very low, even among those students who have the best Jewish education in this country. It's quite a sad thing. Ironically, I'll put a little plug for my eldest daughter, Rafaela. Many of you might know she was this week quoted in both the Wall Street Journal and the Canadian Jewish News. Pretty good for a 20-year-old and a 21-year-old. The Canadian Jewish News article is interesting because they have on college campuses is a fair amount of anti-Semitism that is thinly disguised as anti-Zionism. And so they interviewed Rafaela because she's one of the heads of the Israel advocacy group at Torah College. And they figured if the college is full of Jews, where's the anti-Semitism? But she says the problem is there's a lot of Israel apathy. There's a kind of internal anti-Semitism we bring upon ourselves in that population. But anyway, check it out. Rafaela Wall Street Journal. But it was right? So I think it was okay. All right. But what I usually say to students when I'm talking about Israel is that there's a general pattern, a Kulturkampf, a cultural struggle in Israel that is incredibly deep-rooted in that society, and it is a struggle to maintain equilibrium between two poles. On the one hand, Israel is a Jewish state. It wants to maintain its Jewish character. Everything Jewish has to be associated with Israel. Everything in Israel should be associated with Judaism. That's one key value, a core value in that society. The other core value, anyone want to guess what the other one is? It's democratic, brilliant, oh my gosh. Good Israel. Israel also believes very deeply in democracy. It wants to be a society of equality, of human rights, of freedom. The problem is these two values, like a Venn diagram, tend to coalesce in certain areas, but they're quite far apart in others. So, for example, what do you do with the non-Jewish minority in Israel, especially as we see here, when they're so numerous that they threaten to rapidly dilute the Jewish majority of the population? If you give them democratic equal rights, then they could theoretically vote out the Jewish policies of the state. And in fact, it could simply refer to being another Arab nation in the Middle East. And on the other hand, if you trample on commonly accepted democratic principles and you restrict the rights of non-Jews in Israel, then Israel sacrifices a core value that they feel very deeply about. And so as a society, Israel is always vacillating between these 2 points, more Jewish and more democratic, and sometimes one or the other will suffer. We can also see this coming, it's always seen this at the fore, even within the Jewish world, because Orthodox Jews in particular will tend to view definition of Jewish as being more Torah-oriented. And so therefore they will want Israel to be more observant, less movie theaters on the Sabbath, less buses running on the Sabbath, less non-kosher butchers, and less general peace and love activities in Israel. But on the other hand, if we move in that direction, then we limit the democratic rights of the secular Israelis, who are the majority of the population. So this struggle between these two opposing centers of gravity, that is being Israel being Jewish and Israel being democratic, affects the orbit of equality in the modern world. Okay, so we will return to this both today and this week. I'm a little worried about my timing, so let's just move straight to the period when we get to. So there's a period before 1917 where there's growing settlement in Israel. It's called at this point Yishuv, which means simply settlement. Because it's not, of course, a state. It's known as Palestine in general parlance, or traditionally known as after the Turkish Empire falls. In the context of World War I, which of course ran from 1914 to 1918, the British sought to, gain Jewish support, and especially the support of influential Jews like Chaim Weizmann, very important living in Manchester, I believe. And so, with a lot of lobbying, eventually Lord Balfour, foreign minister, issued this declaration in 1917, which led to worldwide jubilation among Jews. It was overwhelming. The text reads, it's worth saying it in, His Majesty's government views with favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people. At this point, the Jews simply stopped reading because that's all they needed to hear. Break out the Manischewitz because it's time to party. And it says, look at this. The first time a modern European state actually voted or indicated that they thought this was a great idea. Established the state of Israel. You might go online and see my lecture on Herzl. There's a lot more talking there about how we got to this point. However, the Arabs read the rest of the statement, which goes, nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine. So on the one hand, the British are saying, we want to give this area to the Jewish national homeland. On the other hand, they're saying, as long as the people living there right now aren't too upset about it. And it turned out to be impossible to actually bring this to it, because there was no way the indigenous population was going to stand for a Jewish state there. Ultimately, what happened after the Turkish Empire, known as the Man of Europe, collapsed, the British were given control of the region in what the United Nations called a mandate. The League of Nations, and then it would later be reincarnated as a mandate. This region they called Palestine actually encompassed all of contemporary Israel and Jordan over here. There was no real distinction between the two regions whatsoever. Some ongoing negotiations went on, and ultimately Jordan was established, and British mandate was reduced to what we understand as Israel today. going to skip quickly through the 1920s and 1930s. The most important elements of those 2 decades: ongoing pressure for Jewish immigration. You have tens of thousands of Jews landing in Israel, and you have ongoing Arab protests. Major riots in Hebron in 19 massacres in yeshivas, and the British increasingly frustrated trying to maintain the principles of this Balfour Declaration. On the one hand, they promise to state to the Jews. On the other hand, they have to placate the Arabs. The Arabs also have a very significant demographic and political advantage because they are so numerous in the Middle East, controlling regions with a lot of oil. And this comes to an incredible head immediately after the Holocaust, when Jews are striving to make immigration to Israel. And the opinion of the world is basically that England should let them in because they've suffered so badly. There was a brief period of a honeymoon in anti-Semitism when, for about 15 years, Jews had a certain amount of world sympathy, and England was trying to hold desperately onto the mandate. Ultimately, next week we'll talk more about the particulars of what happened in this time, because Menachem Begin was very involved in driving the British out. Ultimately, they handed it back to the League of Nations, and now the United Nations, and they said, you guys take care of it. And the United Nations, which was probably the stupidest plan you could possibly think of if someone challenged you to do so. They divided the territory into 7 non-contiguous areas. 3 of them were designated as Arab zones. That is gray area here, which is the Gaza Strip, and a little bit down to Negev. This area here, which would be known as the West Bank, roughly, or Shomron, Yehuda, and this region in the Galilee, which would be Arab zones. Jewish zone were to be this eastern part of Florida, around the Neres, the coastal region from Haifa down to Tel Aviv, and then this region of the south, and so was to be an interest zone. So divide 7 parts, how to get along. You all know how it turned out is that the Jews accepted the plan. They were happy to have a crazy, patchwork kind of demographic outline like this. They wanted to just have a state. The Arab nations, of course, rejected the plan, and the war of independence ensued immediately thereafter. Very brutal struggle, in which ultimately the Jews were able to basically consolidate their territory and actually enlarge it in a few places. So we'll return to that. And let me pause for a couple of questions before I go back to Golden Year. Wow, it's talking so fast. I'm just here. Does anyone know any jokes? I used to know a lot of jokes about living in Israel, but yes, please. I mean, it's the same problem as always. The Tala is definitely nothing part of this, so we have to deal with compromise that was put in by Ben Gurion and the state in order to garner support of all Jews living in this demographically threatened region. It's not good for Jews to be divided when they're fighting with the Arabs, and that compromise, the so-called status quo law, was not really a law; it was just an exception. Practice was that, for example, students seek an exemption from serving in the armed forces, or not. Women had an exemption, volunteer for civil service, that kind of thing. And then ultimately defeated, which I believe was passed in the late 90s or early 2000s. So it's both. Yeah. So the Tala is really the culmination of that presenting of it. Why is it that these guys are exempt from the army? So it is jumping ahead right there. Why don't we come back to it next week from Menachem Begin, because it deals very much with the revisionist perspective on appropriate posture of Jews in the state? An excellent question. Any others? Okay, I'm on my own. All right. So she had an important role, obviously, in these early years. Specifically, her fluency in English and her powerful reputation as a speaker had her sent to America, where the young state was expected to desperately seeking aid from Americans. She passed all of their expectations. The government thought that perhaps they could collect $7 million from America for support of the war effort. Golda Meir came back home with $50 million. So it was amazing how she was able to really generate support. We would see this again in Moscow. I'll show you in the next slide. Ben Gurion actually said of her that she was the Jewish woman who got the money, which made the state possible. And really, this is the bottom line. She made the state possible through her fundraising. She was also active in international politics, including a rather bizarre and courageous trip to Jordan when she disguised herself as an Arab woman to negotiate with King Abdullah to try to persuade him not to participate in the war effort. He, of course, declined, but he said to her, listen, why don't you wait? Why are you rushing this? Do you realize, that maybe we can solve this diplomatically? Why are you rushing to have it? And she famously quoted, famously responded, in 2,000 years, isn't that long enough? From unsuccessful with King Abdullah, but ultimately the Jews were able to their borders. This is what the new state looked like, a little bit drawn back because I wanted to design here. So if you recall the way the UN partition plan looked, then this is if they had armistice in 1940, what the state of Israel would have looked like, just these kind of orange colors here. But after the War of Independence, they were able to consolidate a little bit wider waste by the Mediterranean. They were able to penetrate up through the Judea-Samaria region to Jerusalem, although unfortunately they were not able to conquer all of Jerusalem, and the Jewish quarter of the old city remained on the Jordanian side. They were also able to take over the entire Galil and consolidate a little bit of the Negev, which was an amazing achievement. They actually were able to increase their boundaries, although at great cost. And Golda Meir, of course, was one of the earliest. She was one of the signatories to the Israeli Declaration of Independence. She wrote at that time that she was educated in America. She knows the respect that Americans have for the founding fathers. And she says, reflecting on the idea that I myself was a signatory to the Declaration of Independence of Israel was something that she openly cried when she put her name to the picture. She also had a liberal approach, which is consistent really with her socialist politics to the refugee problem, which began really in the 48-49 war. Specifically, there was a large population of Arabs living in Israel, or living in what would be Israel, who fled the war zone for neighboring countries. Ultimately, in most of those countries, Egypt, Jordan, and Syria, and left would keep these Palestinians and their children and their grandchildren in refugee camps for decades, something that Golda Meir felt terrible about and resented. But she also felt that the fact that these Arabs left Israel was a tragedy of incredible proportions. She even compared it to the suffering of the Jews in the Holocaust, a rather large comparison in the 1940s. The reasons for that Arab exodus were complex. Again, that's something I would like to push off a little more to next week's discussion of Menachem Begin, because he personally was involved in several of the most key incidents. We're going to right on battery. Are we okay? Right on battery? Time? Time or battery? Okay, this is okay. This happens all the time. We're just going to quickly plug it in. And we're recording. We are back now. Okay. So we'll talk about it more next week when we get to Menachem Begin, because he's very much involved in it. But there are very different narratives of this exodus. Jews and Israelis generally have one version of describing why the Arabs left. Arabs, I now describe, have a totally different version, and it's really an ongoing problem that affects Israel today, and is an extremely important element in the determination of God willing someday a lasting peace. Now, shortly after the state was established, she was sent to be an envoy to Moscow, which was an early supporter of the state of Israel, actually voting for its establishment in the United Nations, amazingly so, because later they would change that position. And she was issued passport number one from the new state. They didn't do it in alphabetical order, they just gave her passport number one. And she went to Moscow, where she was very successful in her mission. But there was one event that had a tremendous impact on her personally, and she spoke about it, wrote about it endlessly. She went to Rosh Hashanah Yom Kippur services at the Moscow Choral Synagogue, surrounded by literally tens of thousands of Jews chanting her name and chanting the word Israel. Here's a photograph that shows her. You can just see that she is, oh, you know what I totally forgot? Oh my gosh. Yeah, here it is. I've gone through 40 minutes, and we have, this is why we need, I have this remote clicker that the Torah Cafe people sent me. And let's put it up here. And it has this nifty little red here, which is great if you have it, if you like to chase it. And this circle here circles Golda Meir, surrounded by a sea of Soviet Jews. And she was, with the support she received there, that she felt that the mission that she was engaged in by establishing it was something that was cosmic proportions, because it affected all of the Jews worldwide. And she came back to Israel with renewed vigor, renewed strength to endure the challenges of leadership. This actually was later put on Israeli stamps, and I believe it's some currency, this famous photograph of Golda Meir in Moscow. Okay, let's try it out. Torah Cafe people, what's going on with this? Okay. This was 1949, I believe. Okay, I guess I should have started it earlier. Oh well, so much for the book. Okay, jumping ahead again a little bit. Major events militarily, she was not the leader of the country at the time, but it's impossible to discuss the leader events without looking at the Six-Day War, which is one of the most phenomenal victories Israel had ever achieved, and in fact, it is still a stellar victory when it's studied today. I'll tell you a quick story about my yeshiva, or Sameach, is a story they often describe there, where there was a young man in the yeshiva, and there's Or Sameach is a yeshiva for Bali children, people who come to Judaism with a limited training and background. And there was, you ask about where people are from. Some are from Harvard, some from Yale, whatever. And one guy said he was from West Point. So he said, "What are you doing here from West Point?" He said, "What a trip coming from West Point to a yeshiva in Jerusalem. How did that happen?" So he said, the story goes, that he was participating in a class on military strategy. And a highly decorated general teaching this class, like 25 stars and things like that. And they went through many of the great battles of history. Waterloo, Battle of the Bulge, invasion of Normandy, things like that. And they studied what happened, why a certain general was victorious, what strategy was used, and so on. And they analyzed all these battles. And at the end of the course, this young man went up to the general and said, "Excuse me, sir, I'm very curious. Why did we not study any of the Israeli wars? I mean, certainly they must have some merit. They're all quite different and so on. Why didn't we look at them?" And apparently the general said, "Young man, the reason we don't study the Israeli wars is because those victories are completely unexplained by any strategy known to man. Totally miraculous, and I have no way to explain how these planned." So, at any rate, the Six-Day War certainly, and that's how we ended up in Shiva. What am I doing in West Bank Point if I go to the West Bank? No. Anyways, so again, the short form, because I want to discuss this again in more detail with Menachem Begin. Egypt in particular and Syria threaten the nascent state once again. They've had several skirmishes, the 1956 Sinai campaign in particular, but at this point, Egypt is really ready to completely obliterate Israel, particularly with its allies area. In June of 1967, it's absolutely clear this is their intentions. They threatened the United Nations, and its leader, Rothschild, decided that it was unsafe for the UN peacekeeping forces to maintain the border zone. So therefore, Rothschild removed all of the UN peacekeepers on the borders, completely exposing Israel to Egyptian tanks. And so the entire world knew that Israel was about into the sea. My uncle Leon, he described it. He was a young man at the time, and he describes how he and his friends, they immediately dropped out of medical school to buy their tickets to get to Israel and to support the new state. And then by the time, they came to the airport, the war was already over. So it was an amazing overnight victory. Essentially what Israel did was it launched a controversial now preemptive strike, whereas they attacked the Egyptians and Syrians before they could attack Israel, relying on a Talmudic principle. When someone comes to kill you, get earlier than him and kill him first. It's a very basic Talmudic idea, and largely through the overwhelming air superiority, through the tremendously courageous Air Force, they were able to destroy much of the Egyptian Air Force before it even got off the tarmac. There were photographs of exploded planes and Egyptian soldiers lying on the runways, not even having a chance to take off. Within short order, all of these armies were defeated. The main outcome of this, however, was huge territorial expansion for Israel, which proved to be advantageous in some obvious ways, but at the same time, a great burden for Israel to bear, one that they still struggle with several decades later. Specifically, they conquered the entire Sinai Peninsula here, right up to the banks of Cairo and the Nile River here. They conquered all of the Gaza Strip, of course, which was attached to Sinai. They conquered all of what would be called the West Bank, so-called because it's on the west side of the Jordan River here. And they conquered this mountain region up in Syria known as the Golan Heights. Now, they had to decide what they were going to do with these territories. They basically had three options. One was exchange it immediately for peace, meaning just release that territory and sign this treaty with the country that had lost that territory. And many Israelis felt that, of course, that's what's going to happen. The next 6 months or so, we'll sit down, realize we're here to stay, and we'll have peace. We'll get our land back, and then we'll have peace. But ultimately, none of the Arab nations stepped forward being willing to get that land back for peace. So Israel had to make one of two other decisions. One is to annex the territory, which means to completely own it, declare it permanently part of Israel, which sounds like a reasonable thing to do. It was one fair and square in war, but at the same time, because you recall, Israel wants to be a democratic nation, annexing a territory means you have to give its citizens, give its residents citizenship. You cannot, under international law, take over a country and then literally enslave the people there or consider them second-class citizens. If you want to claim that territory as your own real estate, you have to give them citizenship, which is precisely what Israel did in the region of the Golan Heights, which was sparsely populated, also ironically by a population of Arabs known as the Druze, who are traditionally friendly to the states in which they inhabit. So the Druze actually have a supportive role towards Israel, and because it's a mountain region that overlooks Damascus on one side, or the Galil lowlands on the other side, it has high strategic value, and they said, we're just going to keep the Golan Heights, thank you very much. They also agreed to annex East Jerusalem, which has high symbolic value for Israel. Jerusalem is, of course, the 3,000-year capital of Israel. The old city with the temple in it is beyond values for Jews and history. And so they said, we are taking East Jerusalem, we're making it part of Israel, and in fact, all the Arabs living there were given citizenship, given full Israeli citizenship, passports, the whole deal, in accordance with the democratic principles of international law. However, the larger population of what would be called Yehuda and Shomron and Gaza, here, or the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, there was a large number of Arabs there, and the Israelis were not willing to simply annex those territories and give the Arabs living there citizenship, so they simply declared them administered territories. This is a kind of a neutral term. Some prefer the term occupied, which is decidedly derogatory towards the occupier, in this case Israel. But that's essentially the status quo that was held in place until 2003, when the Gaza Strip was actually abandoned in a very controversial disengagement process. The West Bank, of course, is still administered by Israel, where the Arabs living there do not have the full access to the rights and privileges that Israeli citizens do, which is an ongoing sore point for Palestinians, obviously, and for Israelis as well. It is a burden to administer these territories, but there is no lasting solution in immediate proximity. God willing, next week we will address this in greater detail as well, because Begin had a plan that was attempted in some parts, and we'll discuss how that worked out. Okay, so this is the status just before she comes to power. Oh, here's a picture of East Jerusalem, which gives you a sense of how it was annexed, as well as regions immediately to the north and the south as well. So she comes into Knesset. I love this photograph, which I think gives you a real sense of her personality, right? She's got muscle, and she's a powerful orator. She had an uninterrupted reign in Knesset in various ministries, labor, foreign affairs, internal affairs, from 1949 to 1966. As I mentioned, her name changed in 1956 to mayor, but she ultimately retired in 1966 because she was diagnosed with lymphomatic. It's bad any way you look at it, but how's that joke go? And someone says, okay, 90 years old, never had a cold, and now this. She, in her tenure as prime minister, she was an outspoken individual. I think in many Netanyahu, because she had a very effective command of the English language, and she could play a role on the world stage on a lot of issues. Unfortunately, part of her tenure was marred by the growth of Arab terrorism in this period. Realizing that that Israel could not be shaken with conventional military methods, particularly after the Six-Day War, the Arabs, under the newly founded Palestinian Liberation Organization headed by Yasser Arafat, launched a large series of attacks on more vulnerable Israeli targets throughout the world. Most egregiously, the 1972 massacre of athletes at the Munich Olympics, several bombings of El Al ticketing ranges in airports throughout Europe, and time again, she was faced with the challenges of dealing with international terrorism outside of Israeli borders, as well as attacks within Israel, although they would not get to really the most terrible points until the 1990s. She had a well-known showdown with Austria that was really telling of the world mood and also her own leadership skills, when Austria, of course, being in East Central Europe, had a transit camp that was reserved primarily for Soviet Jews. There was a trickle of Jews that were allowed out of the Soviet Union in the 1970s, and they primarily went through this one camp. The name of it escapes me right now, but this one camp in Austria. The Palestinians threatened Austria with terrorist attacks if they would keep this camp open, because the Palestinians wanted to slow the immigration of Jews from Russia into Israel, which they thought was a great demographic threat to their ambitions to take over the land of Israel. So Austria came in. The minister, who was ironic, but the minister was Jewish, he closed the transit camp. And at that time, Golda Meir was speaking to the Council of Europe, which which I believe was in Brussels, and she bitterly lashed out at Austria for its cowardice. She went to meet with Austrian Prime Minister Kreisky afterwards. She sat down with him and she told him that if he really refuses to actually he was yielding to Palestinians. If he does yield to them, there will be no end to terrorism for Austria whatsoever. And he ultimately said that they're not going to reach an agreement, so she left the room. And the first thing that she said to journalists was that he did not even offer her a glass of water. And so Kreisky ultimately was shamed into creating an alternate transit camp for Soviet Jews to come through Austria, but ultimately she lost the overall battle on that particular site. But this is kind of indicative of the leadership role that she played on an international level. The next end of her tenure as Prime Minister was marred by a horrible event, the awful Yom Kippur War of 1973. This time, the young General Anwar Sadat was in charge, and he had some taste of backing with the Israelis, and he disagreed with the prevalent mood that Israel was unbeatable. Using a strategy that combined a lot of secrecy, once again with the allies in Syria, Sadat planned an attack on Israel that flew largely under the radar for much of the year 1973. The attack was planned specifically for Yom Kippur, holiest day of the Jewish calendar, when most Jews would be fasting. Although ironically, even though Jews call it Yom Kippur, the Yom Kippur War, Arabs a Ramadan War, because it occurred during their month of Ramadan, and secular historians prefer the neutral term October War. At any rate, Meir was the prime minister at the time, and her ministers advised her that, in fact, the troops were massing and it looked like an attack was imminent. However, there was a big dispute among her advisors as to what to do about it. A certain contingent of advisors said another preemptive attack, just like in 1967, that's the only way that we're going to win. Others, including the famous General Moshe Dayan, said that a preemptive strike was inappropriate, that it's not conclusive, it may be just saber-rattling, ultimately decided to take a moderate course. She did not order a preemptive strike, but she did order a full mobilization of the army. So she ordered the country on high alert immediately, and the attack came within 6 hours. So ultimately, Israel was able to beat them back and even push the boundaries further onto the other side of the Nile River in the case of Egypt, after they had significant American support. But it was a devastating blow to Israel. They suffered very high casualties, and that the glow of David versus Goliath that came out in 1967 was definitely diminished because people saw that Israel could lose as well. This ultimately catapulted Anwar Sadat as a general to the prime ministership or vice presidency of Egypt later, because he was a great hero of Egypt for having flooded the Jewish noses. And we'll talk again with Reagan next week about how, ironically, he was able, even once he had defeated Israel in battle, he was able to then turn around and make peace with them. Although that would ultimately earn him an assassination at the hands of the current movement controlling Egypt, the Muslim Brotherhood. Again, more for next week. One strong opinion in defense of Meir's decision to not launch a preemptive strike came from Henry Kissinger, who confirmed after the war was over that, in fact, if Meir had declared that preemptive strike, which again was controversial in the international world, then Kissinger said that America would not even have contributed a single nail to the war effort. And that American support in munitions and political support was incredibly important. So ultimately, it seems that her decision was, although costly, the wisest one possible. This was the determination of the Agranat Commission, which looked at the war and conducted an extensive postmortem to try and determine what had been done better. And it ultimately cleared Golda Meir of any blame for not deciding that preemptive strike. Her party went into an election immediately thereafter. Her party won the re-election, but several months later, she was simply too exhausted from the infighting and the recriminations over the results of the war that she decided she would resign, which she did in 1964. She died several years later in 1978 of that cancer, which was first in 1966, causing her first. So looking at her legacy, she was a fascinating woman, a tremendously powerful speaker, tremendously motivated ideologue. In large part, she sacrificed her personal life, her family life, with her husband and her children, for the needs of this nation, country, this great experiment in Jewish statehood. And as the signatory of the Declaration of Independence, her name is permanently inscribed in the history of the annals of this country, and her character and her leadership continue to motivate and inspire us all. Thank you, as always, for your intelligent attention and indulgence. And I look forward to speaking to you next week about half a day. Thank you. Fantastic last night tonight. I have to say a couple of thank yous to you for something unexpected pulled up. Reading, I especially appreciate in the meantime, other thank yous. You notice how wonderful this screen looks now? So, that's the idea. Because we had a screen last week, and raised and so also, thanks to Joe, to our advice for sponsoring this week. The classes are free to the community. We would like the idea that it's just available to everyone, but the shul did incur some costs to get these different things together and to make the videos filmed with the lecture film and to have that beautiful reader at the back where they don't have to. So, if we get sponsored to sponsor the rest $200 extra, obviously, we have passed with our right purchase come and your participation is a sponsorship in itself. And by the way, I feel that chance to do last week's lecture, which did go live last Friday, is that history lecture in February. You get to straight from that board out, straight from the newsreel.org website, I click on Jewish History class and take it there as well. Very lightly edited. Okay, so with that said, today's class is on a fascinating character called Gershom Scholem, the principal of this period of history called the most documented Jewish life in the 17th century. It's a truly amazing. In reality, it's quite correct. Even though he plays a somewhat minor role in the overall scope of Jewish history and the arc of our cross through the Middle Ages, he was quite notorious, and especially he was one of those Jewish figures who crossed the religious divide, and it was a great fascination for Jews and Muslims alike. He made up the kings, and so we have official state documents, and there was a tremendous amount of popular documents written by Christians and Muslims who were fascinated with the impossibility that the Jewish Messiah had arrived, and so we have multiple valences to look at this individual character and see a lot about who he was and what he did. His dates are 1626 to 1676. He died just his claim to fame was that in the year 1665, he claimed that he was, proclaimed himself the Jewish Messiah, Mashiach, and he engendered a huge following all across Asia Minor and Europe. Many Jews were influenced all by his teachings, the force of his personality, and his impact on the world, and many very significant Jewish leaders were actually bound to his cause. They were severely disappointed when, about a year later, he confronted the Sultan of the Turkish Empire, and he requested politely that he be given Jerusalem in order to initiate the Messianic period. The Sultan made a counteroffer. You can either convert to Islam or I will decapitate you. And he decided to convert to Islam, leaving his followers tremendously dejected, a huge mark on Jewish self-consciousness for the next several hundred years. And we will explore the ramifications of that decision. But I want to start with a little joke. And I have to tell you, this is a joke that when I first heard it, I thought it was very, very funny, but it was just a little bit off color. And I was thinking, could I possibly tell this joke? Maybe I could tell it in this situation, but I couldn't put it on the internet. And I thought about it, so I edited it very late, so it was guaranteed not to lie. But the joke was like this. It's not guaranteed not to offend, but I'll just edit it out to the joke. So the joke was like this. And the joke, of course, was talking about conversion, so it's in that way. Reuven and Shimon, two Jewish guys, are walking down the street one day, and they pass by a religious institution of another faith. That's the part that we use, so faith in the religion. So I'm going to use the version that does identify the religious institution. To avoid any calamities from other faith watching this video. But they pass this institution of another faith, and there's a big sign on that institution that says, Jews convert to this with $500. On to a fun. Just ignore out Jews. We're never going to give up our faith. Everybody says, for $500, why not? I'll tell you what, Shimon, I'm going to go in. I'll mumble a few words. I'll put it back your words. We'll have a amazing time. On to a party in the county. There's more than they began to wait. When we something and they jump the man the street. And she had to knock that jail was the answer to the jail. Swine in the cameras of the steps. No one going on the side drum. Running on the back. Home with the factory on the work. And with the body in the home. What's the answer to the jail? 147 to the number 3. We use the cutest jam, but I never did see. And she would be the honor with your company. Never mind that talk. And the money on the cell phone. Let's dance to the jail. Sitting down the table on the block of stone, walking in the corner, weeping on the phone. It was so sick. In particular, there was one element of Uriah and Kabbalah that distinguished it from earlier forms of Kabbalism. Primarily for our purposes, earlier Kabbalistic studies were primarily theoretical. There was a lot of contemplation of the nature of the soul, the structure of the verse, the process of creation. A lot of things were much more theory than anything else. In the organic field, however, there's a lot of emphasis on the emergent Kabbalah. It means Kabbalah that is designed to affect Subjects, which this, by the way, right up to the 18th century, with the attempted Oriental Kabbalah to urge God to send the Messiah. Kabbalistic thinking was fairly widespread in the Jewish world in the 7th century. This is the only intellectual movement which Shabbatai's feet went to explore his Jewish identity as a young man. In particular, besides these Kabbalah, these ways of unifying with God and Trinity, there's this idea of repair. Very popular today. Tikkun Olam, they repair the world, which is sometimes understood as a call to social action. In the Kabbalistic sense, 17th century, it meant some kind of fundamental repair to a rift in the universe. Something was wrong with the universe, and the Tikkun of the Jews who practiced this Kabbalah would bring about its amelioration. This is especially so after the Spanish explosion of the last term, which was such a huge shift in the Velti genre that understood Spain to be the ultimate golden age of the Jewish there. See that crushed, it's just a matter of months. Persecutions and followed in Spain and Portugal, and suffering of Jews by the war to Turkey and points elsewhere. The idea of affecting Turkey has been much more profound in the other hand and perhaps since the destruction of the Second Temple. These are the kinds of intellectual ideas that are circulating. Young Kabbalists are feeling like through their studies can actually be altered
Like that.
shape of history. Any questions about the
All right. I knew I had that.
There are at least 15 lectures to look at up to the 20th century, intercentury. There are we really need Mashiach as a service. People are inverting. It's, shine sight, as they say. So that's the Tzvat circle. And there's also a very important social and political development of these activities. And he himself was personally motivated by about the corruptions in 2849. The most profound mental breakdown was specifically related to the day that he heard about the events of what is known in Hebrew as Seirat Takvah. Takvah is the Hebrew acronym of the year 1648-49. To give you this in brief, we will, God willing, in another year return to this and understand it in much more profound detail, but our task for today is to understand by speed. For approximately 400 years, Jews have been moving into Poland, Ukraine, certain parts of Lithuania, Russia itself. Russia closed off the Jews from the year 1479, but Jews were very much heavily populated in the borderlands and the rest of the West. And in those areas, they were principally active as middlemen between the peasants and the landlords. There was an ethnic divide between those three groups, and in many ways there was a profoundly triangular conflict. The Polish landlords who often lived in the cities in the north, the Ukrainian peasants who lived in these large tracts of land called Crimea, and their Jewish leaseholders, where the Polish iron Jews have refused.
Welcome. How are you? What's going on, Jack Rose? Jackie Rose. How you living, Tim? What's good? Can you hear me? Hello, dog. Hello? Can you hear me? We're watching Jewish lectures. Hope you enjoy. Can you hear me? Yo, dog. Yo. Unmute if you can't. Let me. Let's talk. Let's hear about your hopes and dreams. I want to know things that make you tick. Fuck you, dog. I didn't want to talk with you, dude. I was doing my own thing.
These taxes would, of course, a tax on produce, grain being output of the year, but it would also be a tax on soils, we want to process fish, we want to get fishing, we want to get hunting, we want to get apples, usually, and then even some countries that use collective taxes of the buildings, meaning that we want to have your power baptized, you have to go through the creation of paying the due to get your key to open up the church. Very, very limited pieces of this. That's one instance of that. The use of it spreads like wildfire, and it's very well known in the Union literature, and in fact, a common element in the first country, the idea of the oppressive Jew who would prevent Christians from engaging with their religion. At any rate, the way the economic structure of the Ukraine was so situated, the Polish landlord could increase the levies on the Ukrainian peasants, but the Jews were given the task of actually collecting it. So the Ukrainian peasants were obsessed with the economic oppression of the Poles who, by the way, were different faith. And the Orthodox Poles were Catholics. And they saw the Jews as the leading edge hammer at the Polish head. So there was a terrible uprising in 1629, led by a man named Rothschild. You may have seen his name in the literature spelled with CH, as Polish spelled, pronounced Chernowski. And he led a band of resistant factions, Ukrainian Cossacks, in a violent uprising against the Polish landlords. That attack on Polish landlords was directed principally Jewish people because they were living nearby. The Ukrainian anchor was principally the Poles, but not far away, they were absolutely horrific. The scope of the massacre is a matter of such debate on stories. Certainly exaggerate things with the number of Jewish dead, like 250,000, which is rather certain because there were less than 100,000 living in those areas at the time, but it would not be range to say perhaps as many as 50,000, which was a tremendous amount of dead for a few large uprisings. The specific nature of the attacks were unusual, if you will. I'm going to repeat some of the examples of casualties short, but suffice it to say that if you read some of the martyrologies of the period, you'll be shocked. And even we, living after the Holocaust, can't read these kind of descriptions of violence. So there was a huge displacement of this massive Jewish center in the middle of the 17th century, tremendous amount of poverty, tremendous amount of dislocation, so many widows, so many orphans, and this is kind of like holding up on the Spanish expulsion. It was the next crash. The Jews were intellectually saying to themselves, what needs to be next? Isn't it already time for a shield? Absolutely all of this. So with these intellectual foundations of the Southern response circuit and with these political and social ramifications of the Zera Hakadah, then we can transfer into the life of Shabbat. So let me pause and ask if there are any questions. These are questions. Okay. Good, right? Yeah, thank you. All right. So you can see what kind of questions we get because when it comes to that, very much laid out. All right. Here's the Shabbat. He was an Ashkenazi. He was born in 60 years of one He was either actually born on Tisha B'Av of 1626, or it could be that date was fabricated by his followers because the Mishnah actually says the Messiah would be born on the 9th of August. That is the horrible fast day that commemorates the Jewish people, and of course he should be born on the day that corresponds to this Ritual. So one of the difficulties in understanding the details of Shabbat is that a lot of his story was written by his followers, specifically with an eye to according to the various mythologies that was in the pre-modern period. Renting is now available, and it will actually say thematic role in Shabbat's revelation as Mashiach. This material disseminates very fast. Jews are avid readers in the century, and they are swept these books in their Google Digest. His father dealt in country, he sold chickens, and he was a struggling businessman, but his brothers, the three sons who speak family, Eliakim and Yosef, actually ended up becoming very successful merchants. They ended up following their brother Shabtai to his movement, and that's interesting how that was later. But he came from a fairly humble background that was upwardly mobile, was Ashkenazi, living in Asia Minor, and he was the scholar of the family. He was the leader of the family, and even his detractors are very happy to believe that Shabbat's speech was quite a learned young man. Apparently, at the age of 15, he had run out of teachers. There was no one in Smyrna who could educate him, so he studied on his own. And at the age of 18, a very precocious age, he was ordained as a chacham, which is the regional equivalent of what we call a rabbi. He did, however, have a very profound ascent. So he studied on his own, and at the age of 18, a very precocious age, he was ordained as a chacham, which is the age of 18, a very precocious age, he was ordained as a chacham, which is the regional equivalent of what we could call a rabbi. He did, however, have a very prophetic sense. He was a loner. He, like Muhammad, ironically, go for long walks in the wilderness. He liked to be by himself. There was one dramatic episode where he went for a swim by himself and nearly drowned. And his rescue from that incident helped propel him into a sense of grandeur that he, in fact, might be a Shia. He had a deep attachment to her, but otherwise, he had very few friends as an adolescent. His reputation as a scholar, he was, by the way, also by, again, his detractors and his admirers alike, to be an exceptionally good-looking man, and he had an extremely fine singing voice. When he was in his up phases, we'll talk about this momentarily, he was wanting to sing publicly, and his voice was extremely clear. The fact that he was good looking and that he had a good voice actually did make a big difference with regards to how people dealt with his other messages. His reputation as a young scholar prompted two early messages, both of them failed. In both cases, he was married for several months, and his young wives complained to their fathers that marriage had not been consummated. This was twice. Later, we'll talk about his more long-term wife, Sarah, who was ultimately married 4 times. 5 times he completed the time to remarry his third wife. But this is an ongoing issue. This particular picture here, I don't know what to make of these pictures. A lot of them are pictures of Shabbat Tzvi, as I mentioned earlier. He is regarded as the most well-documented Jew of the 17th century. But occasionally you have under here captions, and almost always say, the grandmother of the Shabbat Tzvi, right? And this is the picture of the picture drawn of him when he was 40 years old. And it says it's a very portrait, true portrait. This is the way it's supposed to look like. Several of the other ones that look very different also say it's a portrait. That's what I get. So he had these 2 old marriages, and he seemed to have a difficulty with intimacy on a personal level and even a marital level, and this became his life. The most profound psychological aspect of Shabbat's life is that he seems to have been again, I'm a lay person, I don't know anything about psychology, but he seems to have been a manic depressive. He would go through periods of tremendous had this elation and that could last several weeks at a time, and then he would, fall into the pit of despair. Or as my eldest daughter, she was about 10 years old, once said, the depths of despair. She was like, she's watching the college now, she's very smart, she's in the honors program, things like that. But she was like this. So he would go through these periods of like euphoria, happiness, and it would be expansive, and it would be dramatic, and other times it would be catatonic. He would remain shut and gloom and no one could talk to him at all. So that's clearly maybe a bipolar kind of existence. He called the periods of euphoria illuminations and felt he was receiving some kind of revelation and that he was like directly connected to God. And the opposite, when he was in melancholy, that eschaton, which is a theological term meaning the hiding of the face, the hiding of God's face. He was in the shadow of God, he was no longer receiving the direct light from God. During his periods of melancholy, he would be tempted by to do what he called nasimsari, strange actions. They are very strange, and you're going to get into strange. But I will describe some sort of as we he was especially, we don't know exactly what his relationship with women was, but there are several examples where he seems to have been, it definitely involves something to do with his relationship with women. As we see, he was conflicted with these things in the Bible. He was also fascinated with the tetragrammaton, which is the Greek term for the fourth letter name of God, Shem Korash, the name that Jews do not pronounce. For the background, those who may not be familiar with the way we do these things, for example, we pronounce God's name when we pray, when we recite lessons, and so on. But the name that we actually say today is only a placeholder for the way it's spelled in the prayer books. The placeholder simply means our Lord, and it's a euphemism for the name which we are not allowed to pronounce. The name that we're not allowed to pronounce was only recited on Yom Kippur in Rachel during the time of understanding, and since then it's been totally off limits. We will pronounce what not sure you're familiar with. He was fascinated with the Tetragrammaton, and he would look around Smyrna printing the name of God. And he did all kinds of strange things like this. He would occasionally call himself Mashiach, Messiah, even in his orders, but people basically tolerated him. He was regarded as eccentric and mildly. Others considered him a bit of a heartless lunatic. He was just, the village fool. It's true that he was very learned, but obviously he couldn't pull his life together properly, so people basically tolerated him. Again, he was good looking, he was a great concept, people really enjoyed the Shema, and he was a Shlek. This is our Shabbatai. Every time I have something like this, so this is our Shabbatai. This is, by the way, another import to Shabbatai. Any questions so far? I've been talking a lot. Nobody likes to ask the first question. Do we have the second question? Basically, the joke always works. Okay, so there came a point where even in Smyrna, he was no longer welcome because he was simply too disruptive in the services. His disruptions would come to a peak later in the year. And this is periods of euphoria increasing and the oscillation between positive and negative increased so much that eventually the rabbi put them back together and they asked him to speak to me. He began a period of joy. But one of the hesitance he was claiming was that why and how people set up these shirts and show me how these places are not energy. I can't show you the to have various dishes in mind. And that's when he said that's so in the 1650s, he's in his early 20s now. His first teacher Cairo, and eventually died here in exile. That period of time, sent him from town to town, and he hit heights. He saw all of the great Jewish cities of the time. In 1658, he delivered in Lackey, which is a very important Greek Jewish center, when he publicly held a marriage ceremony between himself and the Torah and the sacred Torah, and he referred to himself as Satan Torah, and in terms of communication, when he was signing letters to his father, also Satan Torah, Mashiach Hashem, the Messiah, the communication of God. He was asked to leave from Salonika to then make it to Constantinople, Istanbul at the time, which was also a very large Jewish center. And he was feeling a little bit guilty there, so he decided to use the Virgin Kabbalah to rid himself of his experience with melancholy. There are a few examples of this where he actually did have a insight, realized that he was actually disturbed, and he tried to take some action. However, he wants to do the worst psychologist. Imagine this. He was banished from Constantinople because he celebrated publicly the same number of festivals in 1 week, which was spread out over the year based on he was supposed to be to do it on 1 weekend, but decided that was obviously he also banished the festival of take us and said, no, you have to take it. Now that I'm here, he was asked to leave Constantinople as well, and he did fairly well. He kept to himself. He did very strange kind of demonstrations of his messianic identity. And rabbis did tolerate him. In this context, it's fascinating that if you want to have types of mental illnesses, Orthodox Jews is definitely the best religion for it. I did actually seriously. For example, obsessive compulsive disorder. You think it's funny, but it's serious. There's a book that's written by 2 psychiatrists in Jerusalem, Greenberg and Whitson, published by Yale, in which they say that one of the problems with the mentally ill Orthodox community is that their problems go undiagnosed so long. Because when a person, let's say, for example, is very, very careful about the mitzvah of the Tilat diet, washing your hands, and everyone else says, oh, look how filthy it is, and washes his hands 18 times. The rest of like 2 or 3 times. The 18th, what a fruit bag. So, ironically, a person like this gets praised for OCD behavior, and that just pushes them even further into that direction. Furthermore, as we saw last week, Rabbi also Shabbat's feet. We do believe in the power of prophecy. We do believe that in certain circumstances, we'll speak directly to people, perhaps through dreams, things like that. So, a person walks around saying, I had a small prophecy. I felt like God was speaking, saying, oh, wow, you must be a very spiritually elevated person. The reality of the person is going through time short of the dollar. But the fact is that in Orthodox Judaism, this kind of behavior may actually be not recognized for what it is until it's too late. And this is exactly the kind of thing that happened in Jerusalem to Shabbat's feet. His erratic behavior, his extreme seclusion, his meditative silences, these were looked on as acts of piety, when in fact they were acts of sin. So what happens is, in Jerusalem in 1662, he got his first real job. The elders of Jerusalem needed to convert the message to Egypt. He had just come from, and so they trusted him with this task of carrying an important message to Egypt. The task such a difficult thing, but he had the appearance, he had the mannerisms, he knew the way, so he just carried this back to Egypt, and he was briefly a a signal kept on him later in life as the Antichrist wants to keep his moving forward as the head of the Egyptians who's moving back to support him. He was at the time that he met his Russia, someone who was just $1,000, but a woman Sarah is that it's not shepherd house. A lot of times, there are significant evidence that she saved herself, but she was undoubtedly someone who had suffered. She was involved in the upkeep of House of 1648-49, and she had taken it by some evidence with the Amsterdam. It was slightly exciting, and she had long clouded claimed that she was the mind of the sheep. Of course, however, it was when she found out this guy in Cairo had to give a Shia, so she packed up and she brought the whole show down to Egypt to Shabtai Tzvi. Shabtai Tzvi was just delighted to meet her, especially when he heard about her background, primarily because there is a Rothschild ritual. The wife of the Shah, that the prophet Hosea married a woman of the responsible for Hosea's true nation is marrying a woman of his nature, and how he could not bear to see her ways to God and not seductively, even though he may betray him. So he ended up marrying a father of I just sort of like the picture. And he went into a period of relative stability that lasted for approximately 50 nations. However, there is significant doubt that Husband Sarah either was real absolutely surrender several years later. She divorced Sarah and then remarried her. And then the next morning, Sarah proudly displayed these virginity. And that was as if to say that all these years we have been married, oh my God, we're just like that right up the all these years they've been married and nothing doing, and then all of a sudden they get remarried. So it was a kind of political theater, but it certainly worked, and his followers were taken in by it tremendously. Now, here's the turning Shabtai Tzvi. Already. On his way back from Egypt, he passes through Gaza, and he meets the person who would change his life forever, Nathan of Gaza. Several years. He was that he they the Gaza. And I thought it was up there. So that's where Nathan was. Nathan of Gaza was also a learned individual. He was somewhat of a mystic. He claimed later to have prophesied that Shabtai Tzvi would be coming to visit him, and was in fact, of course, we don't hear about those things, but when they met, the reason for their meeting was ironically because Shabtai Tzvi went to Nathan of Gaza for advice on how to avoid the effects of his bipolar personality. We'll talk about one of the person, because Nathan of Gaza saw Shabtai Tzvi and said, "This is amazing. You know, you are Mashiach, or maybe anybody out of the group who Mashiach will get all those." But he encouraged him in his messianic pretensions, and he created all kinds of theatrical venues for him to demonstrate stuff on the Shavuot, right? At the beginning of the Torah, our tradition, online study session. Nathan of Gaza fell into trance of the speaking in tongues, and in the context of these tests, he revealed to the onlookers that about Shabtai Tzvi was the Mashiach, and this was the first prominent and public demonstration of his identity as such. Then shortly thereafterwards, after we came to this, oh my gosh, it's so amazing. You won't believe it, but for years now, I've been studying this book that I discovered called Nutrition of the Soul. And it's this book of a shift, right? And it was written in the year 1200. But as I read this book, I see it's identical to life chakra. All the details of the book correspond to his book. Of course, he actually wrote the visions of Rabbi, but he portrayed it to a level and desperate audience of Jews that this is fact. We just got crazier about that. Well, at this point, Shabbat teaches Metzger being encouraged by Nathan Gaza that this ship will push the best in terms of restaurants and makes them kings of Turkey and France. Everybody's happy. People names from the head of various tribes, head of Sheikh Levi, and of Judah, standing up is already and he's basically unopposed by any major allies. This is happening principally in Gaza and later the elders of Jerusalem were not pleased with this, and they denounced his antinomian and strange behavior, but they did not take any more profound action. Because in the back of their minds, perhaps, they're thinking, you know what? It is time for Mashiach. Put up Mashiach. Let's see what happens with this guy. I mean, but nevertheless, they did in fact denounce and distance themselves from it. Here's where it crosses the line to the rest of the world. There were several emissaries from various countries who were in Jerusalem, later in Turkey, who heard about these things, and they carried these things back to England, France, Turkey, elsewhere, and began publishing very, very popular accounts of the lives of the Jewish society, principally in English, French, and German, and we have these contemporary accounts by Christians of it. They were especially nervous about one rumor, and these rumors just built one upon another, that the 10 lost tribes were coming out of hiding to begin the Messianic War, the Armageddon. According to this thought, the 10 lost tribes, of course, that we haven't seen since the year 722 before the Common Era, they have been hiding. They have been living, according to some accounts, in the deep recesses of a cave called the Red Mountain, somewhere in Asia Minor, and they've been training there, for hundreds of years. And now that the Jewish Messiah has come, they're all being released from these mountains. This is perhaps influenced by the invasion of the Tatars or the Mongols, and they are going to overrun all of Europe, and they're going to make it one big Jewish kingdom. There's one of the many woodcuts that depicts the Christian woodcut, showing Shabbat speed with his bands of armies in the background. It's very graphic. They never had anything like this kind of following, at least not in the military sense. And a lot of people are fascinated and nervous at the same time. So Shabbat speed becomes immediately a world celebrity for his craziness. And during this time, he just goes wild with the antinomian behavior. Antinomian is a term referring to the nomos as we means law. So antinomian means counter halachic, behaving in ways that is not appreciated, not appropriate. For example, I already mentioned he eradicated the 10th of Tammuz. He also eradicated the fast of the 17th of Tammuz, which is much better actually. In the summertime, it's a lot longer fast. In one synagogue, he was criticized publicly in one particular synagogue, and he wasn't there at the time. So when he heard about it, it was on the Shabbat. He ran over to that synagogue to several of his followers and wanted to enter to rebut their claims. They locked the doors on him. So he got an axe and he started chopping at the door because he tried to wait for his Shabbat. And so when they see him, he's trying to chop down the doors, and let him in, so he went to the door. He came in and he took over the service. He proclaimed himself Rabbi. He called all of the dignitaries that were in the existing various official animals, or anatomy of various animals. And then he made it the Torah service, in which he disdained the actual Torah scroll. So he put it back in the yard, and he picked up a will be referred to the Rabbi saying something like and he said that this song possesses great secrets and it should be incorporated into the literature. Basically, people felt that he was, he must do what he says he's. And in fact, at that point, he asked that everyone should call him Biuha, which is an acronym for the phrase Adonenu Malkeinu Yaruch, our master and king, may his glory be over you. So, for Mark 17, that's the key reference is. My second thing, the sweet thing about my second daughter is okay. So, now, sadly, a lot of Jews were tempted to go this Shabbat. And Jews from all over Europe, American Jews, everywhere they were Jewish, they were all over the shop. Many literally sold all of their possessions, purchased some liquid assets, or to be able to make the trip to Jerusalem because they anticipated that, in fact, this would be the onset of the Messianic era. This is an unfortunate work by Rothschild, probably advanced by the trains of Jews making their way to Jerusalem in order to anticipate this sense of anxiety among the Jews to this. There is a debate between German children, a scholar of this period, and several of these poets. But to say these were tens of thousands is certainly not exaggeration. Many, many Jews were moved by this, and they bought these completely, sold out of possessions, and so on. So at this point, Shabtai is just riding a huge wave of popularity. He says, okay, now it's time to do it. He took himself to Constantinople to meet with the Sultan of Turkey and say, all right, now it's time for me to take over Jerusalem. He met first with the Grand Vizier, who's shown here. His name was Ahmed something or other. And he seems to be quite a statesman. And Shabtai is really quite fortunate because he was dealt with some delicacy. He was met at sea. There were some storms that kept him from arriving, and his father felt the fact that he eventually arrived was in itself a miracle. But there were some storms that kept him from sea, and then the vizier sent ships out to meet him, and they promptly arrested and they brought him back to Constantinople in chains. He was imprisoned, but the prison experience was really not so bad. He was eventually given a private share and a private secretary, and he was allowed to receive visitors. It's not exactly everything that being done. Was in fact treated as something of an eccentricity, and while the Sultan thought about what to do with him, while it said several weeks in this popularity grew still further, he was still infamous for doing anti-other things, such as, for example, in Passover Day, he saw just like they would in the Babylon, so he demonstrated that in fact the Messianic period had begun. And his correspondence at this time displays that he's completely out of the closet on this. He refers to himself as a Shia, Katan Torah, even God. But he was clearly just waiting for the moment he was the Sultan. The Sultan several weeks later arranged to meet with him. The Sultan actually didn't dignify him in a face-to-face meeting. He was from a balcony, from the he was interrogated, and the Sultan had very little attention from 1666 to 17 was issued third year as Prime Minister. I'll tell you what, how about you can take the responsible I talked about earlier, and he Shabtai's key to get back the version is debated among scholars. His followers tend to portray it as a very grudging and the Sultan did have an own motivation. He felt that converting a very prominent Jew like this, probably the most prominent Jew in the world at the time, would draw more converts into Islam. And so not only did he allow him to convert, but he actually gave him a royal stipend of 150 gold points every month. So he was paid to be Muslim by the Sultan. Sarah converted with him, and approximately 200 families followed him into apostasy. Nathan of Gaza, who was not there at the time, although he did visit Shabtai Tzvi some times later, felt that his conversion was a great mystery, but ultimately they worked out a theology where conversion to Islam was part of the gathering of this. He had to go to every religion, and he had to go and collect up all the holiness from all religions, and then eventually he would be revered. And of course, if he converted to Islam, then he has to also deal with Christianity as well. So in fact, at one point, Shabtai Tzvi sent Nathan of Gaza to Rome to be the Pope, perhaps to convert to Christianity there, but nothing of that in the end. What ends up happening is that Shabtai Tzvi kind of fades into obscurity after this. Living at this point as Muslim for almost 10 years, but he seems to be some kind of crypto Jew as well. He's still practicing some Jewish rituals, and he has a circle of approximately 2 shuls worth of people who are staying, 200 families who are staying with him. And they're also, officially Muslim, but still seeing this essential Jewish ritual. I mentioned earlier the divorce of Sarah and remarriage, and we really don't know exactly what was going on in that period, but the Grand Vizier felt that there was a lot of crazy things going on. Shabtai Tzvi, as a Muslim, is no longer an asset, so he expelled him from the capital city of Constantinople to a tiny village in Albania, where he would live to the end of his life. His grave is still there. Fascinatingly, his followers continued to practice a form of Sabbatean Muslim Judaism. They were called the Dinka, and they persisted right up until the 20th century. They played a very profound role. These are the descendants of Shabtai Tzvi's original followers converted to Islam. They played a very important role in the Young Turk Rebellion in the 20th century. But then they were largely endogamists, meaning they married in each other's families for several hundred years. But by the 1960s, there's another very important threat. He doesn't understand. He does call him King of Rulers, 1666. By the 1960s, there was only a handful of good men left in Turkey, although several ethnographers have tried to study their unique way of life. Yes, question? Sure. That's an interesting observation. The British certainly were, they did have an exaggerated sense of how important it would be to rule their country. Part of the motivation for the Balfour Declaration was they hoped that all of these German Jews fighting as German patriots would then throw down their weapons and use to fight them. It did turn out that way because Jews tend to be patriotic wherever they are, and they didn't get the declaration. But it's interesting to see a connection to the Dinka. I never made that connection. They were very prominent among them. So let's look at the legacy of liturgy. Interestingly, 6 weeks before he tried to wrote to some of his followers and asked them if they would send him a regular Jewish master that he could use in Albania and the Oxford in Albania. And then he received it, and then shortly afterwards, on Yom Kippur, another auspicious day, he passes away in 16 recognized in Eastern Europe and elsewhere. Nevertheless, the intellectual impact of his Kabbalistic studies are only now being discovered by scholars, and there's a lot of fascinating connections that I myself was shocked to read about it in recent scholarship. For example, the influence of Shabtai on the Ramchal, on Rothschild. Many other scholars in the 18th century were persecuted because of their supposed real connections to Sabbath above. But we can't take away from him that he was quite intelligent. He was quite a brilliant scholar of Jewish sources. And he left behind many teachings that were 200 years by more mainstream Jews. Nevertheless, his name goes down in history as one of disgrace, and perhaps we should pity him for his obvious mental disability. Nevertheless, it's a fascinating chapter of Jewish. With that, I want to thank you very much for your endurance and enthusiasm. Have an excellent night. The video that I posted earlier on Pandora worked out. The motion click over video. We're great for about 5 minutes, and the audio dies. I have to record it again. And I posted this one. That was a really good lecture. I really enjoyed so much. I'm kind of sad that who knows, maybe better about making better. I'm going to have an audience for this lecture and see for the way up. This a friend of mine that does this and it's actually a picture of birch trees smoke up the fire. Anyways, they both have a motion for the bill. Well, that's still a large number of cases. More than and Turkey as well. In our case, Israel, when you look at the Austin states, most of them are culture where Daryl expulsion of the United States later. Anyway, anyways, like the child and Holocaust child, definitely a lot of that. today I will be basing much of my material on research that I'm working with as well, and also I'm relying on doctors like Rabbi, fascinating scholar that did the biography of Vermont. Title is Decoding the Rothschild Life Works Mystical Piety, Systematic Thought of Rabbi Moshe Cordero, aka Cordero Sacramento. That in itself is fascinating. But the book is great information and really great resource for this topic, which I would recommend. The name Cordero that's typically used is from Spanish derivation, although the Roman itself preferred being spelled Cordero, which is Portuguese. But he also was associated with Portuguese in Spanish, which leads Dr. Rabbi certainly the analysis is presented and accurate that the Roman was most likely of Portuguese derivation. Why associate a Spanish name with Cordova or Cordova as it is named? That's because when it comes to surnames, typically one only gets a surname when one leaves a place and moves somewhere else. So, for example, if you're in Florida, but no one here would call me, let's say, Florida. It's strange, certainly, because everyone here is from Florida, so you wouldn't be able to tell them apart. But since I come from Canada, I could easily call me Canada, and if I pass that surname on to my grandchildren and so on, they would be called whatever short Canada, because they originally had roots in Canada, people now they live north. So part of what happened in the Colorado family is they had roots in Spain, in Rock, and then they probably more difficult and then from Portugal, they know very little about as well. It's the remote is I'll let you have a look at focus on what we're doing. Right. So he's a prominent member of the Swan Circle, which was kind of like a sexual explosion of Jewish talent in the 16th century. Including some of the most amazing figures in modern Jewish history, early modern Rabbi Rothschild, the author of Shulchan Aruch Jewish law, who was a teacher of Rabbi Moshe Cordero, and Rabbi Yitzchak Luria, the noted Kabbalist known as the Rabbi himself, meaning the holy line of his blessed memory for his Kabbalistic work, who was the student of the Rabbi. In fact, he left Egypt typically to turn to learn at the feet of their time, and then he went on. Specifically through his child, who also studied Jeremiah, to go on and publish text out of what he did about a great professor. To give you a sense of how important, very brief effervescence of Jewish thought was, but I say the footnote was snake up bill, which occurred at Rabbi about the 16th century. Basically, snake refers to the ordination of rabbis. The word snake comes from so many and it comes from the idea that Moses, Rabbi, he passed on his authority to his student Joshua by laying on hands. And Joshua then gave the statement to his students. He gave that statement to his students, and they their students, and so on and so forth. However, sometime during the period of construction of most likely the second temple, the statement changed broken. And after that, the demographic of people all over the place, a bit of a chaos and so on, and so the title rabbi of the Catholics became no longer reflected the legitimate change of Moses all the way forward as a personal person handing off the Lord. There is, however, some discussion of how to restart that organization. If there is a forum of the greatest Jewish minds all gathered together and on a this apparently happened 50 years ago when a Rabbi Yaakov gathered together a dozen of Paro, others in Sfat and said, listen, it's time. Let's do it again. Let us review the statement. He received agreement, and so they gave him statement, and then he turned around to that statement, and amazingly, the statement movement was started again. It was not no controversy, like history, and after a period of time, it became more of a out of this continued saying widely publicized and so on. But nevertheless, it gives us a sense of just how brilliant the rabbis were at that time to have the audacity to consider one other small footnote, Dr. Rabbi points out, and I think it is probably quite that although it is widely reported that the Hamas has actually itself this is probably not. He's only 16 years old at the time, very little supporting evidence with the Mark circle. And in fact, it only appears in 19th century accounts of ordination and ability. So probably that is not to undermine in any way the Hamas authority and prestige and spot that is expected. That in reality, often sat on the basement of the Chicago itself. That's pretty impressive to see how basement run by both Jewish law author. It's widely regarded as a beloved authority, although he himself has his particular style of doing work, he tends to prefer to more a low Calvinist working with smaller people. So nevertheless, you get a sense of how special the stock market was. There's very important reasons for this effervescence of Jewish history, Jewish creativity inspired at the time. For a couple of aspects of the so, anyways, Spot is not mentioned anywhere in biblical literature. It's not a famous town whatsoever. How is it that all of a sudden the 16th century and the 16th? So there are several key reasons. The first one is, of course, money. Spot became a place of very brief but very powerful economic isolated towns, but few people were living, Jews, Arabs, and others. Uh, Jerusalem was an inheritance of the land, simply because of the attraction of new settlement and new industry. There was a significant amount of disposable income. And with that disposable income, you suddenly have the possibility for scholarship, development, and culture. This is something that many undergraduates don't necessarily grasp, that they can only have high level of cultural capacity in the region when you have the sufficient economic resources to support that, the enough people who are making enough money or contributing to the sectors of intellectual activity, universities, shivot, and things like that, in order for them to flourish. Everyone is overwhelmed with their daily chores, work, working farm, there's simply no leisure time and resources to allow for people to stop allow that brief moment of activity to go. Furthermore, the spot was a very important place of spiritual tourism at the time. This is a very beautiful place from sea level, overlooking the field, down the beach, and it is the home of many graves of these stars. So there's a certain amount of spiritual tourism that was always happening and put this together with the economic center, with the dispersal of the stars, of course, of these eyebrows, such as there are extremely significant downsides to the spot. First of all, it was a place where people played. The Vermont itself sometimes and also it's a place with people cook things. So once you have later plans, hopefully the hard west is like everything works fine. Right now, but it's also our lecture. What do we know about the Rothschild family? As I mentioned earlier, not terribly much. We know, however, a lot about his teacher and his brother-in-law. At the age of 20, he began to study Kabbalah under Rabbi who is most known for the author of the Rothschild hymn that we say on Friday night. A noted Kabbalist, he was devoted to the entirety of his Greek life, so much so that he joined Rabbi Alphabet as a family member because he married his sister. So Rabbi Moshe Kotero's brother-in-law was also his principal teacher in Kabbalah. We don't know entirely, we know a lot of information about the Ramach's family. We know that one of his sons, Gedalia, was 8 years old at the time that Ramach passed away. And later, Gedalia, as I mentioned earlier, took the manuscripts that Ramach had left to his mother and found an appropriate publisher for them in the Maharab Kano, very important Italian rabbi, which of course meant their widespread dissemination of publication. With Rabbi Alphabet, one of the most fascinating things that Ramach engaged in was the so-called Yerushin, which was really the words. And what this referred to was a form of self-imposed exiles of Greek trips where they would simply leave the spot, either together or later the Vermont would do this alone, and they would just wander the countryside around Spec and kind of like using a dowsing rod, or they actually use a dowsing rod, similar kind of feel to it, they would simply wander around until they found the sanctity of a place, and they would identify those places science that are really quite fascinating. And all of these are recorded in a book the author titled Sacred Generation. But they're an unusual kind of personal spiritual journal that catalogs his experience as he goes through exercise. The concept of the generation was they were trying to imitate the experience of the Shekhinah of the divine presence, which the book of also has the word exile when the Jews were exiled from Jerusalem. So they were like imitating the pain that Shekhinah feels at its exile from its chosen home. Fascinating that book on this home. But not the one that we're talking about. We should think a little bit about what was the Ramon's primary contribution to the Jewish conduct. So, the most significant way in which the Ramon contributed to thought was in the systematization of Kabbalah. The Kabbalah, which comes from the term lekabel, is basically they describe the mystical tradition. They are mystical passages that go all the way back to the very deepest roots of Bible, for example, where for example Abraham has a mystical tradition of the future, and this is the Torah, and other places like that. And there's a tremendous amount of material in Mishnah, Talmud, and what is the next literature, right? So sometimes these groups that focus on that or some star something. But you get six sessions when I hope for the barrel, there was no systematization of this information. Even the Olympian Soha, which first appeared in the 13th century, although many attribute it to Hamashiach, European authorship, the Zohar itself is scattered information, dispensation. That's not what we're talking about. Yep, I should do this. But anyway, the Zohar is basically follows the order of the Bible. That's stated in the Zohar, passages. That's kind of like start the beginning and say, like, for example, what is Kabbalah? How does it work? All these things. This is really what Rabbi did. So all of this things, he wrote a magisterial commentary on one, and then he systematized a very important book that the Targets of the so which he said, okay, let's describe what Kabbalah is from the beginning to the syllabus. And I had so much so that there were two abbreviated works of that part of the Bible. One of which the Ramon himself authored under the name of Pleasant Life. Translated to English, by the way, from the Rothschild. And simply, Kabbalah makes sense to a much larger audience. And this really energized the study of Kabbalah and put forward one of the key models while it's really a these are one sweet spot study Kabbalah and make this discipline mind just looking at what is the principle idea in the box that the most relevant for discussion from the Torah and the very aspect of the Sfirot are emanations of the Godhead. Basically, Judaism, like any monotheist religion, philosophical connection. How does an infinite being, i.e., God, communicate with a finite universe? Something is infinite if it exists, right? And yet perceive quite clearly that the world is a finite place with edges and borders and things, something stops here and continues there and so on. How does that work? So, for the Kabbalah, also emphasized the Kabbalah by the pass it through a shrunken cell, a process called or contraction, and then release into the vacuum created by its absence 10 successive emanations of his essence, which then created this world out of it. Do this topic up there. So how does that work? Think of it like this. The traditional metaphor that's used in much of Kabbalistic literature is that if you imagine God as like that of boiling hot oil, and if you take that oil and you pour it into a clay vessel, the clay vessel can't handle the energy of the boiling hot oil, so the vessel shatters. The mixture of the oil and the shattered vessel then falls into a second vessel, which also shatters. And then this continues all the way down for 10 successive shatterings. So finally, it's cool enough that the God's light or oil, as it were, mixed with the shards of the broken vessels, make up the universe as we understand it. That's the traditional Kabbalistic description. The Greek called Shvirat HaKelim, destruction of the vessels. Another metaphor, which I think makes more sense with this way I look at it, is if you imagine God as the sun, let's say, for the metaphor, it's impossible to look directly at the sun. You can't imagine your eyes, you can't do that. But you take a mirror and you look in the mirror, glance at the sun for a little bit longer because the mirror itself, you know, the mirror, how do you work on this? You know, the light from the sun as it goes to the mirror absorbs some of the radiation and also distorts it because it's not a perfect surface. That, you know, whatever little interruption, things like that, or the back system. And then if you take that light and put another mirror over here, you reflect the sun's light into this mirror and then into this mirror, you look at even longer because the two mirrors together certainly dilute the power of light. So if you have 10 of these mirrors going all the way down, like a 10th mirror, then you look at it quite comfortably. It's still the light of the sun. That new light has been introduced. However, through the reflection of these mirrors, it's made possible for us to sometimes apprehend the basic idea of the Venom Kabbalah. The group goes through these 10 emanations. Over here, Keter, this is actually not precisely a Cordovera diagram of the sort of colorful Keter down through from so all the way down until you get the mountain, which is that is introduction very briefly to depths of spheroids. It also is a very difficult problem, and this is something that separates the Cordovera Kabbalah from the Quranic Kabbalah, and that is the concept of theodicy. Monotheistic religions have a very difficult issue to address. In my humble opinion, it is a far more significant issue to address than, for example, the question of the existence of God. And if you look at the great mark of Jewish thought, you see that very little time is spent discussing whether or not God exists, but there's a significant amount of material devoted to the subject of whether or not God is just. Like the book of Job and Honored actually from Genesis, you know, Hashem Kolar as well, something like with Genesis, the whole earth. Not to do justice, but perhaps why we should be God instructions of the concept of theodicy, which comes from the Greek term theos, meaning God, and dike, meaning justice. Is God just? We have a monotheistic religion that has these basic statements that have to somehow fit with one another. They are God exists, and kind of a monotheistic religion. But the second is God is how can you have a God that's not a power that's not a God at all? And that would apply also to the macro, all of these because God is not a power of living, something else, it's class. And finally, we have a useful experience, in particular, but we also see why people around us experience it. So how can these statements coexist? How is it possible that we have an existing God next to that is all powerful and yet tolerant? So, usually the concentrate on this and people have to be in some way to make it compatible with our or revelation or the barrel concept of evil is basically the notion that evil is an external side of the execution system. That as God is diluted in the universe, as God is shrunk further and further through those certain notes, evil somehow naturally is here. According to the Alisa, however, this is the one area where evil is very much but we felt that evil is somehow a result of a constant accident of some kind of such event of God with the creation of sin. This is, in many ways, what makes the Bible so much more appealing and certainly evidence for the Baron Kabbalah is laid into it. Because for the Baron Kabbalah, people is not a way to act it. They do it out of this way. By the way, my comment, of this very other scholar. We know that people who sort of happen, it's inevitable, whereas for Robert, we are living in a time of crisis. Energizing, motivating, and empowering form of Calvinistic analysis. In my opinion, I don't really have an either point. This approach is quite problematic, but I certainly don't have any better suggestions to deal with the great problem of poets and those three statements that coexist. I will reiterate, however, that according to Dr. Robert Stack, is also phenomenal materials on the Kabbalah of the Ramah, most of which is awaited translation to English. She emphasizes that the vast majority of Korean Kabbalah is identical to the Vedic Kabbalah, and they should not be seen with competition with one another. The reality is, Korean Kabbalah is highly derivative of the Vedic. Okay, let's go on. Next slide. One other detail that maybe you picked up on earlier when I was talking about association with faculty, the Rabbi was enthusiastic for the early study of the Kabbalah. He himself began studying Kabbalah at 20, and he felt that this is something that is really positive for all Jews. The argument, unfortunately, for example, is more compound about the question of the or era. He huge amounts of criticism on unqualified teachers and felt that one could not get a qualified teacher, one should not have any of the study of Kabbalah. Rather, one should study it alone, because even studying alone and not understanding how to read it is better than studying with a teacher who will definitely give you the incorrect reading of the Kabbalah. Hence, don't learn anything from me because I'm totally unqualified in this area. Just in the historical area, something useful to say here. Nevertheless, the rock was quite exceptional in his ethics of ignoring that and study of politics and 40 still kind of of the book. The title is somewhat mysterious. No indication that this is the book itself was first published in 1588, but the third pages. No indication that the book itself as to the reason for the title. There is a reference that concrete which the judge was sat. And it definitely bears some close resemblance to the section one of the works of Rabbi, but it is distinct from that work as well. But outside of the borrow section, Dr. Rabbi has a kind that's quite explicitly that somehow the title refers to the unification of the genders. Perhaps on a mystical level, certainly you have an association of the equal Hashem, the unity of God, masculine and feminine, but that's more complex in our context. The principal task, the Tomer Torah, is the concept of the Hatfield a Latin term by Christian theologians, or a concept of imitation. Basically, you have a mitzvah in the Torah to imitate that it's important in the Sefer Hashemah, Apple and elsewhere, that one should try to absorb the deeds of God. And the Talmud says, how we do this? Well, we imitate God by following His ways. Just as God clothed the naked, so we should clothe the naked. Just as God hungry, so should we feed them, and so on and so forth. The Talmud Torah says that while that is certainly true, on a more profound level, we should who God is, what is God's identity, that which is accessible to us. We should imitate that identity. The actions for sure, but the identity is more private. And how do we experience God? We experience God through the Sefirot, earlier mentioned. The idea that God emanated into the world, 10 distinct Sefirot, 10 real reflections, or 10 daily vessels, and we know something about each of those 10 vessels through the Kabbalah. Once we understand what those things are, we should also create that same energy in ourselves, which will create as we call Isaruta Virotata, a awakening from below, an arousal from below. God will also energize that correspondence throughout the world. That's not the way. So if you look at this little word, you look at the content of Torah, what it basically does is each of the 10 schools describe what is signified, and then translates them with the attitudes and behaviors. If I'm currently engaged in a double 5 yet zero publication, translation and commentary from Torah, I've done a couple of taking a few liberties. For example, I've divided the work into two sections. This mission is not present in the original manuscript. The first section is what I've called the Bala of Forgiveness. It refers to the first chapter of the book, which takes up 1/3 of the entire work space of the book, and is clearly a work of soaring genius, something that is easily on the level of anything published in world spirituality in the 16th century or a bit much earlier or much later. And basically, the Kabbalah of Forgiveness, which is what we've done with the title of the book, is the Kabbalah of Forgiveness refers to the very first surah as Keta of the Crown, and describes essentially the concept of mercy. How God has mercy on us, and how we should have mercy on others. And it's a phenomenal work. I'll discuss it more in the next slide. The next 9 chapters deal with the following zero, also fascinating, deep, and so on, but they really feel quite distinct from the first large chapter. So therefore, far more realistic nature the first chapter, which is much more simple books, not necessarily the first year. So that's basically what the Torah board deals with. Let's look at a little bit more closely. That first section is on, as I mentioned, mercy or keter, and so keter is the crowd, and what is nonetheless in keter, you have those are around the attributes of mercy or forgiveness. He takes a verse like the Bible, that is found in the conflict and is the higher levels of mercy. Here they are, higher verses of each one of these phrases refers to a particular level of mercy. Not only does it describe what is God, what is God's mercy, it also gives us for example, if you look at number 6, what about you? Or you desire so it's like a Torah describes how God will treat and you look at the to as we learn a lot about yes, what he does in order to mitigate it is his own anger, things like that. But this is also part of Kabbalistic discourse in which God is very embodied. God, as it were, in order to mitigate against his anger, he will remember some detail that the Jewish people have that is causing some behavior or some character trait. In this particular case, he describes the character trait of generosity. That even though the Jews may be rebellious or stiff-necked or what have you, nevertheless they are very generous, helping the poor. So that, as it were, remarks the worship of the then what God will do is he will say at the human level as well. So for example, let's say a couple, a married couple has significant arguments from time to time, and one member of the couple, let's say the husband, maybe it's so hard because this person something else. So let's say, for example, theoretically, there's a couple that occasionally have arguments. My wife and I talk about it. We only have arguments every 6 or 7 years or so. But let's say, for example, the husband becomes frustrated with my wife, let's say, one wife, right? And I'm tempted to get angry. I'm tempted to say something that I'm certain rather later regret. So what I try to do follow this lead. I try to remember one thing that my wife does that is a positive characteristic, and if I remember that, then I don't want to let loose, voice or something. Well, remember this one small characteristic, and it be a small one that soothes my anger a little bit, just enough to kind of let me grab hold of it, control it. So, for example, my wife always makes my lunch. No matter what, always make sure I have lunch. And so, even though I might be angry with one thing or another, if I can remember, she always makes my lunch. She cares for me, make sure I eat properly. She makes my lunch. I can't even get it because I just can't. Give myself over to my it's an amazing thing. Although, I can't say that that mastery in any way, I've read it many, many times, it has definitely changed my life personally. And I think that this first chapter is something that every thinking person should definitely it's soaring with genius and it's really transformational. So he does this 13 levels of forgiveness. And it really is something that you can internalize makes a phenomenal the book Talmud Torah was immediately huge, very popular. Basically, this is one of the early books that San Gedalia offered to Menachem Azaria de Mano, has been as Iowa Horowitz, Iowa Horowitz, known as the Shabbat Polish Rabbi. Much of this album is much larger and that meant that a lot of people studied the Talmud Torah fairly early on in its publication history. Small but interesting footnote: the book is obviously valuable for everyone to read. Although when you count the chapters, there are a few references that indicate that he was most probably writing primarily for a male audience. It's very clear as you go further on, here and there, that kind of thing. Nevertheless, Torah has been a value in some of and quite often you'll find that there are editions published like this one here that my wife and daughter prefer to use, which has, distinctive kind of family influence. As we shall see later, the Israel Salanta recommended this study, in particular during the month of Elul, the month of forgiveness, and many times the editions of Talmud Torah that are published today have numbers on the side, both breaking the text up to the size of the studies over the course of the now, the Talmud Torah is clearly a deeply Talmudic book, and the Lithuanian movement, unlike the Hasidic movement, they were at odds with each other. That's a material on that. The Lithuanian movement was very hesitant to text that was so deeply Kabbalistic in nature because Kabbalah was like the whole thing that was served primarily those individuals who were reading a depth old enough to understand Talmud and so on and so forth. However, Talmud Torah received an unusual exception from typical bad Kabbalistic studies, primarily through the activity of Rabbi Rothschild from here of himself that Talmud Torah was of such phenomenal ethical value that it needs to be incorporated within the emerging Messiah movement of the 19th century. I'd like to spend more time in another lecture talking about this, but essentially it was an attempt, a successful attempt, to revive a formal study of the ethical literature in at the time. It looks like the Logos and the Bubbles, the cards, somehow or another, would kind of study in a formal manner in this book, which concentrated almost exclusively on Talmud. And with Salanta, but considerable controversy to make the Worcester literature for and demand that it be away from curriculum. And included in that was Talmud Torah, which even though it was titled Highly Couples Content, was nevertheless of such phenomenal value that it really had to be included as well. Let's just put that in greater context, and I'm going to refer here to one of the most renowned and prolific promulgators of Musar today, colleague Dr. Alan Gordon, who's done some phenomenal work within his Musar Institute for promoting people who are really trying to come into the topic. And he's divided Musar into categories. The first is traditional Talmudic Musar, which essentially anthologizes teachings in the Talmud, perhaps reorganizes them, such as Orchot Tzaddikim, an anonymous 15th century monk that a large number of so-called saints, personality traits, and behaviors, and describes the Talmudic approach to these traits. Other Musar remains philosophical, which is Maimonides is the most profound explicator, explicator. I don't know how to end up on that, but Maimonides is perhaps the greatest example of that. It is real Deo, is literally laws of opinions. There is the ascetic version, such as the Sefer Hasidim by the 5th century Yehuda Rothschild, and the Ashkenaz movement that argues for is the fourth strain, the Kabbalistic, which Talmud Torah is clearly central to the first major work that Kabbalism was and as a result, it's kind of phenomenal. The Talmud Torah achieved popularity outside of the nation as well. Many cities of the worst of the Turkish Rothschild to the Rothschild more directly, where they're Kabbalistic view of the world. Nevertheless, the Rabbi is only well. And the Tanya, for example, offers Rabbi here, frequent references to the work of the Rabbi. And there's rather amazing endorsement by Rabbi Calder as a great time. I like that Torah was of such value that even I say this with passion, but nevertheless, I think I put it. For clients, asserted that the greatness of the Talmud Torah was effective at the peaks of the years. Then among of that, which is I didn't phenomenal statement that one has to have broad shoulders to make such a assertion like that, but nevertheless, it presented as an indication of how valued this text is within the Hasidic community as well. So, by the Ramah, this is his grave in spot. He passed away at the middle age of 48 as a result of one of the plagues that passed through the spot at the time. He left behind a great corpus of literary works, including the Torah, Pardes, commentary on the Zohar, and so on. And he also recognized that extremely influential students. Those who are familiar with the names of spirit will be impressed. The author of the Reshit Chachma, is one of his principal students. Of course, the Arizal, Rabbi Chaim Vital, who is the author of the Italian and also a major student of the Arizal, and so on and so forth. Really a phenomenal contribution to Jewish art, and hopefully with the increased popularity of Talmud Torah in the translation to world spirituality as a whole. So thank you for speaking through this, I think, home-based lecture. And I hope that my technology will work fine next week. I don't have to do it again, but it's coming out the book, so I work okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it's nice to see you here tonight. I would say it's really interesting lecture tonight is transition. Watching videos just elaborated about that. It just feels really fascinating. I tell you story, really well. This story, my students, when I tell this joke, when I was in the park, for my part, I went and I got a joke book. Joseph Lischman's Jewish the best Jewish joke to say about the Jews. Because I realized I'm really losing my six jokes. Like, this is joke page 31. Like this. So Goldstein has been in analysis for 55 years. And Mr. Goldstein, we've had a long relationship, and I feel like it's really time for you to come. So I'm going to find out some advice after 25 years. Try and say, time for you to move on. Like, I'm not sure I can do that. You've become a part of my life. finds it and I just drink it to the bottom. He says, what was the drink? He says, I had this dream that you were my mother. And it was overwhelming. And this is what you do after that. So I sat down, I wrote it out, and what do you drink? Just what you do after that. And then I had some breakfast. What you have for breakfast? I mean, you go breakfast. All right. It's not that. It's funny on page 35, but I'm trying this one. Okay. The ninth one is actually a fascinating lecture. A little bit research for this lecture for myself at any rate. I found some many things I think you'll enjoy. I know that I enjoy research. It's about a woman named Shah. Her first name is a Yadro. As Billy Crystal says, that she is basically German lab. She's a good pronounce it. Shah, I think English kind of says the word. And the topic is my daughter gave me a cup of coffee. So it's about Jewish women in the medieval economy, and her life is actually fascinating. There's scattered documents about her in the Cairo Geniza, and I'm looking forward to sharing with you what her life says about the life of the medieval economy. Tonight's lecture is sponsored by the Tudor brothers. We have a good representation of the Tudor brothers here, right? 80% of them are raised. And so, in memory of their parents, I had this truth of promoting Kazan work. Where she lived in Arkansas, lived late at 97, and Surfside was very, very talented and spiritual individual that touched lives of many people. I know this is a little bit of a departure from our tradition, but I wondered one of the Tudor brothers would like to take no more than 30 seconds to say something.
My parents were people who were dedicated to loving other human beings. No matter who they were, where they were, the spectrum of life. They loved knowledge, Torah, anything that you They were master teachers. And they always imparted to us what I think made them believed in. So with that in mind, approach that was great because I trust the future.
So it's actually it's not even out of the tradition for the show. One of the nicest things I think they have for the show is many people sponsor scholarships for parents and passed away from them. And whoever sponsors the show usually takes that time within them. So just to tell stories about their parents. Right. But let's move along. So who was the amazing show? We know about her so important documentation that comes from the Cairo Geniza. I'll take a few minutes to describe what that treasure trove document is. Just as some context, those of you who maybe haven't attended before. But basically, she's a woman who lived in the late 11th and early 20th century in Cairo. This is actually a authentic picture from the Cairo Geniza. We don't know how they invented photography 700 years before Europe got it. I just picked that now. Obviously, you don't know what she looked like. Actually, we have a sense of what she looked like. We'll see by the end of the lecture what she probably looked like. But anyway, she was a woman of phenomenal wealth, hugely wealthy woman, hugely charitable woman at the same time, really exceptional woman. And her very exceptionality says a lot about the nature of living in India at that time. She also was likely never married. The sources indicate that no evidence of a husband. She did bear a child out of wedlock, also not so usual for an extremely prominent woman. That's what you see. The social insult that she suffered as a result of sexuality not in any way impede her sense of responsibility to her people. And she continued to give even to those institutions that most egregious in their what I'd like to do tonight is I'm going to have kind of an overview of divinity and medieval economy. There's a lot to say there in terms of the Torah and the theology and the it's the same thing.
history on what that is. I'd like to focus specifically on three documents that survive regarding the life of Rabbi Lisa. One is a book document in which she was quoted regarding a very small debt which she made in a rather curious manner, but unusual of the age. The second is her last book document that gives so much insight into her personal life and the overall structure of India. And thirdly, a very fascinating document that was used to establish eternity of religion itself. And so these three documents allow us to give us kind of a triangulation of her life. And we'll see a lot about in the economy and this exceptional in particular. So let's get started. One of the most difficult things about some history, meaning as opposed to the lives of kings and as opposed to the lives of legislators and the wars fought, social history looks at how people actually live. Or as Herman put it, yes, I guess it is about how it actually was for people. How do people actually live? And one of the massive lacunae we have in our sources is where are the men? The vast majority of people who create documents from which history is understood were men. And men tend to write about things that were important to them, like medieval baseball, politics. Okay, I didn't do this because I picked up the joke. They then tend to write about other men and about things that are important to men. Women have less access to education. They tended to be far less literate. They left far less of a literary record for us to create the kind of archaeological finds that will tell us about what their lives were like. So the only way we can really get access to women's lives for much of human history is to try to reconstruct their lives out of what men say about them. And that's just one of the challenges of working in this discipline, is trying to understand a vacuum from how that vacuum affects the outside world, so to speak. So we have two basic types of information that we're used to today. Two types of sources for our discussion. First is traditional literature. That is pious literature, sometimes legal, sometimes philosophical, that is written by rabbis of the shrine, values of Judaism, someone, and their reflection on women and the roles of women are often idealized and kind of pushed into a view that may not meet reality. So the other type of source, I'm going to do a quick example at the Mishnah Torah, where the classic great Maimonides writes down very hard-nosed legislation about how men and women should comport themselves with each other, which often just kind of stating an ideal without necessarily reflecting what women actually did. Also, the sacred Hasidim, which we talked about a couple of weeks ago, with the Dugat Hasidim, one interesting reference in there, very rich in terms of literature. The second major source that we have for the lives of women are social and economic groups. For example, find the time of the year. I apologize for those who have been to our previous class. We were talking about the small and important treasures of documentation, but basically, the visa was a storehouse of thoughts that was kept in a particular synagogue not too far from Cairo. And as we still got to the level we see here, this is actually a way to someone second floor, kind of a attic into a crawl space, and another recreation later on which shows people actually, put costume. But this Geniza store, only Geniza's scholars discovered approximately 200,000 documents, which dwarfs every other source of the Mediterranean basin, covering approximately the year 900 to about the year 1550. An incredible trove of information that scholars are still poring over in three major universities. Now, in the Cairo of Giza, we have all kinds of documentation that people will throw away, such as, for example, marriage contracts. There are thousands of marriage contracts, and unlike the ones that people use today, maybe I should say that people do personalize, but they're unique stipulations made in marriage contracts and contracts. People would add in, and if you yell at her, chickens or whatever, they would add in all kinds of details. Laws about this. And finally, one last which is a genre that's still practiced today, and it goes back to the where petitioners and the questions themselves are lost, they're not preserved, but the answers rabbis are preserved. This issue because the types of response have reflect experience. So get together and they raise $2 billion by the latest jet fighter. And they purchase it, and they have a big ceremony at Fort Lauderdale Outdoor where they have the set up and all the members of the Hadassah group are sitting on the bleachers, and the pilot gets out. I'm going to. So everybody gets into the cockpit, and fires up these massive jets, shoots down the runway, and stops. Right? Then he turns around, fires up, and shoots down the runway and stops. He does this a few times, so finally he taxis up to the leaves again. He opens up the calendar and he says, "Lady, the plane will not take off. We have to remove some of the flaps." Okay. Now, I'm painting very broad strokes tonight because we're speaking about the medieval economy, which we're talking about, 700 years of history. So it's going to be fairly rocky areas, but one major distinction that we have to be aware of is that, with the exception of Spain, which is always unusual since it was that triangular society with both Christians and Muslims and Jews all interacting, the vast majority of Europe was either Muslim or Christian. The Muslims, of course, conquered all of North Africa and the Middle East, heading out to Persia and further at the most opposite times. And the Christians were in control of Europe. And they had very, very different relationships to Jews. And the rise of women looked similarly different, whether they were a Christian or not. And a couple of factors really should be borne in mind. One of the factors is that Jewish women in Muslim lands suffered either a far more lesser standard of living in their activity in the public sphere. For example, Maimonides writes in the and it's appropriate for women to go out maybe twice a month. Maybe twice a month. Otherwise, they should be living holy. So this is not at all standard. the Jews had. But it was one they enjoyed. Ironically, at the same time, Muslim law has a couple lenient things that are not Jewish law. A veil of these Muslim law see, women often exploited this dichotomy between what Jewish law allowed and what Muslim law tolerated for their own benefit. And the rabbis were forced to simply go along. In fact, it was affirmed by several important rabbis, including Rabbi, saying that, look, this is the custom of the people in which they live. The women have no rights over this income, and therefore we should respect the custom of the Jews living there. The last thing that's kind of relevant is that after 1492, the Spanish expulsion, and then shortly thereafter, the Portuguese expulsion, then you have this unusual mixture of all of these very educated and much more cosmopolitan Jews coming in large numbers out of Spain and Portugal and populating many of the important cities of Istanbul, for example, Abuja, sports in Greece, and so on. So that also changes a lot of the intellectual dynamic as many of them come into contact with customs today we're not familiar with at all. So that's a really important thing to bear in mind. I'm going to be speaking in both generalities, but again, we'll not have this. Let's return to this concept of this public sphere. Judaism, like Islam, definitely promotes the notion of women's dignity located in the sphere of life. Related to this concept of tznius, which is basically not translated as modesty, but a better translation, or a source translation would be hiddenness, the value of making it not standing. Example, metaphor of the Torah was a witness object in a synagogue. The Torah scroll will be left out displayed for everybody to watch. It's in its own mantle, it needs to be put inside the box or have another very because of its knowledge, it is okay, and it won't take it out under very restricted situation. This is a metaphor value of salute and associated more with the feminine than with the masculine in much of the energy. Yes, Ms. Abrams. Excellent observation. I see a page for greatness. And the people we all does stand up. But moral is there as protection for
Love, don't mind. You want to touch your eyes.
I think that's the
It's something in the soul.
and many
Understand me, I'm not.
Muslim in particular, so that's very because we live in a post-industrial where we have one of the hugest, most largest, most significant changes in women's reality after industrialization is that they were freed from the incredible task of making clothing, which, don't forget, began with the raw wool or the flax. It was a hugely time-consuming task to process
task that needed to be done, and it was considered an ideal job for women. Maimonides even explicitly states that spinning, that is taking the raw wool and what makes it thread, right? It says in Ancient Highlands, what does that say? Across the mountain, basically. Yeah, sure. Sata, now compare to left, right? Her hands grab the left, and what's the next part of this? And then something afterwards. The left is the part, I think it's called the distaff, that holds the wall, right? And the other part that she's holding, the second part of the consonant, is the other end of the thread. And nowadays, I tried it many times in my classes. None of the women in my classes ever know what a distaff is. Never even heard of it. And yet, the vast majority of women history, they didn't grow up in the earliest stages, they didn't balance and be really confident things, but they took up so much more attention. Yes. Excellent point. I think retrograde is an excellent word. I've definitely heard it a few times. It sounds very intelligent. I went to the personality test, and it specifically told me that I like using big words. It makes me feel say rock. Yeah. But I think you're absolutely right. If you look at Aisha Smile as a description of the ideal biblical woman, she's out there in real estate. She's got ships coming and going. She's in international commerce. She employs hundreds of people. Meanwhile, what is her husband doing? No, he's sitting at the gates. He's sitting down at the gates. She's putting on the work. Let's return to this because I think we'll be very relevant. The reality is that women are still very effective, including going out to here's an excellent Europe, the line talk about and here's an amazing little history read about what it's like to us. One who was traveling this world is traveling. What if it in such a case, she is permitted to dress in nun's clothes so that she will think she is she's a nun and not attack herself. That's an amazing thing. And she can dress in nun's clothes and be a tremendous prohibition in the other areas. But it was sense of what that you engage in this. And then women traveling is a Jewish practice. This is what I call is a function as disruptive. That's not true. I can't believe it. She is permitted to dress in dress and say she is a Gentile. I'm not Jewish. I'm not Jewish. And more than a Jew, more than Gentile, even if they kill the Jewish government. Just as one passage from the book gives you a bizarre outlook of what was like in life for Jewish businesswomen at the time. But let us return to some of the gender-related aspects and significant economic steps that is economically it was is kidney, which means to acquire. It can't be understood in the same way of acquiring chattel. I think that's the but it definitely is a one-way relationship. The husband, as it were, acquires a wife. The wife allows herself to be acquired. She may not be acquired without her permission, so to speak. She might be married against her will. And in fact, women have in some ways far more autonomy than men on a number of personal status. For example, Jewish law, a Jewish man may be enslaved, a Jewish woman may not be enslaved. It's illegal to hold her as a slave. Once she reaches the age of majority, 12 years old. Before that's a different story, but at 12 years old and on, she may not be enslaved. So when it comes to marriage, there's property that goes from the woman into the marriage, the woman's family, and property that goes into the family from the husband. The woman contributes a dowry, obviously with her parents' help, and the dowry is far larger than anything that the husband brings into the marriage. The dowry is kind of like, to look at it cynically, it's kind of an incentive for marriage. Last year we spoke about Brooklyn Catholic, and it's amazing. 17th century woman writes 70 notebooks of her own reflections. And I would say at least 30% of them are worrying about marrying off children. And they're collecting dowries, having enough dowry to attract this kind of make this kind of children. It's a really big deal how much money real estate could be things like women and things like that are looking into the marriage. Right, on the other hand, gives 3 gifts. The first is the unofficial yet mandatory prenup gift, which is something like an engagement ring. It's not actually a sign of marriage, but it is a token of, I'm tempted to say it's a deposit. It's a really gift of some object as a gift. It's far less than marriage. And then there is the marriage price, which has to be a gift given typically to the parents of the bride for marriage. Again, typically it's a small gift for the dowry. And finally, there is a so-called delayed installment, which is really the promise of a gift in the case of divorce to the husband. That by entering into this marriage, should the marriage be dissolved, and a husband or his estate, which falls on his heirs, would have to pay the wife or ex-wife a large sum of money, and this is intended as a deterrent. Of course, and also a reasonable protection has put in place for the so-called two-legged or a concubine, essentially a wife. Concubines are essentially submitted and supplied by a concubine is a wife in every respect, except she does not have protection of the delayed installment. Legally, the husband has acquired not only himself, a life partner, other things, but he also acquired the big amount of money from his family. The woman may also bring into the marriage property from her father, his for example, and maybe on that property. But she does not pay for that property. Or rather, let's take the example of the appeal. The husband can sell the book and the hospital. He has the right to decide whether to qualify as a fellow. If he wants to become that's the best thing for him. I got a lot of articles on his website. He's learning this right now. He's a real fellow. Not saying that the work of her hands. A woman is expected, not demanded, but a woman is expected to work in marriage and to bring some income. That income is controlled by the husband. Yeah, I got it. Yeah. I have my own private thing this year. So that's this is the economics of marriage, at least as per traditional law. Now, as I mentioned earlier, there is Torah and there is reality. There's the difference sometimes between what the rabbis say, the way it's supposed to be, and historically and socially what people did anyway. Because I'm sure we see around us even today, rabbis say some things and people do a totally different thing if they so desire. And we shall see that the way the very structured halacha, if enough people of the married and what the circumstances under which a woman could be married. So, for example, um, let's just skip to this here. So, what do we see from the Knesset period? First of all, the Genisa documents, as opposed to the bank documents, indicate that women, yes, they're working, and you know what? They're not letting their husbands control the income. They're refusing to let their husbands overlook it. It is one of the most common causes of domestic dispute before and in the Genisa. You know, these cases come to court, and the husband says one thing, and the wife says another. The court has to decide what they're going to do. Quite often, husbands complain that their wives are making money and they're not declaring it properly. You know, like they're making $100 a week and they're saying, I made $50 a week. And what happens to those $50? You know, that's a odd job every 2 weeks or something like that. So we have husbands complaining that their wives are hiding their income from them, controlling it really now. Secondly, we find wives telling their husbands, hey, sweetheart, if you insist on taking my paycheck, then I'm going to go to the Muslim courts. Because the Muslim courts, as we mentioned earlier, were far more with regards to women's control of their own income. And this was considered, to use the Latin term, a woman would take her case to the Muslim courts where she would be vindicated. And that would be a humiliation for the Jewish family, the husband, and even the rabbinic courts. So in many cases, rabbis would counsel their parishioners, the husbands, let her have it. You know, this became kind of the new practice. Dowries as well. Dowries were often a common dispute because the father would give her a certain amount of money, and the husband would want to sell a piece of property, which is only allowed to do with her relationship. She refuses to allow it, and have a dispute over it. And ultimately, overwhelmingly says, as the friend here scholar of the Nisa treasures, the rabbis overwhelmingly gave it to the wives. Said that the wife would be dowry when they have these kinds of I would say, training in Muslim how much they would do, I don't know. But it's hard to imagine these. It's hard not to imagine these. I can give you one right now. So, for example, one case that came actually before my mom. This case came on so what the wife does is she takes a job teaching Torah. And his brother is a sheep. So here she is. Anyway, so she's read it. And her husband shows up. I am home. And she says, my wife is walking on the streets every day to be sheep. And then teaching the ladies. Quit this job. Forget it. And she says, what are you talking about? I can have it all. And I don't think it's not. So, my husband was he says that my wife is a rebellious. My wife is a rebellious woman. And I want to coerce her. Job to coerce her. And it is if a woman is considered a rebellious woman, then she loses her utility. So that he can divorce her and not have to pay the delayed instrument. So my money says, in Arabic, so the husband, my money says, I guess I have to agree with you. Then the wife comes and says, what are you saying? Did you know my husband left me for 4 years with no income whatsoever, and he expects me to just what am I supposed to do? Beg. And public law, for a woman to beg is a far more serious thing for a man to beg. Men are almost expected to beg if they have to. But Muhammad goes to great lengths to prevent anything to be a beg away. So anyways, Rambam, when he hears this, the woman's side says, no, you are absolutely right. And he takes back his side. He says, you can keep your job, and you're not considered a relative. Your husband wants to divorce you, he has to pay you full payment. So he reaffirms everything that the woman said. That's kind of an example, perhaps, of what they're fighting about with the money. I don't have any other specifics. I refer you to Dwight Hines' massive work, huge magnum opus on the second book called The Mediterranean Society, in which he spent his entire life analyzing these documents, and there's a huge trove of information there. So let me just get to what kind of work are they doing. This, by the way, this is the so what kind of work would women typically do? Lloyd identifies 7 different classes of labor person. The largest one was textiles, as I mentioned. You also see a significant number of small-scale commerce. You see a small amount of trades. In Christian Europe, you see a lot more trades, especially silversmithing. That's metalworking, and especially working with silver. And all of our Kiddush cups, vectors, things like that. That's a very long tradition of Jewish workers. In some cases, women of Jewish women were even allowed to join medieval guilds, which is truly an amazing thing. But they were also involved in money lending, which I'm going to explore in the next few slides. Also, some in professions. Jewish women working as midwives, as doctors, professional learners, who could hire guard and work for someone else's funeral, set the tone. Whereas fortune tellers, psychics, all kinds of things like Jewish women were engaged in these occupations. The Nisa tells all, Nisa describes all these different things that Jewish women were involved in, and he is very rich. That's all I have. Yes. It's a great question. I don't know if Jews were allowed out of Muslim society or not. I know that in Saudi Arabia, the American army can't have weapons. And that's, I don't know what they're doing with it. In countries like Iran, there are a lot of Christians. I thought it didn't use to it. So maybe that makes sense. Maybe that's not. Because I have a Muslim teacher who told me to my life. Was Jews. That's great. That they're around, Jews and Christians are allowed to, I guess, produce and sell alcohol. Okay, so let's talk for a second about usury. It's impossible to talk about Jews in the medieval economy without talking about usury, which is kind of like a nasty term for money revenue. Jews were very involved in money revenue. This is most important question, particularly in Christian Europe, because Christians developed this canon law called the law of Rothschild, which prohibited Christians from charging interest on loans to other Christians, which basically shut down the medieval economy, because in an agricultural society where you have an ebb and flow of income and expense, it's very hard, to ride out the year when you're waiting for your harvest to grow. These were the only minority for about 500 years who were legally allowed to lend money on interest. At one point, the Italian Christians said this is ridiculous, there's so much money to be made, and they ignored the law of Rothschild, and they forgot about it. But for about 500 years, Jews were the only source of credit in the medieval world. Jews are not allowed to charge interest to other Jews. I've tried calling MasterCard and Visa and some of the CEOs but the idea is Jews are allowed to charge non-Jews and vice versa. Theoretically, Christians could drug interest for Jews, but the market differential was so huge that it was not possible. So here's a picture, by the way, of a Jewish writer. This is a picture of 14th century Germany. He, in the head of the stroke here, this is what the missionaries got something that are big amount of money. Here's a normal empty person asking for money. And does anyone recognize this thing on his desk here? Abacus and abacus. It's a very primitive calculation. So Jews actually really enjoy credit because although there are some risks, like for example, there's a risk of non-payment. To a large degree, that risk was moderated by the fact that the king relied on the taxes Jews paid for money lending, and the king would lend his own enforcement to make sure that debts were paid. The only time it was really dangerous was if the debts became so large that the king would feel it was more expedient to simply sacrifice the debt and get rid of the Jews, as happened several times. New York in 1290, for example, where in France they expelled the Jews 3 times in 1 century because they owed them too much money, so they kicked them out. But they realized they got credit because they got money, so they kicked them out 3 times. Sometimes the English violence, and sometimes the this gesture, pedagogic gesture, like I'm teaching you something, and this would be perceived as a very kind of, corrosive relationship. The benefits were huge. Money lending, first of all, this is an urban profession. It allows Jews to live in close confines. Jews are very gregarious people. They like to live in the places of synagogue, ritual bath, Chinese restaurants. So it's very hard to live far away. It's a clean profession that does not involve digging in the dirt for potatoes. It's going to be with your mind as opposed to with your back. It's a portable profession. It deals with cash. So the environment becomes a little difficult for Jews. It's very easy to pick up and move someplace else. And it allows time for study. If you're a banker, you can set banker's hours, and you can spend the rest of the day when they come. So in other words, you would say, banker's hours. The only kind of misconception, widely, there's kind of an apologetic approach, which is the Jews engaged in this space of austerity. That's partially true. Much more to go back to the spell. Where was the So it's very rare to find concentration in agriculture. I think from Russia, which I know less, in 1897, 3% of Jews was in agriculture. Okay, so let's look at Russia, the main title of the book. Let's return to her slides. And we're going to look at three specific documents. Actually, this 1967 article, which refers to this woman that he discovered in Tunisia. And the three documents that I'm going to share with you. The first is this record of the claims dispute, last will and testament. And third, this unusual document that was used to prove the paternity of religion and sin. So, and this is brilliant history. This is how history is really done. You've never heard of this woman before. And Boytime comes across these tiny scraps of paper, pieces them together, and creates a picture of this woman. So here's the only document which is actually dated, let's say 1098 in the Western calendar. And the document reads as follows. On the same, Mr. Ula Halevi, son of Joseph, presented Mr. David, son of the late Judge Yair, to the court, and a latter witness for the former, that he was in the synagogue on Wednesday, the 10th of this month, when Kalima, the daughter of Amar, known as Rothschild, the broker, appeared in the synagogue and said to him, to Moses, the teacher, the beloved, and to Rabbi Hako's brother of the saints. This document is some kind of court document, and this person testifying that he was in shul, and this woman comes into shul, and she talks to these two other named individuals. They're testifying to the length of the story, and she says, I want to see the Dayan, I want to see the judge. For I was informed that he summoned him. And it shows up true because the judge, the Dayan, the next judge, is called and here. Now, for what reason did he do this to me? Here in the translation, kind of like, there's not a lot of self-application. One of those present answered her, because Ula Halevi appealed against you to the president of the court, the outbreak. This guy is suing you. Wherefore he sent out asking you to appear with him. And this other guy is summoning her to appear in court over a dispute. But you refrained from appearing with him in court, meaning she gave earlier summons. So now she's called to the government. Hey, how come you didn't show up when he called you to court? And thus you deserve the public notification and a warning. And she, and I heard it, and then it reads, it's like, you're not going to believe this. She actually said this. What do I owe Mr. Ula that he should make such a claim against me? All that is due to him from me is 5 kilos, which is, I'll tell you later, basically works up to about $20. All she wants from me is $20, 1967. Watch this. She calls me a fuss. So for 5 kilos, he makes such a fuss. At the same time, also Malin, brother of the sex president, had made the same deposition as the aforementioned date. We have written down what has been said before us and signed so that it will serve as a document conveying rights and assets. So, what do you make of this? Just quick vision of this first name. What these documents are about. Yes. Yes. Without one cannot live. Out of an endearment, something called Rothschild. Shopkeeper from such and such a street. You have to say a woman who is the wife of so and so, daughter of so and so, and there are people here who testify. She doesn't need any independent verification. Everybody knows her. Just give her name and that's it. Yes. Well, this is like kind of before the wedding. She was called to appear that we don't know what happened about the $20 or anything. We just have this little document, 150 to 200 words. That's all we got. Let's go on to the will, which is fascinating. This is sort of the main points of the will of Rothschild and Brokish is called Barcoka. To my brother shall be given 100 dinars from the objects given to me as security. Note, by the way, Boyd Ryan figures out that 2 dinars was about the monthly income of a middle class family. So if you take the American median income as that's and that would be about $50,000. You say white Hispanics is a little bit higher, for example, 55,000. And so that would mean if we use $50,000 as a middle class income, which is kind of hard to believe, but let's say that is, then that would mean her total wealth is 689 dinars, worth about $1.4 million in today's dollars. We're looking at it a different way, 28 years of retirement at a middle class salary. It's probably the easier way to think. She could live at a middle class rate for 28 years on her income. Unbelievable. That's incredible. So she gives her brother 100 dinars, as well as 5 bricks. It says to my sister 50 dinars, as well as important dresses. The daughter of my maternal uncle 5 dinars, and so his family distributions. Then she says, for the cemetery 25 dinars, for the synagogues in Old Cairo 20 dinars. Remember, 20 dinars would be the equivalent of $50,000, I think.
Yes,
for the synagogues in Talmud and Old Cairo, 5 dinars for the purchase of
What do you know, girl? Was it exactly 30 minutes? Or was it more? Was it 29 minutes? I did. I had a talk with about 30 minutes. But you said 30 minutes. And I said about 3 minutes. I'm just being ultra specific. How you living? What's good? Okay. Wow, you are full of food. Okay, why don't you go to the bathroom and take care of that? Just chilling, watching these people go crazy. Makes me laugh. It makes me laugh so much. 15 minutes later. You want me to what they say? I love it. I love it so much. Okay, so I have two main accounts that I'm using right now. One of them is Rabbi Eats Pussy Until Lockjaw in students. Now, if you're wondering what the fuck is lockjaw, it's actually tetanus. Okay, good, excellent. And I just think that's so raw that it's hilarious. The other one that I have is Rabbi Milk Titties like cow udders. That's another thing. It brings a picture to the life. So the first person says to me, and this was just like 1 minute ago, exactly 1 minute ago, it was approximately 3 minutes ago. Dude, what the fuck happened to Rabbi Disco guy? Next person wrote, I know you're tired of talking with people who want to lick your hole. Next person says, yeah, exactly. Next person writes, this thread is not for Rabbi. The next person wrote, whoever is funding the lifestyle of Discord rabbis interviewing. The next person wrote, new rabbis hit the timeline. This person took a screenshot. The next person wrote, Mashallah, the bots have given Wilhelm Talk the maid of heaven with a screenshot of what I wrote. The next person wrote, the rabbi is back. The next person wrote, I'm glad Rabbi Rothschild agrees with my nuanced 6 samurai. The next person wrote, the last rabbi account that reposted me was eye-poppingly sexually explicit, but moderation got restarted. Still busy trying to figure out which belly button of pornography. The next person wrote, the rabbi wants us so bad. The next person wrote, is moderation unwilling or unable to stop the rabbi? And other questions posed by Epicurus. Next person wrote, Rabbi eats pussy like it's 2000. Next person wrote, honestly, the rabbi account name almost make me want to join the Discord server. The next person wrote, what is me fuck, with a screenshot of what I wrote. This is all within the last 2 hours. The next person wrote, the other day I got Rabbi fingers forced like pulling ball, and I was like, I had enough. The next person wrote, stop it, Rabbi, just stop, enough, with a screenshot. Next person wrote, I hate these Rabbi accounts, fuck off. The next person wrote, I realized that it's an insane question to ask, but about 3 different boxes with names like Rabbi's multi-factor. The next person wrote, blank, 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 has sentence Rabbi accounts to God.
Oh, that's too bad. Looks like they have it pretty well. Honest, I'll wait till he's finished.
Look it up. I see it. Very nice.
Cairo, 20 dinars. Joseph White, 5 dinars. Teacher with 2 brothers, 5 dinars. Orphan girl in Cairo, a relative of mine, 2 dinars. All this shall be paid from the debts against which others give. Okay, a little bit here. The remaining securities shall be added to the cash and gold which I possess, namely 300 dinars. She's got 300 dinars in cash, which is made about $500,000 by this calculation. Liquid cash, which are already with me, and the 67 dinars, despite the lady his dinar. She actually had another woman who held 67 dinars for her. That's interesting. In addition to all the excessive cash, kind of drugs and purpose, all this shall be kept for my son on conditions, as I mentioned, if he remains alive. shall be divided between my heirs, which heirs, my brothers, etc. The two who is father, the boy's father, Chasun of Ashkelon. Not one penny shall be Roy Tyler's use of that term. This is now what we call verbal. He's not very own words. Read these for himself. He's writing not one penny except that two promissory notes, meaning that he gave her two IOUs. She's holding on to debts. Concerning a debt of 80 dinars, which he owes me, will be handed over to him. She should forgive the 80. She doesn't want his money. Just give him the 80 dinars. And so on and so forth. And then there's a lot of description about her funeral and so on. And then there's a beautiful little description of how she wants her son educated. She clearly loved him dearly and devoted a tremendous amount of money to make sure that her son would get a proper education. And the rest I'm going to skip over. Still, the second big takeaway message, again, this is a colossally wealthy woman with very charitable heart. And she's an illegitimate son. And she's definitely estranged from the boys around her. This doesn't sound like a typical base Yaakov and girl in the 20th century. What's going on with it? So let's turn, I'm sorry we're a little bit late. Let's turn to the paternity document. And let's read this, because this is the most fascinating part, I think. So this document was probably written after her death to record earlier events that was designed specifically when her son wanted to marry to prove that he was legitimate to marry. I use the term illegitimate. Judaism doesn't recognize illegitimacy per se, except that a child or from a relationship on a biblical level. For example, a married woman, an extramarital affair, or incestuous affair create a child known as a mamzer, which is a terrible stigma. That child will not be allowed to marry anyone else except a mamzer, or a convert who comes from 0 years, with 0 lineage, and then that status will continue with their child as well. So it's a huge stigma. So this document reads, the elder Abu al-Yafe, from the wrong here, son of the elder Mashiach, may he rest in Mashiach, may he rest in peace, appeared before us and made the following deposition while we were constituted as a court of 3. So another court document, a formal deposition. He said, I was with the cantor, may God accept him with him. When Rothschild the broker came in and said, do you not have an advice for me? I had an affair with Chasun and conceived from it. Rothschild says the phrase I had an affair is really literally slept. We contracted a marriage before a Muslim notary. Basically, gets worse. She apparently went to a Muslim Qadi and had a civil marriage. So she married this Jewish guy from Ashkelon, and she got pregnant. Why did she get married in a mosque or an office instead of a shul? Goytime presumes that because her lover was a refugee from the Crusader attacks on Ashkelon, perhaps he was already married to a woman in Ashkelon, and the rabbis would not allow him to marry a second wife. There was a ban on her. And the Muslims didn't have such a ban, so therefore she went with the imagine she got madly in love with this guy, and he hit her up for 80 dinars, so what kind of a guy he is. And she went and she got married to a Muslim. Perhaps they were thinking eventually he was divorced his wife, maybe she died, they had a normal wedding, but at any rate, she got pregnant. Contract, but I'm afraid that he may deny being the father of my child. But this is the guy that they're worried about the baby. Say that he's the father. She then lived in the house of whatever on the upper floor. So the cantor gives her a piece of advice. This is really leadership all the time. He says to her, okay, go and gather some people and let them surprise you with Chasun so that your assertion may. In other words, she arranged a tryst with her lover, and she arranged for people to interrupt them, something like that, so that people say, aha, they definitely have a Jewish Muslim testimony says that she went on the fast of atonement, Yom Kippur, to the synagogue of the Iraqis. When the Nasi of Blessed Memory noticed her, he expelled her from the synagogue. Imagine, she has a child at a wedlock. She goes on Yom Kippur, and the head of the shul kicks her out of shul. I know this all for sure, and the prosecutor with me, here with my testimony to this effect. Goes on. What is, I think, fascinating about this is that even though she suffered such a huge embarrassment by being driven out of shul and given, look at her bill. She got a huge amount of money to that very shul that doesn't have resources. So I apologize for going over the years, but I think the issues that I'd like to examine on it talks a little bit about historiography, about source bias, how the traditional rabbinic formal documents and then the social documents and responsa that sometimes paint a different picture of the reality of Jewish lives at this time. They portray a very broad swath of Jewish female economic activity, despite the fact that they may have suffered some handicaps as a result of the unique nature of Jewish life. Jewish women were extremely adept at leveraging their circumstances, even if it meant threats of consequence, in order to ensure that their economic well-being was satisfied. And we see this specifically in the unfortunate story of Rothschild, who endured, personal tragedy and still retained her sense of Jewish responsibility, her sense of Jewish identity, and supported even those causes that sought to provide. Thank you very much for your attention. I appreciate your education. Thank you all. I apologize for the rain starting up to the building. I don't know about that. Maybe it's time for class around weather is better. But the joke goes like this. So there's a guy who walks into a flight suit and comes out, I really like this color, material, and so on, great. The only thing is, he says, I noticed that one sleeve is a few inches longer than the other sleeve. He says, no problem. All you have to do is just like this. Then he says, oh, one more thing. I noticed that one hand leg is also a little bit long on the other. So there's no problem. I can just kind of stand with one leg sort of bent like this. Just you know, like this. And he walks out and he walks in. Oh no, down the street. And across the street. And he says, Blanche. It's so funny. Wasn't really funny, but we tried anyways. Okay, tonight's class, we're going to talk about a very famous individual, Rabbi, the poet of Stefan, a very amazing figure who capitalized the best of the golden age of Spain, which we'll cover as well. He also has kind of an interesting connection to the Khazar people, which is something we should cover in this course. We had an entire lecture on it last year, so we'll try to remind you about it because it is a fascinating interlude in Jewish history. Tonight's lecture is sponsored by this is really very famous space and things like that. And last personal detail that you can find interesting. I'm going to shout out 10. He doesn't come out quite as nice as better looking than you see here. But he's kind of an interesting kid. He's 14 years old and he's planning to launch a marathon this January. We really tried to stop him. raised some money last year for Team Friendship, and this year he got the green light from his pediatrician. We also took him to a pediatric heart specialist, also to a nutritionist. Everybody made sure he's okay. They all said he's okay to do it. So he's running for an organization called Friendship Circle, which specializes in developing social relationships for children with various disabilities, especially developmental disabilities, autism, things like that. If you want to support his run, just go to his website, teamfriendship.org/Alexander, and contribute whatever you like to his worthy cause. He is going to run it anyways, so we're proud of him. He's going on 37. He's definitely a tough kid. He's like really motivated to do his thing, and I have to be very careful not to stand in his way. But anyways, he's very determined, and I think he'll do great things just like all my kids got to. So tonight, back to our topic. Laban's question of his physician and philosopher, who is again an exemplar of the golden age of Sephardim, or the Sephardic period, which extends primarily from the 10th through the 13th, early 13th century at the most in Spain. Really a fascinating period in Jewish history, which has become emblematic for many as an ideal state for Jews in the modern world. I'll explore this in just a moment to understand what makes Spain so special. So, the term Sephardim, which sounds like Spain, is actually a first. There's the already in biblical times there was an exile for Jews living in an area called Sepharad, which the Jews later associated with the far western of Europe, known as the Iberian Peninsula. There's no real definitive connection between the fact in Slovakia and the region called Spain today, as best I know. Similarly, we have other regions like Ashkenaz, which is associated with, even though there's no real connection between that biblical name and the region of the Rhineland. Nevertheless, this has become a historical association for centuries. The Jews who lived there in the 10th and 11th centuries in particular had an unusual amount of political power, cultural power, and Jewish learning. A combination that is really quite rare for any point in Jewish history. Very rarely do Jews who were at once highly learned in their traditional Jewish sources and quite adept at making their way through the byways of modern culture. In America, for example, and there's some comparisons with America, you often have figures, Jewish figures who are exceptionally renowned for their cultural data that they provide to society, comedians, literati, scientists, politicians even, so on. And you also have Jews who are really expert in the Talmud, the Bible, and so on. But rarely are those two groups combined in a single person or people. These are highly distinct categories of human activity, and they really don't intersect very much. You have a little bit of that perhaps in 19th century Germany. People like Moses Mendelssohn perhaps would encapsulate some of these values. That's a debate we'll talk about in a few months. But in Spain, you did have that. And individuals who were politically very powerful and religiously very observant and Jewishly very knowledgeable at the same time. And these were the people that the common Jewish population looked up to as their elders. Something which is really quite different from what we have in most other periods of Jewish history, particularly since the emancipation in the 18th and 19th centuries of Europe. It's interesting to note that the Jews identified themselves as Sephardic even before there was a non-Jewish concept in Spain. Jews developed an identity, a Sephardic identity, before even what we call the Spaniards so-called themselves. As Jim Gerber, a noted Sephardic specialist, puts it, no other instances in Jewish history of such a close and enduring identification of the Jews with their land outside
very special period of time. This picture, by the way, is a statue of Maimonides. He looked exactly like him. Okay. So let's just look at Spain for a few moments. The Jews have been in Spain, recorded Jewish population in Spain that go back to the 4th and 5th century even. And we know that most significantly from the Visigothic era. The Visigoths were kings who ruled Spain before the Muslim conquest of 711. These were Christian kings, albeit what the Catholics would call Rabbinical Christians. They were Arians, A-R-I-A-N, which was a form of Christianity at the time that viewed Jesus as less than a god, more like a man, a prophet. This was denounced as a heresy, and the Arians eventually moved on. But at any rate, one of the ways in which, and this is a pattern that recurs unfortunately in Spanish history, one of the ways in which they demonstrated their bona fides, meaning their attachment to Christianity, was by persecuting the Jews. And so we have some really, persecuted Jews during the Visigothic period, burning some synagogues with Jews inside them, really nasty things that you wouldn't see until much later in other parts of Europe. And this seems to have a correlation to political viability. So here's a list of the kings of Visigoth Spain from 586 to 711, and the Spaniards were invaded by the Muslims. And these green bars indicate if they were assassinated and if they ever passed anti-Semitic decrees. So you see there's a correlation here. All those kings that passed anti-Semitic decrees did not end their reign through assassination or other forms of deposition. Whereas if they failed to enact anti-Semitic decrees, it meant that their reign as a king was very short-lived. So it really seems to be a seminal for leadership as a few anti-Semitic decrees that were not dismissed. It's not true, actually. Okay, that. Yes, so if he's right, I can't give up that. Probably not. This is such a tough audience. Because this picture of me going go over this. Let's go. Anyways, what happens in 711, easy to remember that date, is that the Muslims come across the causeway from their Spain. This is a map that shows you the very rapid expansion of Islam from 632. The Arabian Peninsula here, Islam expands with tremendous speed throughout the entire Mediterranean basin, extending all the way out here to the east, actually to Afghanistan and northern India, where we get to Pakistan and Bangladesh. And it extends also into this is the empire of Asia Minor and the Balkan region, and of course right across North Africa, and then in this key year of 711, they jump into the water space, which is what we're coming to Spain, to Spain from. Jews were probably quite helpful to the Muslims in making this conquest. We know their experience after the Islamic kings that the Muslim promised egalitarian treatment, and particularly the extension of dhimmi status to the Jews, meaning that the Jews would be a protected minority, allowing them to practice their religion in the confines of the Muslim state. Was very appealing to Jews, and it's quite likely that they were at the time quite open to the idea and assisted the Muslims with their conquest of this erstwhile Christian kingdom. At this time, we have really several main people who are in Spain. We have Christians, of course, the Visigoths, the Catholics. We have Arabs. Arab, of course, is an ethnic designation, not a Muslim, not a religious designation, although in this context, all the Arabs are Muslims. Berbers from North Africa, and some Slavs, especially the Canaanite slaves, and Jews. The most important population of Christians, Arabs, and Jews. Spain is often referred to as tripartite region.
a society of much better balance in some ways and allows the Jews to really extend themselves politically because the ruling faction often sees the Jews as a useful ally against other minorities that they may have to extend something. The Muslims and the Christians always vying for authority. The Jews never vied for political rule, so therefore they made very loyal unions. Okay. Portugal in this map. Portugal is, I think, in that box this map. As I just yes, use your imagination. Okay, let's go on. Of course, the other end of Spanish history is 1492, the birthday of expulsion, 15th century, which created such havoc in demography, Jewish image, Jewish philosophy, and we're going to get to that today. We're going to talk about another at the end here in a few weeks. This period in the 11th century in particular is that high point of Spanish Jewish civilization. So let me pause. Oh, I trust one of them. A few of the famous names, some of them we talked about Castile and Chaput, very important Jewish politician who was extremely active as an ambassador for the Spaniards, very involved in exchanging letters, traveling between Christian regions and Muslim regions. Jews being a protected minority had much more freedom of travel, ironically, between these two large global populations. And furthermore, Jews have such a far-flung network of connections because of the nature of Jewish society. They could walk into the synagogue anywhere in the world and say, I went from such and such a place to where I could get a good breakfast, that kind of thing. So that's not just one of these early Spanish politicians. Shmuel Halevi Abdallah, also known as Shmuel Hanakid, an extremely important politician. He rose to the rank of Vizier, which is essentially second in command in all of Spain. And he's also well known as a prophetess on the famous Mabo, which is an introduction to the Talmud itself that is currently printed in all editions of the Talmud. Yehuda Halevi is squarely before this period we're talking about today. And then at the end of the Golden Age, the famous Rabbi, Moses ben Maimonides, who of course is very well known as Jews, but not absolutely important. Let me pause and take a couple of questions before we talk to you. Maybe given these men, son of, we put it off Jewish names from the Jews, just like our Rothschild. At some point, I suppose, in this history, then I'm sure I was almost your age, and I wasn't going to feel like I'm 18-year-old. I was all fired up. I tried to use my name. I was changing his name to Ben Abraham. And I'm wondering, Rabbi, he lives Ben Abraham. Everyone speaks Spanish and English. How do you spell your name? Yes. No familiar anything that wrote about it's impossible for people to talk about especially because they spent quite a bit of time in Egypt, where the Rambam is I know that Rambam was diametrically opposed to Halevi's philosophy. So perhaps there's some references in the one of the Lucy guys, Flex, that talks about Yehuda Halevi, but I'm not sure. I don't think it ever occurs to many opposed. His family background was one of these classic Jewish families, very wealthy and very learned. The traditional biographies place him in Toledo, but new research that emerged from the Geniza in recent years have indicated that it's more likely to be Java. At any rate, around the year 1075, his family gave him a very well-rounded education, similar to the kinds of educations that people from his class had received in Spain, which was once essentially a good day school education with a very solid Judaic component. So they would learn classical Hebrew, learning the texts, including Mishnah, Talmud, and of course Tanakh. And at the same time, he was also receiving a very well-rounded secular training, which was space and time including mathematics, astronomy, geography, 12th century science, and especially Arabic language. So in many ways, the kind of educational pattern that he got was probably like the ideal day school that we all want to see here in our industry today. They will have Lisa, but maybe a doctor. So he lived, as we shall see, in both Christian and Muslim Spain. For a while, he had experienced in both regions. The entire peninsula, really, the borders between Christian and Muslim were quite fluid, and also the borders between various types of Muslims were quite fluid as well. Something that we wanted to use later when the Holocaust, the region expelled the Jews as well. So he came of age on a visit to Granada when he participated in an Arabic language poetry slam. That was not intended to use at the time, but it was a competition. It might have been a Hebrew language competition too. It was a competition to see who could imitate a particular poem, which I believe was authored by probably Ibn Ezra's in Hebrew. And we have to understand the role of poetry in Spanish Jewish life in the 11th century. Poetry was something that, like for example, my daughter Elisa, maybe she won't mind if I tell you her earphones broke. The earbuds actually puts on. And this is maybe what the fourth set of earbuds you broke this year. Six pair of earbuds. Now, how do you break earbuds? How do you do it? The way you do it is by wearing them constantly. Awake, asleep, in class, out of class, just constantly wearing these earbuds. Whatever it is, music to 17-year-olds is 17-year-olds. So whatever music is to 17-year-olds, that was level. People say, oh, no, maybe a good poetry verse or something. They would say something beautiful. And it was the measure of intelligence, it was the measure of wit, it was the measure of sophistication, it was the measure of ability. There's all kinds of things that were recognized. And there are all kinds of styles of poetry that were highly stratified and highly structured, and you would measure a quality of person's poetry by how well they could maintain very rigid structures and yet turn a logical phrase in the same process. There were certain standard types of poetry that all of these great thinkers engaged in, some more than others, including, in the case of Shmuel HaNevi, the occasional homosexual poem. This is really quite an amazing thing. So this is the person who wrote the commentary on the Talmud, and we have half a dozen or so clearly homoerotic poems, which, are problematic in a lot of ways. We talked about this, if you recall, last year. But it seems that, this was the style. People wrote these kinds of poems. And the fact that he could write a poem about how good looking makes a waiter is serving him food at a banquet, that was a measure of his sophistication and worthiness. And he could also learn Gemara and publish a commentary in the Talmud at the same time. It's hard for us in our, comparatively speaking, society to understand how these two ideas come together, but it gives you a sense of what poetry meant as a means of communication, as a means of establishing status in this expelled and all of the restrictions were removed, you walk down the street and you go past those same tables and there's still crowded and there are lots of people all around them. But now it's all Russian translations of American declaration, monography, novels, things like that. Communism, these things like that. Please change. Okay, all right. That's amazing. I guess it's kind of like the Shiva party. Some Shiva party get some saying a rap song. I just okay, yeah, we go. Okay. So anyways, it was in this context of the youth that he won this poetry contest. He developed the beginnings of a very close association with the Rothschild family, the most significant member of which was Abraham and Ezra, commentated about shortly. They shared many activities together. And most of the poetry he wrote in this early hedonistic phase of his life. And I say that term hedonistic, obviously, it's qualified, right? It's not like hedonism myself, there's no hedonism in this way. He wrote a lot of poems about wine, about love, about beauty, about women, things like that. That was the main thrust of his poetry at the time. He had not distinguished himself in any other specific area. Then there was a major conquest in 1090 by Turks coming up from North Africa with a slightly different approach to Islam, and that's totally received. So people that later began a long period of wandering, 20 years, which took them both into Muslim regions again and into Christian regions. So once again, he's really traveling around saying all kinds of things. This time, he's primarily supporting himself with his medical skills. He's trained as a physician, and he's doing quite well, often catering to the nobility in any particular town that he enters. He's also developing quite a significant following for his poetry, and so he's really establishing fame for the period. There's no evidence that he lived off any specific benefactor or was supported by any wealthy individual. It seems that he was truly independent, pursuing his art purely for art's sake, while maintaining himself as a musician. A pattern that we see also, for example, with the Rothschild, who of course doesn't engage in poetry so much, but very prolific writer who is using apparently on the side and just okay. Unlocked it for talking to each other. Two primary speakers elected. And one of them says to her, if I was Rothschild, I would be Richard. These are 19th century outlets. Before Rothschild, you would be Richard Rothschild. How would you be Richard Rothschild? The first guy says, I would give Harvard's lessons. So he was not given Harvard's lessons on the side. His medicine and his medical practice was keeping it going. And at the same time, he developed a larger and larger corpus of poetry. This lasted until he left away. So one of his first patrons, a man's name was assassinated. This came from having a cause that you might know how really severe was the second major departure I've made from the city as a result of execution. And this kind of turned his mind in many ways towards the ancestral homeland of Israel. But we'll explore that in a bit. During this time, also very close. I mentioned the number of large family of very educated individuals who are providing literature and travel. That's not that's what was ironically really quite real. Science literally is all the confidence in Bible, introductions, as well. But the two of them are fast friends and they travel throughout Spain. And ultimately, they're going to travel across the coast of North Africa. From South Asia, it was coming up in Ezra, who would accompany a lady on his last trip to Israel, although other scholars dispute that statement. There's also quite a bit of legendary information to indicate that perhaps a lady and even Israel were connected in a familial manner, either they were cousins or perhaps they're connected by marriage. But all of these details are lost in the dust of history. More data is forthcoming from the Gideons that we may have a better idea as to the specifics of their relationship. So let's look at what made it most famous for us, which is Moses. And there are several categories that he teaches. As I mentioned earlier, he wrote a lot of love songs, specifically in his youth. Later, he wrote quite a few beauties. He talked about several hundred beauties. These are also in the romance. They typically describe dismay at the loss of his friend. Most of these were written literally for friends. They were not written for hire, they were not traditional poetry. He simply wrote them on his own accord. They tend to have a very imaginative art form, emphasizing the capricious nature of death that can attack at any moment without warning and so on. He wrote quite a bit of religious poetry. Some of his religious poetry was included in liturgy of both the Sephardic and in the Ashkenazi tradition. You see much of the for example, in the keynote of Bishop Rav, the poem called The Destruction of the Temple and for suffering that are read on the Iron Day of the month of Rav, which is kind of like the national Jewish bad luck day. Finally, what he's perhaps most famous for are his Shirei Tzion, his songs of Zion, of 90 of these poems, which all talk a topic that would obsess him in the last part of his life and eventually result in his Aliyah, his movement to Israel. Let's look at a few of these poems just to get a sense of his personality. See what they're coming through. So these are not the translations of the This one is published by J. With gray hair. One day I observed a gray hair in my head. I plucked it right out, and it blessed to be said. You may smile if you wish at your treatment of me, but the score of my friends who will make a few may wonder. Heard about that rhyme there, and that's the idea, right? And I can identify with this one. Here's an example of this love poem. This one is tamer poems that I chose, but they're very much about physical beauty. My sweetheart's dainty lips on her bed, with beauty's gentle overspread. Her teeth are like a string of pearls. Down her neck, her clustering curls, the avenue huge wide to the night, and over her features dance the sun. The twinkling stars that throw the ball are sisters in my dearest love. So thanks for the shout of joy from me, to lay our sorrows at the foot. But oh, what rapture is there in this? A forecast is of obedience. As though the translation of a massive Susan Colossus stays right there in the arms. There should say lastly, so to go. Tired messages. I can actually translate it. Anyways, you get the sense of it here. And these are all he wore an Arabic as well, but he was a very, very slow Hebrew language. He really taught the Jewish masters how to learn the Hebrew. This is his most famous poem. Actually, this is just I am starting. This is a literal exit, meaning that his heart is in Israel, which is to the east of Spain. This is the farthest west. If you go any farther west, you get back. So that's what the meaning is. I'm stuck in Spain, and Israel is so far away. My heart is really Israel, but I'm stuck here in Spain. How can I taste what I eat? Your mind is sweet. Zion is in the cords of Echo. That means it's bound by its will. At this time, Echo is a metaphor for Christianity. At this time, Jerusalem is under the Crusaders. So, Zion is in the cords of God, and I bound by the arrow. I stay in the house of Zion. Beside the dust of Zion, all who stay is light. Mighty people, like these light with good things to be. We call this simple stuff of Spain and what Israel are like is happy. See, I just love those lines, and I think also that this leader's poetry through this short selection, it goes into a much longer detail of course, and we have, I think, about 400 articles related I went into his philosophy and poetry. But he's listening to philosophy, something he engaged in a little bit later in his life. He is, I think, less than 49. So, Zabri is one of the most famous works of medieval Jewish philosophy. It's quite a dramatic work, with almost in a Platonic form as a trialogue between three faiths. The setting of the history is based on the story of the Chazars, which is a rather amazing story. So, even though you would not let me use the story simply as a vehicle or a sort of philosophical conceit, nevertheless, it's such a fascinating story. I just want to take a few minutes to talk about what are the Khazars? So here's the Khazar Empire. At about the year 740, when amazingly the entire country converted to Judaism. Probably never heard about this before, but it is rather amazing things that at the time, this entire country in the middle of Central Asia converted to Judaism. I'm saying again, just make sure you know that. But there is this place who were given payments before. They were worshiping thunder, trees, rocks, and things like that. There's a black stuff. There's a black sea. Kiev is right here. Kiev, according to the legend, is actually looked at a Khazar outpost. And it extends through what would be today Georgia, Azerbaijan, and into what would be Tajikistan and Kazakhstan. It was a very significant empire that we know from multiple sources, from many different Christian, Jewish, Arab, everybody talks about this Jewish kingdom that converted the year 740. So, what exactly was this conversion about? So, according to the legend, there was a certain king named Budan, who a very religious individual, a kind of spiritual individual, and he wanted to explore various faiths that were circulating the world time. He had heard about the great monotheistic faiths of Islam and of Christianity and of Judaism, so therefore he invited envoys from each of these three faiths to sit down and debate their merits of their religion. And in the end, according to the legend of he said, that's it, I think the Jews win this debate, and we're all going to become Jewish. So they became Jewish. We have all kinds of explorers, like the Pontific explorer Benjamin Tudello, mentioned in an earlier class. Actually, I'm not sure if Benjamin got this far. But they all report on travel to this area and meeting Jews who were descendants of the original ones. The story was so popular that it was later picked up by the Russians. Their foundational doctrine was the gospel and today. Probably bygone years in which they have the same thing that is kings and once again, kind of year, year 988, 6-gallon whip. This time, 4 representatives, because he's got the Jews and Muslims, the Roman Catholics, and the Eastern Orthodox. And he has the same kind of debate, except in that version, the Eastern Orthodox wins, and they don't refer to the Eastern Orthodox. He comes to very, very close to becoming Jewish. Vladimir asked the Jews history of a very good as he talks about it. But what he says is, look, that's it. Judaism makes the most sense to me. Just one last question. Where is your homeland? And the Jews say, well, right now our homeland is in under control of the Muslims. Are you kidding? What does that mean to get about these countries? He also dropped Islam. It's explicit in the text. He dropped Islam because he said essentially, okay, I love Islam. I want to become Muslim. Let's drink to it. No way. So forget about Islam. It's not going to work here. But it's the same story repeated for the Russians, obviously based on the Khazar themselves. What probably happened, if you look at it recently, is first of all, it seems to have been a lot of debate about this, but the consensus among scholars is this was a political. But in the year 740, Christianity was expanding from Western Europe. Islam, the children of happy was coming up from the south, and the pagan faiths knew that they would become. And so they could either join one sphere and ally themselves with the Christians, or they could join the other sphere and ally themselves with the Muslims. And this was kind of a half-hearted attempt to maintain their political independence by proclaiming themselves to be a true community. Neither could fascinating observation. Much of the line of argument is actually developed by the great historian, in which he argues that the Jews, again, he's writing for individuals, but he argues that the Jews are moved to the left of political justification, as opposed to the state-based nationalism, which does not require physical homeland to exist. Yes, I had a huge okay, Professor, I'll just show you one little detail here. This is an interesting document that was discovered in the time of Giza. Sort of tells you like watch that here. But this is a document that was out of the tower of Giza, which describes a Jew from Kiev. And this is pretty much causing the population of Jews. What kind of document do you think this was? Well, it's two dollars. I use this $2. That's not good. This is like not maybe saying it's worthy cause, we should support it. So this is the same thing. This is like 10th century, and these guys saying, I'm all the way from Khazaria, from Kiev specifically, and I need some support from these rabbis who think that without making the time in Cairo. Yes. Good question. Okay, let me get to it in a second. I'll just point one last thing here. The signatories to the letter here, there's a whole bunch of signatories here. And then you have this funny thing at the bottom, which says, in Turkic rulings, I have invented. It's not written in Turkic, which Rothschild, I mean, it's not he's talking about that. So the book on it argues that this indicates the level of learning that is already extremely low, such that the president of the community of Kiev could not even write the keyboard. They had to write the Turkish. Not even. Also, we have evidence from travelers who say that the Khazarian Jews do not even practice circumcision, which is a very, very basic right. Something that usually stays with Jews long after Kashrut Shabbat observance go to still circumcision. So we're not exactly sure how deep that conversion went. It may only have been a very personal conversion of the Islamic society that was meant to kind of politically indicate to the Muslims and Christians to do this thing, or it may have kind of filtered down or these other things. Okay, listen, everybody, we're Jewish now. This is okay, all right? Yes, they didn't really have these nationals. Let's do it. Well, that's exactly what happened by the way to Rothschild. So they did. What we got to do is mission. Oh, we've got all of this stuff. Published via website. And it's like, so, anyway, that's the real story of this area. And I mentioned there's a lot of questions about what kinds of Jews were they, which they were they Karaites, a lot of questions were they and they don't ask not to do this. And that's actually what we have. Most Muslims believe that this is a specific fact of the population. There are some very, very tiny mentions of Aryan life that may have impacted what Ashkenazi Jews, like a couple of great leadership, that certain words in Yiddish come from certain words. The word daven. The word daven is no Hebrew. It would be kadah. Desire was praying. Doesn't sound at all like that. Daven, he argues, may come from a but otherwise, there is a very popular theory among anti-Semites that argues that the Ashkenazi Jews today are actually the Russian East European Jews are descendants of the Muslims. And a lot of anti-Semites learned this. And so all the right-wing websites, things like that. Why do you think they would want the Jews of Russian descent? They aren't saying what do you think? It's a way to say nationality Jews are not really Jewish. They don't come from Africa, Israel. They're really Cossacks. So that's the idea. There are some things to also describe that leadership. There's absolutely no question. There's no classical genetics showing after the linguistic harmony, The actual title usually is the Book of Reputation and Proof on the Despised Book. And it was clearly there was reason that certain religious books, that's not involved in these religious books. All parts of the concept, students were studying what we have said in the and the regular historical thing. So 500 years after the event, no actions was which is just a correct, which is quite unstable. And in this work, he really calls out different paths for Jewish philosophy, which had not been drawn by great philosophers or by Maimonides, for example. He dips from the most correct views of the day, which were Aristotelian, who thought very complex in Arabic and or Haram philosophy, much closer to Islamic thought in both models, I like to say, you know what? They're all views. Often like you often an idea, and you just have a reach to that idea. It's all based on theory. This is how I want evidence. I want proof. And so his argument is very heavily rooted in empirical data. So for example, one of the arguments that he uses that is very is the notion that compare Christianity, Judaism, and Islam in their foundation stories. Christianity and Islam both rely on the testimony of small groups, a small number of apostles that took up to see that Jesus' body was gone. Paul claiming to see Jesus risen on the road to Damascus. But in this, we have to take the word of one or more small handful of people who actually happened. Muhammad went off in the desert, meeting the ancient Gabriel, coming back from Muhammad, and that. And it's all based on the testimony of small groups. And what Rabbi says in Judaism, the entire Jewish nation, some with about 30 million people, 6 million soldiers, and we're at Mount Sinai hearing the Ten Commandments. And so, how are you going to get so many people together and then everybody else believes that it happens? It must mean that, numerically speaking, it's much easier to defend argument that the entire nation saw it and transmitted it. You can imagine, for example, because, like, what if some guy says, by the way, did you know? And thousands of years ago, all of our ancestors were there at Sinai. I happen to be the only guy who knows about this. And believe me, it's not to everybody. It's just because it's unusual for skeptics to believe individuals who come up with this. So this is kind of thing that he has to use. Very important, very data driven, and very popular. One of the reasons he's thought very good is the traditional approach to thought, and there are some trends in studying his biography that argue that perhaps he's oversimplified. They say that in his life, his love of science became overwhelming, and that pure powerful love support humans. At age 65, he succeeded. But it's not at all easy. He had the tremendous impediments of love and faith. He was not like a young, single person, 18, 20, who sees Shiva and decides to stay. This person was a world following as a very established entrepreneur, and he's later in life, for him to shape all the way to Israel, a dangerous trip, and for those who kind of living conditions who have them, very, very difficult. He made his way to Rothschild. Ultimately arriving at Alexandria, Egypt, where he had the most difficult time making his way. It actually took quite a few months for him to do so. He was met with such tremendous honor in Alexandria, accepted every night and celebrated his poetry. And the Alexandrian Jews really did not want him to leave at all. They begged him to stay in Egypt, saying, listen, Egypt is a very hungry land as well. Many years ago. So his legacy, actually, brilliant example in history, poet, great giving us so we expressed the possibility of a tremendous synthesis of sectors of knowledge and culture at the same time as having a brilliant and sophisticated insight into Jewish life. Very patriotic science is regarded by Karaites as the systematic Judaism that was involved primarily in the 9th century and 7th century. So I have to start off with the good. And he spent 6 months studying in Chicago, and then he comes back to live with his family. For Shabbos meal, the father says, "Cool, what was the back in earth?" Like, for example, I met the scientist, an atheist, and a socialist. I met a Tarnik, and a Jabotinsky, and a Hedgehog. That person was all that person. So, small joke, but it's intended to take us into this topic. It has supplies and modern applications for the 1st century. There is an interesting sort of resurgence of Carrotism in certain parts of the United States. That sort of is called neo-Carrotism. Shortly, but let's get right down to the subject matter. This lecture is sponsored by let's make that very much for supporting the school and space grants. And wonderful that we have some message, but I'd like to say that the stress is here, so that I'm not talking to myself. Okay, so Carrotism, the word that we is the basis of political income restrictions related to the first two Z's called. So Karaism derived this term primarily because of the extreme devotion to the biblical text alone, and put in one sentence the essential belief of the Karaite is that the Torah, the first five books of Moses, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, are like given by God and nothing else. And the task of Karaite Jew, or Karaite, is to define the divine intent buried in that text without the layering of prophetic interpretation of what would be more tradition, and thereby that was one sentence. The Bible, the defining notion of Karaism is the projection of the oral tradition, and this is crucial, and it is not original. Many movements in the ancient world that also took issue with the oral tradition, denying its authority. And in fact, one of the areas of Karaite scholarship in the 20th century tried to connect this many of the ancient counterparts to the there's some argument, for example, to say that the Bible was a chain of tradition from the king of Rabbi. The dog is straight through the ways as anthropomorphic. It's probably baseless in terms of a direct connection. Nevertheless, there are certain sympathetic elements of ancient rebellion against the political authority, which are echoed in medieval Karaite, so there's some. What is fascinating, however, is the rather extreme longevity of this movement, which has allowed it to persist right up until our own times. And there's a general rule about the survival of some systematic movements within Judaism that I think is really quite true. It's something that Earl Wine likes to say is a very important historian who actually is here in Miami. I think he's a historian at the University of Harvard, and he's here for the guest of a Shabbat Scholar in residence. I encourage you to come here. It's fantastic. At any rate, he argues that we're as a people, Jews are very tolerant of heterodox ideas, very good at adapting to a wide variety of approaches to various elements of creed. We don't have that many bifurcations and multiple vectors of our faith that end up with lots of really powerful dynamic elements. However, one of the phenomena ladies type over here. This is Portugal, temporary Iraq. Right around here in the lower part of these two rivers, Mesopotamia, right? So Mesopotamia is between the rivers here, but this part of the program still lies. And so there's a lot of Jewish work here in this region on the south. Famous cities like Suda, Ardita, Hadar, the mentioned throughout the time that are located in southern Iraq. And that's where Talmud was written. So we have Jews who are living here in large numbers, and this is kind of like the equivalent city of the 8th century. Northeastern quad United States, particularly here. We all there's a lot of people who have family and relatives, friends who are in northeast as well. So it's not like the largest diaspora community from the century. There's still Jews living in Jerusalem. There's a significant community living in the Nile Delta as well, with smaller communities throughout the Mediterranean basin. But this is really the main area of Jerusalem. Spain will not really go until the 10th century. They start to systematically so this we'll talk about the 8th century. The organizations were dominated by the so-called Hebrew means pride, in a negative sense, arrogance, but that's not the context used here. These are the titles that were given to the heads of the academies, or the bishop of the academies. It's rather large institutions, according to the council, had perhaps as many as 1,200 or 2,400 text students, which is really quite significant at this time period. Although these numbers may be considerably exaggerated and maybe much smaller. But they are the prime expositors of the Talmud, which had been closed now for about 200 years. So they worked with the text, people interpret the text. All questions of Jewish practice are connected to these names. And they really want to get to show up until about the 10th century, when another group called the Rishonim began to rise and receive them in Europe. So, related to the 12 of Ananism and Caranism. Ananism, by the way, so, tremendous intellectual strength and be able to navigate the sea of Talmud with great facility to work through the mental gymnastics of arguing the back and forth of the Talmud. And it was not a place for conceptualizing studying. The camps were arranged in rows. Seats were actually goals. Preceptors to the front facing all students, kind of like a basketball, that the seats were assigned by seniority and intellectual superiority. A lot of discussions of which role was which particular rabbi sitting in, and what happened when they were up with the it's on the top of the not a place for the larger Jewish public, which had basically rise of this movement. The way in which the academy reached out to the bar reached out to here called the Dark of Kala, the month-long adult education segments, where the children were sent out to many of the smaller communities, usually at those times of the year when it's all being put into a national high, so the men didn't
was something that the well about. I'll get back to that question in a second. So you have to have a discussion. I can't think of one specifically, but I can guess. As you know, Shabbos is a really interesting one. Shabbos, regardless of Shabbos, as the Gemara says, mountains hang dry of the ground. If it doesn't say in the Chumash, it says, part of the Shabbos, and then it has a whole discussion of the rabbis say, based on the tradition, based on the proximity of the Advent to observe the Sabbath and the potential possibility of the temple, the tabernacle, that must mean that all these things that are all capable in the tabernacle, those are the things that are forbidden in the Sabbath. There are 39 different types of labor, and break it down, others told us it's only for 1,000 things. So I'm guessing from the next discussion of the last choice that's probably one of the biggest words. Ironically, the way the Karaites dealt didn't necessarily seem restrictive because when you're dealing with the biblical text in the Karaite sense, you have to take the strictest possible interpretation of the case. So, for example, it says in the Torah, those involved with the nation of Israel says, not allow any fires to burn in all of their organizations. You can't light, you can't burn fires in July. So the rabbis, the tradition of the Torah and its interpretation, they say, not allowed to burn fires because you can't start a fire in Shabbos. You can't light a fire in Shabbos. But if the fire is going from before Shabbos, then of course it's okay. Let it burn right through, let it do it. But the simple text of the Pasuk says you shouldn't be any fires burning. So the Karaites say, well, that's it. You have more children. And that might be the hot religion, not Shabbos, because you can't let them do work overnight. And in fact, there are some rabbinic countries that say it's a mitzvah to do that, to specifically reinforce the rabbinic interpretation. So, this premise thanks. I'll tell you the trick. So, the consequences shall not will the kid as much as something. Which the rabbis have to understand to mean you can't mistreat and work together, right? Even though you should be able to check that out because chickens don't.
Welcome, how are you?
But that's the way it's like this.
Remind me about yourself, Kim. Okay. How have you been? 100%. How'd you find out about me? How'd you find out about me? Very well. I'd like
So you make revenue.
it was-
So what you doing right now, man?
programming robots,
Oh, you making robots.
100%.
What are these robots gonna do?
They scan people on a platform known as Blue Sky, and then right on it, people tweet about me every 2 minutes.
Yeah,
I really good. So,
cool.
good job. So what's new with you?
What?
What is new with you?
I recently started cooking
Very well. What have you been cooking?
steak. I never really knew how to cook the inside of steak. I figured out that the inside actually cooks like independently, depending like outside of whether or not it's steak.
Right? Well, that's tight.
That's good.
Do you
One day I'm gonna get it here.
excellent? Do you eat anything with your steak?
Fries.
Well, very well. What do you have on your steak? Just salt?
Yeah, sort of steak.
So no horseradish or anything?
Yeah, it's not my thing.
I gotcha. All right.
You ever done DoorDash?
No, I'm good, dog. I appreciate it, though. What do I eat? Um, I like pasta, I like sandwiches, I like brisket, I like things like what else do I like? Pizza. Pizza's like one of my favorite foods. Fruit. Love fruit. Uh, what kind of fruit do you like, Tim? Word, dog.
Yeah,
All right. You like tangerines? Very well.
yeah.
What else you like?
Bananas.
You said that in the morning. All right. Do you like watermelon?
Yeah.
Word, dog. Excellent. Have you been watching any streamers recently?
You know what that guy hates it?
Who's that? What do they do? Tell me all about it. He gets in fights?
Yeah.
Like fist fights?
Yeah. But yesterday, right? You know, kid.
Do I know Kit? Yeah, I know Kit.
Yeah, he got in a fist fight with his guy in the bar. He wasn't allowed to drink in the bar. Dude, it was so he was the bar.
Did he get paid from Kit?
Yeah, but then they abandoned him because obviously everybody was protesting for the job.
Hi. Is there any blood?
Yeah, they was doing this t-shirt.
All right, so what do I look up? HS? R-I-C-K-I. H-S-T. Okay. To people. All right. I'm opening up this kick right now. Oh, okay. I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it right now. Entire Vermont.
Joke goes that so Moshe Rabbeinu. By the way, I forgot to say one thing that phrase, "You shall not boil a kid in his mother's milk," occurs 3 times in the Torah. And from the fact that it's repeated 3 times, the rabbis learn a huge amount of laws. It doesn't just say it once, it says 3 times. There's no redundancy in the Torah, therefore, it must be repeated. My grandma likes to tell the joke. She usually tells it with a punchline in Yiddish. It took me years to figure it out, but I'll say it in English. And the joke is like, so Moshe Rabbeinu is on Sinai. Moses is on Sinai, and you see with the Torah is going. And God says, don't boil the kids with Mother's milk. Moses says, aha, so that means cheeseburgers. Cheese. Okay, God says, don't boil the kids with Mother's milk. Moses says, oh, so that means that we have to have like separate plates of milk. That's just what I just said. Okay, I get that. That's okay. So the third one says don't boil the kids with Mother's milk. So that means we have to wait 6 hours on having a Haagen-Dazs, and that's what I want to say. Let's get past it. It's a good one, but we'll take it for one second. All right. So the other condition is that unaspect that compromise the power is probably related to a political dispute. Now again, we have rabbinic accounts, Karaite accounts, they're very different. We don't have any third-party accounts like this, but it does have kind of like a shemestic feel of truth to it. There were 2 sources of power in the one to official sources of power. One was the Gimel name, as I mentioned, the Academies, and the second was the excellence, or in Aramaic, the Rish of the head of the exile. Rosh Hakad, I guess you would say this in Aramaic, say Rish of we actually, in Saturday prayers this morning, we have a special prayer for Rish so we pray for him and for all his very bold prayer. Babylonians, first the Sasanian Persians, and later their Muslim inheritors, had a great amount of respect for the Semitic lines, and they felt it was appropriate that there should be a descendant of King David who was the official head of the Jewish community, political arm, as we call it, and he had official standing with the caliphate, represented the Jews at large, and there were a lot of tax implications. Nation was often at odds with the Rosh Yeshiva, the heads of the Yeshiva. Many times when the Rosh Yeshiva felt that a particular descendant of the house of David was disqualified, one reason or another, from taking that political position, and quite often they almost left heads. In the Talmud, there are a lot of stories of the rabbis doing the invasion of the sun. It's kind of an interesting sort of keeping their full arms length distance from them. You can't do the reservation with these reservations, so we got for the head of the community. But they're always kind of like down the road that and behavior of the mission, I should say always. It's quite often you see that kind of thing. It's almost historically reservation. At any rate, he was a questionable position, an important position. And the story goes that Hanan ben David was passed over for his younger brother. But he was rather quite upset about this, and so he gathered together a group of like-minded individuals, and he led a formal protest against the rabbis, indicating that Jews really should be different. The Talmud and its interpreters have gone totally out of hand. Let's get back to basics, just really what Judaism is all about. And he had some success with it. The rabbis, however, including his brother, complained to the caliphate, saying that this will not be for the modern country. They love that act, and I would love to that act. It would not be a good hat for high winds. Yeah, maybe this is the Alex. The original story, the black and white, at any rate, so the friend of the caliphate saying, hey, Anan ben David is causing a lot of trouble, and the caliph, the Khalif, interested. While he was in prison against the Karaites, he befriended another fellow prisoner who later was released and found as one of the great rationalist Muslim jurisprudence. And this particular Muslim said to him, listen, why don't you just go to the Caliph and tell him that you represent a distinct religion, that you're not trying to be Jewish people, you're trying to be the Karaites. And in fact, according to the Karaite account, this was accepted by the Caliph, he was released, and he went on to a this interesting kind of question of what is Karaitism? Is it Judaism? Is it correct Judaism? Is it something distinct? Will repeat itself throughout Karaite history right up until the 20th century. So, what he got out of this moment, he had a certain number of followers. What exactly is it that they believe in? So, one thing we have to realize is it is impossible to live by the Bible without any interpretation. As we saw last week, there's just too many ambiguities that are present in the written text. There are too many omissions of key data, like for example, the emotion, but we don't have a lot of details on it. There are too many passages which have incredibly harsh interpretation of the depth of the face value. So in the rabbinic tradition, all of these problems are dealt with in great detail and great sophistication, and was expressed in some of the Mishnah and Talmud, and it makes for religious civilization that has survived after all for 3,000, 4,000 years now. With great success, although with no major football players. I thought that was fun. So, the oral law is inevitable. The Mennonites and the Karaites rejected the rabbinic point of the oral law, and then they found that they actually have to see one themselves. They have to have something to fill the gap. Like I mentioned last week, if they wanted to observe the holiday of Sukkot, and it said they need to shore of a big tree, everyone's showing up with different fruits. Bananas, apples, and cherries. Now it's maybe an esrog, so it's very hard to focus the ribbon and the foreign example uses. And also consider the lex talionis, the law of the tooth, which means an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, bird for bird. That's a really hard law to enact exactly as written. Even if you want to read it exactly the way it is, sometimes the punishment is not, doesn't fit the crime at all. It's just working. Like, there's another mental life. The joke goes, God comes to Shlomo and says to him, Shlomo, you've been such a good man, good a bench, take care of the poor, go to the sick, done all kinds of things. I am willing to reward you. You're going to get whatever you wish for, you will get. But there's only one thing that's I'm really sorry that was there, but I'm obsessed with ongoing. Okay. So you and Hussein have been fighting for years. It's really got to stop. So this is the deal. So Shlomo, I'm going to give you one wish, have whatever you want. Well, this is whatever you wish for, Hussein will get double. You want $10 million, he'll get $20 million. You want, encyclopedic wisdom, he'll get double encyclopedic wisdom. Whatever you want, he's going to get double. So what's it going to be for? God said to Jews, forsake ye the Mishnah and the Talmud, and I will replace you with the Talmud of my name. Just to replace current Talmud of my name. They are kind of ways in which they ultimately create their own oral Torah systems. There's a few different purpose principles that they apply. So, for example, this is an article from the Encyclopedia. They use one, the literal meaning of the text, what it actually says. Two, they use the consensus of the word and the approach. They use it, okay, what does everybody think this person means? Everybody says it actually means look up that person's life, put up your hand, take a vote, and see, if there's one scale public opposition to that particular reading of it, so they don't accept it. Third, the conclusion derived from scripture by method of logical analogy. Using Hebrew term for hekesh, which means connections, which is a term used in the Talmud as well. And so, if the Bible says it follows like this over in this condition, then over here in a similar condition must also be the same. And then finally, knowledge based on human reason and intelligence, what they call chokhmah hada'at, right? But it was not universally accepted by Karaite scholars. Because on one level, this is in some sense a more rational approach, because they want to start over and reject the rabbinic interpretation, which they feel is too extreme, and they try and reason it out themselves. But on the other hand, if they're reasoning out themselves, so what's the point of sticking so close to the text in the first place? The biblical text has to be, viable. So how can you know it changes? I'm not in particular intended to be very strict and very aesthetic, which is one of the reasons why the most successful and it has to be a successor level. But he advocated, for example, long Muslim fasts for a large part of the year, and he was rather, his successor, he was rather unable and unwilling to accept divergent interpretations. No, what they think of as their Talmud, they certainly use that term. That's a rabbinic source, putting in a rabbinic term. They were hoping to create a definitive reading of the Bible. What the rabbis did? No, the rabbis also engaged in the same kind of scheme. The rabbis involved in the Mishnah and the Talmud. They felt that, yeah, this is the document that's for all time. And we still use the same Talmud. Ours works. They felt that the rabbis had converted the text, and for various reasons, their Talmud takes it to certain directions. Like, for example, when you read the Talmud, you see that there are multiple opinions, and sometimes one of them is accepted for the definitive law. What happens to the other four? How come it didn't accept in both opinions? So there are choices made in the Talmud, and the reasons why some opinions are favored over others is essentially the whole engine of rabbinic scholarship, which is why the widow wins this argument. Doesn't appear and so on. It's a larger question I can answer beyond that. Okay. Yes, last question. Yeah. Basically, throughout the life of Moshe Rabbeinu, I left this one. I'm not even a rabbi, that's the rabbi. I got in trouble with the rabbi. I said, okay, so let's go to the character. As I many happens with the rabbis don't like the way they're lording authority over us, and we want to take off in a different direction. They have a huge impact on biblical scholarship of the time, because if the Torah itself is really the sole authority, then you know what? Let's go back and study the Torah very deeply. And the rabbis also, of course, study the Torah very depth. There's an emphasis on studying, for example. Without simply taking it for granted, this is what these words mean. The Masoretic, because of rabbinic different weapons, he said, okay, let's go back, let's unpack all these words, and let's try and determine how they should be pronounced precisely, why is it written as Aleph, and perhaps the Rabbi, things like that. Huge amount of scholarship issues within the managers today, every single day, is very much tied to the emphasis of Karaites. The succession of the government Karaites is never necessarily in the 9th century. And he took a lot of Arnaud's ideas, but he was a much more populist leader, and he was much more tolerant of diversity of opinion, much more open to the idea that, you know what, there could be a lot of different Karaisms. Doesn't have to necessarily be one, Catholic church, so to speak, of Karaism. And this was a very wise move that allowed the movement to kind of separate itself from the extremists that was defined by Ranan, the long fast, and the full food, and things like that. And they began to there's also an interesting kind of lack of Islam as well, as they portray themselves around the intellectual, which they portray themselves as, much more clear thinking, less fanatical individuals. Even though today we would perhaps understand them as fanatics, going straight to the interference. But nevertheless, in that time, they had a lot more authority. And imagine the groundswell of popularity in that time. But here's where they're basically set up. So we've got a lot of the here in Babylon from the 9th to 11th century. The next major growth section is Israel, especially in Cairo, Egypt, has a long period that lasts right up to the 10th century. Some have settled out here in the far west of Spain and Africa, and a significant amount of Karaites set up in Byzantium, Constantinople, Istanbul, Central Ottoman Empire, about 600 years of Karaite. Fascinating, those pockets in the Russian Empire, specifically Lithuania, a little bit more not mentioned here, and also Crimea, further Karaite is a land that goes into the Black Sea, and these communities exist right up until the 20th century, which is talking about them. The spread, for instance, from the 10th to the 12th century is pretty dramatic. We know a lot about the Geniza, which we'll talk about in 1 second. I've already mentioned how their scholarship has tremendous impact on study the Bible among rabbis as well. Because rabbis don't want to get caught off guard by Karaite arguments about reading the biblical text. They want to make sure that their understanding is just as pristine as the Karaites as well. And during this period, especially 2 centuries, the 10th and 12th centuries, a tremendous amount of back and forth Jewish literature develops. The Karaite movement is expanding and attracting proselytes, attracting converts. So the rabbis have to be brought to the fight in arguing against them. The Karaites write apologetic literature that brings more Jews to the movement, and it's actually the strongest period of Karaites today. Now, a lot of this source evidence that we have about Karaites in these stuff, I'd like to take just a moment to make sure you're all aware of what it means. I know we were here last year, we talked about it, but in Jewish practice, we have a halakha that you cannot discard anything that has sanctity. So, a Torah scroll, for example, has to be buried in a Jewish cemetery. Books, things like that. And in fact, anything that has the name of God written in it, it's the word shameless, or shameless, his name. Anything that has has the name of God written in, has some sanctity, and therefore has to be treated properly and can't be taxed. So many synagogues, homes, schools, and so on have a special area they call the Mikvah, which is literally storehouse. It's closed to hide away, and they'll store up other things, things like that. So once a year, so usually before Passover, when they take out, they ship it all away to be buried or taken care of. Exactly. So this precisely the story of the So let me tell everybody else what I'm glad you remember. You're absolutely right. This town outside Cairo called Rothschild, and they had this strange custom, as the writer says, that not only holy writings should be put in the Misa, but anything written in the Hebrew script, even if it was written in Arabic or Aramaic, even if it had nothing to do with religion whatsoever. It was a business contract, it was a personal letter, it was a little shopping note, honey, please pick up some pizza on the way home from the trip. Whatever it is, they would not throw this away because it was written in Hebrew. So they would throw it all. It's kind of little attic within the entryway to it. It was on the second floor of the synagogue. Of course, that was ancient synagogue, 900 years old, and it was sealed up. And there was a legend, which is still around here, 1500s. There was a legend that there was a serpent out there that would bite you. So this effectively kept these closed until the late 19th century, when bits and pieces began to appear on the black market, and some very cheap manuscript, and eventually was tracked down to this one synagogue. They opened it up and they found the largest trove of documents from the Arabic world ever. We have about 100,000 fragments from Arabic sources. There are 250,000 fragments, more than 2 times, in Tunisia, representing all this. So it's ironic, but medieval Arabic historians have to learn Hebrew in order to study the period because they need these sources to understand what's going on. And then, of course, always written somehow involving Jews because of the scripts. What the Geniza tells us about Karaites is fascinating. Wesley Goitein is the principal scholar in Jordan's entire life to study these documents. He wrote this massive book called The Mediterranean Society, which is all about what life was like there for about 500 years, from 800 to 1300. One of the things that's striking about the Karaites is that the Rabbinites and the Karaites actually got along fairly well. There are lots of marriage contracts between Rabbinites and Karaites. No, well, they're Jews, but they have different laws of marriage. They have different laws of neighbors, so they might not be Jewish at all. All types of things. How do you know the Jews? How do you know that the second? It just refers to the air and the care to shop. How do they get that way?
Well, so if you're not about
That has the discussion. Basically, the rabbis really take it apart. Today,
okay, how did you find out about it?
There are 3 basic criteria. Everyone who wants to
We're just watching straight like this. I'm thinking about apologies, I'm not proposed that.
This is the top part. So What does that mean for Karaite? With faith today, for sure. You don't find, okay, I think about it. You don't find rabbis rabbis the Karaites. I also find rabbis who are very delicate to fish, so not necessarily a good example. But I think most of the rabbinic literature says the Karaites are totally they're not they're outside the camp. But looking at Elisa, they're marrying each other. And they're creating rabbinic contracts and saying, okay, my rabbi will this part, your rabbi will do that part. This is great cooperation. Business cooperation with the partnerships. Survival mechanism for them. They're not that embattled minority and it lasts for a long time. So it's survival mechanism. It's quite possible. And you see it also in small communities in America too, where the Orthodox conservative form tends to be much sharper in big cities where we have an unjustified contrast out. But in small towns, you want to get along. So that's good or not. Yes. The Karaites is the region that they're living but I'm not sure what they use among themselves. By the time they are active, Aramaic is on the decline. On the other hand, they're great lovers of language as well. So I'm not sure. That's an excellent question. But okay, let me move on because I'm concerned about the time. So Karaism, though, after the 14th century, it really starts to slow decline. There's a little bit of resurgence. Printing is invented because once again the reattachment to the word and the dissemination of the printed word is very significant, but it's a slow decline. Also, a widening separation between the Rabbinites and the Karaites. This one confused what to say. This is not way I want to be sure that Neo-Karaite or internationalism as Karaite found in the USA. I wonder what else is but at any rate, a couple of interesting little tidbits of information. The Russian Karaites, the ones that live in the Russian Empire, particularly the Crimea and Lithuania, get an interesting kind of dispensation in the 19th century. Tsar Nicholas I was a lot of persecution of the Jews, and Karaites successfully petitioned to be considered a separate religion. But the Tsar would not, he still considered them Jews, but he did consider themselves a separate religion. So Jews were a different nationality. And the real advantage to this was that they were exempt from many of the poll taxes that Jews were exposed to, as well as the horrific conscription regime, so-called Calvinist decrees, where the Karaite children were not taken away and sent to certain army for 36 years. So they actually, this is repeated once again, one of the Robert Wallace opinion, the Holocaust in Eastern Europe, from the perspective of scholarship. Philip Friedman was a survivor of the Ukrainians in southern Poland. And he writes of a moment when the Nazis invaded and they encountered these Karaites in southern Poland. And the Nazis themselves were apparently uncertain what to do with the Karaites. Who are they? Now, unlike the Russians, you can say them Jews, but of a different religion. The Karaites were arguing that no, we are a different people, not even Jewish, because the Nazis' race was Aryan, and the Jews were originally Jews. So, Egypt maintained a significant population rate in the 20th century. After the founding of the state of Israel, they found themselves under significant persecution, and so they made their way to Israel as well. But there are possibly as many as 30,000. These are Karaite estimates. They're most likely too large, maybe 5 times too large, but there are definitely a few Karaite villages scattered throughout Israel. They have difficulty integrating into Israeli society. Their calendar, for example, is different because of the Semitic calendar. There's certain holidays that they're totally missing, like Halloween, for example. And so like Hanukkah, for example, is totally missing. Their children thrive, and they feel stigmatized. It's not surprising because the rabbis really mixers in the conflict between Jews. And that's essentially broken down. An interesting kind of footnote to Judaism and so thank you. That's a good question. No, I think that's good. I don't know. I just had to say yes. Let me thank you all for your attention. Your indulgence. We took up a few minutes for the introduction, so I'm going to speak faster to make sure that we cover all the material. I just want to say a couple of words of thanks myself. First of all, I want to say thank you so much to Kehila for expressing so much enthusiasm for these classes. Academics, we just need someone to talk to. No one to listen to us. We're useless. So it's a lot of fun to come out here and help me along with my personal therapy and talk about history and things like that. I certainly can't do it at home. So at least I can come here. We edit this at any rate, special thanks tonight to several people. First of all, I want to thank Jordan Ohana Weiss. They really set the tone for what's going to happen here. And I think we noticed a few improvements. First of all, at the advertised lecture, no one will have to turn the chairs around. And second of all, we have my lovely daughter Lisa, so, and we have Mr. Rodriguez, who was himself. He was going to be videotaping it. And in case I didn't get it clear to you earlier, we're going to be putting these lectures entirely on the web as a service to the Jewish people. It's available, just like they are here, and we think this will be something that will enrich the Jewish people in a small way, but I think it's a great thing to do. Also, I want to thank my friend Stephen Mills, aka Pico, has been a great supporter of the technical aspects of this project, and he's helped me a lot of these research and one last thing, we do have a donation page that will help offset the cost. The school has been very generous purchasing the camera, projectors, the screen, things like that, so we make these extra costs. We'd like to give that money back to the school, so if you visit the website, it's very hard to remember. It's www.jewishhistorylectures.org. And if you click on .com, it will still work because I bought both domains. Then you'll be taken to a link where you can donate directly to the school, and you'll be earmarked towards the cost of this class. That's great. We have two sponsors for this week's lecture. Glad you have a little bit of sponsorship or not, but obviously glad you got some of it. Lecture is not and anonymous donor at not regular cost. We figured out for this semester it cost approximately $265 that's it for the general introductions. I think I met almost all of you. For those of you who don't know me, my background is I'm a historian. I received my PhD from the University of Toronto in 1995, and it coincided with my discovery in Judaism together with my wife. And so I mixed my graduate career and my postgraduate career, bouncing around between the Hebrew University and Orsay and Rothschild University and the High Society and Harvard and a few other really schools, Cornell. And so I've had really a wonderful experience in some of the top universities in the world working out. And I've also had the experience of full-time. But these things really come together in my teaching. I think that's trying to strive for the high vigor of academia that I've experienced in the Ivy League, and at the same time the foreign country and the love of the Torah that I was in Shiva. And I'm hoping that I can use some of that to use in my life. The class is going to be essentially a survey of modern Jewish history, like a first year undergraduate survey. It is to a little bit higher level, as so many of the people in this audience are very well educated and very well read. But it's still generic enough that you have no idea which topics is going on, that you should come away with some useful information. The approach is going to be biographical. So like last year, I will use people, sometimes famous, I would say, sometimes not so famous, to illustrate the general trends of Jewish history and the forces that shape the Jewish world. Since I am primarily specialized in modern Eastern Europe, anytime I step, let's say, anywhere west of Poland and anytime before, let's say, 1648, I'd like you to please not ask any hard questions, because it's not my real area of expertise, but that's interesting. Okay, so are we ready for a quick joke? We're going to talk about Rabbi Yosef Karo. So Rabbi Yosef Karo, he's known as a founder in the yeshiva world. The author, meaning he is the ultimate composer of a book for the Jews. That book was other than the Shulchan, the Septic, which is the Jewish law that has become universally accepted from the Jewish world as the sine qua non statement of the Jewish law. In that context, I'd like to tell you a joke about somewhat anti-European behavior. There was a fictional rabbi that has no relationship to this shul at all. The joke goes like this. This rabbi, for years and years, he worked with his congregation. But all his life, he's been tortured by it. The question is, what does pork really taste like? And he's shaking. He has on Yom Kippur in particular, he has this terrible temptation. He just can't get exercise. He has to exercise this terrible demon from himself, and he's going to follow the advice of the Gemara, dress in dark clothes, far away from the neighborhood, where he's going to exercise his will and will not have this demon torture. He goes way out into West End or something like that, and he finds a Chinese restaurant. He goes into the very back, in a dark place. He's wearing a baseball cap. I don't know if he's been walking on the beach lately, but this time of year, he's always come straight to the village. The full black hat and things like that. But they're wearing a baseball cap. It's like they're in disguise. So, anyways, he goes to sleep in the bathroom, wearing a baseball cap, and he says to me, it's the story. He doesn't say what the rabbi part is. Watch your best dish. He's sitting there, he's so good about himself, and of course, the walks, the presidium, and the board members for a late dinner. Of course, I'm associated with this sugar, they understand what it is. The presidium walk in and they see the rabbi in the back of the room, kind of hiding his bed under his hat. And they walk up to him and say, what are you doing here? And just as they're talking to him, the waitress comes with the best pork dish in the menu. Of course, you get start the joke is better than the end. But let's go straight to the share. His days are 1488 to 1575. Rabbi Yosef Karo, sometimes spelled with a C. It's the same person, obviously. He was born in Spain, possibly in Portugal, and certainly suffered the deleterious effects of the Spanish and the Portuguese expulsion into the stuff classrooms in which he was most famous as a halachist, but he has tremendous credentials as a Kabbalist as well. And I'm hoping towards the end of the section to try to describe how these two factors together to create unique personality who should not be and as I mentioned, his claim to fame, main claim to fame is that he is the author of this whole Jewish law. His early years took him from Spain and frankly, fled from Spain into Portugal, where they were allowed to remain for 7 years and then they were expelled once again. He went to Turkey and he began a rather peripatetic existence where he went from place to place. His primary teacher was his mother, and later his uncle. So it was really very much his family affair the way that he studied Torah. He was married 3 times, and he had 7 known children, 3 children, 3 deceased. Here's an interesting this is a we have no idea if this picture is the iconic the photograph. It actually looks like him, but that's sort of like a picture of the Rambam that you see over and over again. It's sort of like everyone sees that. He had quite close associations with many other rabbis of the period, and in fact, one of his daughters married the son of the famous Rothschild, Rabbi Isaac Uriah, and the Slacks, and we spoke their associations in detail. He also had some interesting influences from Shlomo Ocho, who was a fascinating character. Travis spent more time speaking about him in greater detail in a later class, perhaps this semester. Shlomo Ocho was also of Spanish origin. He was a converso. He was a real Pentecostal who spoke about it in his book, decided to return to Judaism. But whereas real Pentecostal, he was never completely comfortable with his conversion and could not find an intellectual space within the Sephardic community of Ashkenaz and elsewhere. Shlomo Ocho kind of like flipped out. The flipped out is the term that young people use when they go to seminary and they come back and they want to eat food and things like that. So he really flipped out. He had messianic credentials. He had difficulty associating with any Jewish community because they thought he was almost just too radical. He circumcised himself when he was in his 20s. He couldn't find a whole house to do it. That's fairly extreme behavior. He had various negative relations with the Jewish community because they insisted that they should radicalize, they should take greater steps towards accelerating the pace of messianic law. And ultimately, he got into trouble with the state and he was burned in the state. This actually is highly stylized thing that gives you a sense of what he's going on today, if that's our Rabbi Caro, however, was really quite impressed with the purity of motivation and intensity for him. And among the many positive things he said about it was that after seeing his death, he prayed that he himself was not suicidal again. Caro Minister died a martyr's death in the election of Mosul. He did not receive that privilege, and there's not much to say about that. Rabbi Caro's fame really extends to a period of time he spent in the spot, where he was 28. He had already been working on his magnum opus, which I'm going to discuss in one of the videos. So he carried with him a certain measure of fame when he came to this very unusual circle of rabbis that were involved in this particular northern Israel city. There were a few factors that brought together some highly unique rabbis. Rothschild and career, his Rabbi Moshe the Ramad, and Yosef Karo, among others. And Yosef Katzak was also the teacher of Shlomo Ocho, who was there at the time. There was against it. Money, there was suddenly huge money in the region. Rothschilds had specifically secured a parcel of land in northern Israel that made it possible for Jews to settle there and to pursue their scholarship. Because they cannot speak Torah, if there was no flower, there was no Torah. Suddenly, in spot, there was a small, tiny area where Jewish scholars were especially valued and could pursue their studies. And he came into this region with a significant amount of authority based on his previous works, and his authority would be greater. Yes, please. Yeah, got money back then earlier. And if I'm wrong, you'll never know until I put this on the web. I cut this whole discussion out. I'm trying to make sure it was the last reference. Maybe on the theory is true. Yeah, I'm thinking it's Rothschild. Okay, let's go on to the next question. Okay, now let's talk about the Great Yosef. This is the book that really, although starting in particular, is more known for the Beit Yosef than he is for the Shulchan Aruch. And among those who learn deeply, gain a much deeper respect for the Beit Yosef than for the Shulchan Aruch, which is much more popular. The Beit Yosef is essentially an encyclopedic commentary on the most current code of the time, the tool. And in the next few slides, I'll take you through the process of codification and why it was so significant to have a commentary like the Beit Yosef. Basically, one of the things that plagued the commentators in their creation of codes is that it was simply too onerous to explain all of their thought processes. So it's much easier for a codifier to simply say, this is a halacha, please don't bother me anymore. And later generations, when the authors first did that, was no longer quite as well regarded, or if someone wrote a competing code, but no one could really sort out which code was appropriately followed. What the Beit Yosef did was it delved into the reasoning of the Torah. I'll show you in just a second. And he brought all of the relevant passages from the Talmud to support the decision of the Torah. So in other words, he completely explained it. He dug in an archaeological fashion and he discovered what was the reasoning of the Torah for arguing a particular position. He then went on to do the same thing by Maimonides in a commentary called the Kesef Mishnah. And by writing this commentary on Yosef, he demonstrated that he had absolute control over the meaning of the text that he was writing. It was the ultimate critical analysis of halachic code, and it was the phenomenal act of scholarship that undoubtedly provided him with many scars. 20 years to write it, it took more or less time to write the Shulchan Aruch itself, which is much more well-known. And the main purpose was he provided continued background for decisions on the Shulchan. Any questions about the papers? Okay, so let's go to the actual process of codification. I apologize, some of these slides were already presented in the Maimonides lecture. I hope it's what you forgot. That's the one to see. The Talmud is a very difficult document in terms of practical halakha, practical lessons. The primary reason is because the information is scattered throughout 20-odd volumes of text, written without a single punctuation mark, and with very, very difficult complicated language that is simply, unless you have years of training, it's very difficult to learn even on each single page of the Talmud. And so, in order, and the fact is that discussions are not found in an organizational pattern that we would associate with Western thinking. Really, there are no
remember that, oh yeah, way over in volume 17, there's a reference to this that I have to access. By the way, it's a small parenthetical note. This is dramatically changing in our time because of how the personal computer and the internet. The things that used to make a person regarded as a scholar, as a religious memory, ability to recall, oh yes, this happens over in volume 17. But nowadays, sitting at home on my computer in my pajamas, I can type in a keyword and I can find every single time it's mentioned in the entire corpus of Jewish literature, not only the Talmud. So it's changing the definition of what is scholarship in Jewish literature. At any rate, the material is organized in a way that's very difficult to access, and so it naturally lends itself to codification. If you want to actually apply the Talmud as a way of life, you have to create this code which essentially organizes all of the halachot in questions. So you can study it from beginning to end. These early codes are developed from the so-called Monei HaMitzvot, the encounters of the mitzvot. There's a passage in the Talmud that refers to the number of mitzvot in the entire Torah as being 613. How is that mitzvot? So well-known idea, but some people have carried around with it. But no one's really bothered actually trying to count them until you get to the high Middle Ages. You have a few rabbis who begin to say, let's count them up. So here's the Rabbi, you see, who was a rabbi in France, who was very sick, big book of mitzvahs, or small decision of mitzvahs, in which he listed them all, just the commandments, just what we're supposed to do, not how we're supposed to do it. He listed them in positive and in negative commandments, thou shalt and thou shalt not. So that was useful, and then it, spurred sort of mini industry in codifying, because many people said, wait a second, I never count commandment number 148 as a commandment. That's just a custom. You don't have to worry about that. It's just a custom. And other people said, no, this is a real halakha. This is a law Torah from Moshe Sinai. So there were competing Monei HaMitzvot that were all arguing for slightly different variations of what were actually in the mitzvah. Furthermore, there's a lot of material that's no longer relevant currently on day with the absence of temple. A tremendous amount of halakha dealing with the maintenance of ritual purity, which we have really in smaller areas like the Rothschild diet or just the mikvah, but it's really quite a bit more extensive than the Talmud. And all the laws of the sacrifices, the laws of the structure of the temple, and so on. So what do we do with these laws if we're no longer, or at this point, not having the temple in existence? Still, they're part of the 613. Maimonides created the greatest code of the era in his Mishnah Torah, and I won't take too much time to speak about that because we did speak about it an entire lecture in a while ago, in which he wrote a completely comprehensive code that covers the temple period, it covers the Messianic period, it covers all kinds of things like laws and opinions, how you should think, not how you should act. And his particular code fell under extremely harsh criticism for several reasons. One of which was he did not have a presupposition at the time. He did not provide all the sources, did not provide the back and forth of why he decided to take one position versus another. Okay, I've talked a lot. I should pause for questions. Yes. And lines are back at 9. Not literally that. I don't know fine some of them. He wrote a commentary on his sacred history. But I am familiar with this concept from a modern philosopher that I actually have the privilege to study with in New York, who argued very effectively, I think, in a literary way, but not quite as effective theologically, that there exists a 614 commandments. Nowadays, there is one more commandment
And that commandment is, quote unquote, not to give Hitler any posthumous victories. In other words, he says there's a commanding voice of Auschwitz that corresponds to the commanding voice of Sinai. It's not a full kind of thought. We certainly appreciate who's a survivor himself. Appreciate the motivation for that kind of thing. Any other questions? So let's go on. Maimonidean controversy, as we discussed a few weeks ago, ended in tremendous tragedy as Maimonides were burned by Jews, and then shortly thereafter, the French government actually burned the Talmud as well. And his books remain somewhat controversial in some circles. So let's turn to the tour, which is the on which Rabbi Yosef made his signal contribution. The tour is another code that departed from Maimonides' strategy altogether. Maimonides organized all the laws of the Torah in 14 books, which he called Yad HaKazaka, strong hand, Yad, good and dollar, 14. And as I mentioned, it covered everything. It covered laws, reform of the temple, laws of Messiah, and so on, and a lot of things that we simply don't deal with today. So it was quite a massive book. The tour, Rabbi Yochanan Asher in the 14th century, went for a much more modest proposal. So let's just get right the things that we do today. And he decided to omit anything that did not deal with behavior, those laws of opinion, laws of business, laws of temple, and so on. Hanging after the court of the best thing of the court of the Rabbi for codes, and the four distinct sections of the organizational framework that all distribute codes of Jewish law and laws. And they are, first section is Torah Science, the way of life. And it's this section, which is typically widely studied in Yeshiva today, deals primarily with what people do in the normal course of their day and in the holiday cycle. So it begins with how you're supposed to wake up in the morning, how you're supposed to dress yourself in the morning, how long it should take you, at least, to get out of bed in the morning. It's right there. First of all, so, anyways, getting out of bed in the morning, things like that. There's laws of prayer, the laws of saying blessings, and there's a whole section on the laws of Shabbat. And basically, Orach Chaim is what the average Jew needs to know to live a certain lifestyle. That's one section. It's been commented upon many, many times, including two very famous commentaries that are widely used today. The Mishnah Brura by the Chafetz Chaim is a commentary on Orach Chaim, and the Orach HaShulchan, not to be confused with the Shulchan Aruch, is also a 19th century commentary. The second section of the tour, by the way, the Orach Chaim is for regular Jews, learned Jews, but regularly learned Jews. The next level up is called Yoreh Deah. This is like rabbinical level 1. Want to be a rabbi, most yeshivot must master this section, Yoreh Deah, which deals primarily with ritual law in the areas of keeping kosher and the laws of sexuality. In other words, it's a little bit more complicated. You have to understand the whole issues of mixtures of milk and meat and the issue of what makes a cow kosher or not kosher and so on, and the laws of regular family life. And so typically in Yeshivot, Yoreh Deah is studied by rabbinical students, and then they have an examination on it. And if they pass that examination, then they receive the smicha with the title Yoreh Yoreh. And then, can he teach? Yes, he can teach. Yoreh Yoreh. That's assuming that he already knows Torah Chaim. Can't get because with ritual law, if you get a question, is this chicken kosher? You can always sort of back out and say, you better consider it trade, not kosher. And it may have caused some financial loss in the case of the chicken, but it's not the worst thing that can happen. If you make a decision in monetary law as well, you'll be taking money out of one person's pocket and putting it into another, so you're an accessory to theft in that regard. So Moshe Mishpat is a much onerous level of Smicha, and the title of the person who doing that level is called Yadid Yadid. It's can he judge?
Hello.
Yes, he can judge. So this is organized all of Jewish law, and you'll notice that it is quite comprehensive, but it's also quite limited to the kind of things that we can enjoy in this diaspora existence, not in a Messianic situation. This system of operating organization is completely different from the Mishnah and Torah, and in fact, the Mishnah Torah's numbering system was totally abandoned after the Torah wrote his commentary. The Biz Yosef is the commentary on the Torah, explaining why he made all of his decisions the way he did. I should pause for questions. It's been about 30 minutes since I told the joke. You guys are thinking of my joke. Does anyone have a good joke? Joke? It's a joke I can tell. No joke. So I'm hoping that one year appears in my head. Sure. Actually,
Brandon?
did I tell you the joke about the anti-alcohol campaign? Not yet. Okay, let's see a good joke. I think I did, but I'm glad you forgot. So here's the joke. It's a joke I actually heard first in Ukrainian when I was studying them. It's much funnier in Ukrainian, though. It's right here. That in the late 90s,
How are you?
they had a serious problem with alcoholism.
Excellent to
People
hear.
were drinking a lot of
Thank you.
vodka.
How are you?
People were drinking whiskey, vodka, and they were even drinking homemade moonshine, which they called samahon, which means self-cooked. And it was very dangerous. Poisonous. Wine from it was terrible. So Gorbachev, and this is true, he started a massive anti-alcohol campaign and tried to promote, more. What's the word for abstinence? Sobriety, that's another word. Temperance. Temperance. He wants to promote temperance. And he went all over the country. There's so many jokes about this book. So this joke goes like this. He gets on a plane and he takes a whole bunch of journalists with him. He goes to a construction factory in Siberia, and he wants to speak to average Russians. And he brings the journalists with him right there into the factory floor, and there's a conveyor belt, and he picks some Russian worker, goes up and says to him, Ivan, tell me, do you think a person can have a drink and then go to work in the morning? And Ivan looks at him and says, well, because I'm rich. Yes, I think it's possible. He says, Ivan, do you think a person can have 3 shots of vodka and go to work in the morning? He says, it's the best. Yes, I think it's possible. He says to Ivan, do you think a person can have 10 shots of samahon and still go to work in the morning? He says, you see, I'm working. I usually use that joke to tie out questions. Absolutely. That's a very profound question. Jumping ahead just for a second, and it's so appropriate you should mention the Rothschild, because, the joke goes, it's a joke, it's a stereotype, but it still has a kernel of truth to it. The Chassid says, why do I need a savior? What do I need a book for? I have no rabbi to tell me what to do. And it's not yet. The Lithuanian Jews, their superior fashion sense, books. They say, what do I need a Rabbi for? I have to say, what do I need a teacher for? I don't know if that's anything. I'm sure going to put that aside. entire talk. You just have to have someone who has enough Hebrew skills to be able to navigate these sections of the Shulchan Aruch, and at least theoretically, he can tell you, or she can tell you, what the halacha is. And this is a big shift in the democratization of Judaism that definitely is characteristic of Baal Shem Tov. So there's a very unique parallel there. I have one more kind of point I don't want to forget, but I'll bring it up when I talk about slave controversy. Yes, please.
All right, take care.
The, so it's jumping ahead a little bit, but again, since you've got the Torah deals with these four large areas, and the Shulchan Aruch also uses these four large areas, the vast majority of a person's life does not have to do with Joshua Mishpat. And hopefully, you only have to do with Nebuchadnezzar minimally, like get American blocks, let's say, and that's it. If you don't want to return to it, but you will always have to work for Purity. So, certain amounts of Purity. So, the Hungarian rabbi named Gottfried in the mid-19th century wrote a one-volume version of the Kitzur Shulchan Aruch, the short one. Well, then it was published in Hebrew in one. Now, if you buy the English translation, it comes with 7, I think, and for a while there was the English translation 3. It's not so short, but it's called the Short